after the launch from the Cape. Let's go now to the Houston Space Center, the Johnson Space Center in Houston, and correspondent Dan Molina. Dan, what information do you have? What can you tell us there?
John, an absolutely numbing sight. It's very difficult to express anything at this point other than the information that we're getting from NASA. The word that we got, as you got, was simply a very, very straightforward, bland, emotionless statement from Steve Nesbitt, the NASA commentator, is that he said we have a report that the vehicle has exploded. Words that just startled everybody to the point of absolute non-belief, but you saw the pictures as we did. There is no doubting the fact that there was an extremely serious explosion. Whether anybody survived or not is a matter for conjecture at this point. There were, of course, 7 crew members on board Challenger. Francis Dick Scobee was the mission commander, a man of great experience, logging more than 6,500 hours in 45 different types of aircraft. The pilot, Michael Smith, Judith Resnik, Dr. Judith Resnik was on that crew, Ronald McNair, Ellison Onizuka, Greg Jarvis, and Sharon Christa McAuliffe. We have no information right now other than the information which has come down from NASA commentary. We have requested, of course, more information, but everybody is trying to find out themselves what has happened, and they are not offering us any more elaboration on this, what is apparently an extremely serious occurrence, perhaps a disaster of major proportions. There seemed to be, as we watched the explosion, no time for the crew to use any of the ejection devices which they have available to them. There is, we are always mindful, a system attached to a space shuttle during launch to explode it on command should the shuttle go haywire and fly over a populated area. That is a sort of a doomsday device that's attached to the shuttle's fuel system, and it could be triggered from the ground or from the spacecraft itself. Now, I'm not at all implying that that went haywire in this case, and there was some inadvertent tripping of that system. However, there is such a system attached to the shuttle, and it could have been involved in something like this. They were about a minute away from the point where they would have separated the solid rocket boosters from the shuttle. That is an explosive process in and of itself. But they weren't even near that point, near in the sense of the amount of time in which things happen. Things happen very quickly, of course, during a launch sequence, and they weren't really near the point where that small explosive devices would have gone off and separated the solid rocket boosters from the orbiter. So it can only be conjecture at this point as to what would have happened. As we say, 7 crew members on board, and including Christa McAuliffe, and the people who are watching at the Cape at this point, the spectators, all of the people in launch control, all of the people in mission control, as well as all of us watching right here, are simply find ourselves startled, and we are, I am told, going to take a look back at the crew getting on board the shuttle this morning. This is a shot in the so-called white room. The white room is pressed up against the side of the shuttle's hatch, and it's through that hatch that the crew settles themselves into to their seats for launch. We see by the hatch there Ron McNair nodding his head, waiting for one of the other crew members to get themselves seated. Christa McAuliffe is in the foreground with Greg Jarvis. She, at that point, obviously happy, eager. It looked this morning as though things were running along smoothly. There was a delay because of ice that had built up on the outside of the shuttle. It was extremely cold in Florida last night, and icicles built up at various points along the shuttle. The only concern about that, however, was that icicles might break off after launch and perhaps damage the thermal protection tiles on the shuttle. There was no thought at all that ice, as was the concern this morning, could have had any sort of impact on the shuttle that could have caused an explosion of this magnitude. It would be very difficult for ice to have that kind of effect, and so that, at least at first glance, would seem to be something that didn't enter into their calculations at all. This was Christa McAuliffe waiting to get her helmet on, and she was presented with an apple from one of the ground control team members as she very happily looked forward to the launch this morning. And nearby, about 3 miles away in the VIP viewing area, her husband, Stephen, who is an attorney in their hometown of Concord, New Hampshire. They have 2 children, Caroline, who is 7 years old, if I recall correctly, perhaps 6, and Scott, who is 9. All of them viewing in the VIP viewing area not far away. That, I believe, in the foreground now, you're just beginning to see Judy Resnik, Dr. Resnik, of course, a space veteran. Christa laughing, as they all were this morning. It seemed, even though they had a launch delay this morning, they were all in such good spirits as they got set to board the Shuttle Challenger. It seemed the launch control teams and everybody involved seems to have a feeling when the launch is going to go. Delay after delay, of course. The last flight, we had the feeling that we are, I'm told, going to the White House now, and so we will take you back to New York.
Let's go now to, there's Larry Speaks in the White House briefing room.
What he has just seen replayed on television concerning the shuttle launch. We do not have any more information than is being provided to the public at this time. The way the President found out about it is he was in the Oval Office with a group of senior staff preparing for some questions with a group of network correspondents and anchors that were having lunch in the White House today regarding the budget and the State of the Union. The Vice President and the Foreign Policy Advisor, John Poindexter, came in with others and informed the President that the news had just broken. We immediately adjourned our Oval Office meeting and went into an adjoining room, the President's study, where there's a television, and the President then began to review television reports of the explosion there shortly after the launch. So once again, the President is concerned. He is saddened. He is very anxious to have more information on it. At the moment, as I say, we're learning most of our information from what the public is getting.
What is your best information as to the condition of the crew, Larry, at this point?
We don't have any more information than what is being provided to the public on television. Hopefully later we will be able to get some, and that's the President's first priority is to find out what information that is available. We just don't have any more. No, we have not from the Oval Office.
Will this affect in any way the plans for the State of the Union tonight?
I don't believe so. I'm certain that the President will feel compelled to mention this, depending on the outcome of what we learn here in a few minutes.
Will it affect the shuttle program, Larry?
Well, that's hard to say, you know, here in 15 or 20 minutes after an incident of this type is concerned. I'm sure it will not affect the United States' determination to consider to continue the exploration of space and all the benefits we've received from it. While this is indeed tragic, it certainly will not deter the United States in its interest in space exploration.
All the problems that the shuttle has had, will any substantial reevaluation be done of the program itself?
Well, once again, you're very premature in asking a question concerning the future of the space program. The United States has met adversity many times before in the space program. It is one of the most effective and successful programs of that type that any country has ever undertaken.
Larry, can you tell us anything specifically that the President said, any quotations, and did he make any mention of the fact that the teacher that he suggested, that the program of a teacher in space, that teacher was on board this flight?
Well, I know that was on his mind. Quite frankly, the President stood there in almost stunned silence as he watched the television. You could certainly read the concern, the sorrow, the anxiety on his face as he watched, and the group watched around him. As I say, he was virtually watched in silence.
Might anyone from the White House be leading some sort of investigating team, or will it just be up to NASA to investigate this?
All this is very, very early, and there's just nothing we can say. Our immediate concern is the crew, and all of these other questions will just have to be deferred.
Was anything said about the fact that the teacher was on board this flight?
Well, it was something that was on all of our minds, that we did have the first teacher in space, really the first civilian, so to speak, other than our members of Congress who have flown in space, and certainly that's on our mind.
Are there any scientific aides who have been able to say that they could survive such an explosion as witnessed?
Just don't have that kind of information yet.
You said that the Vice President, Admiral Poindexter, informed the President. How did the White House learn about it?
I'm certain that we probably learned it from the news media, as we do many times when incidents like this occur unexpectedly.
Might this influence the decision about whether other civilians will be allowed on the shuttle from now on, Larry?
Once again, all of these questions, our immediate concern is for the fate of the crew, to find out exactly what has happened to those 7 people aboard. All of these other questions we'll just have to wait till later. Dale?
Can you tell us anything about what the president's schedule, how the president's schedule is changing now?
The president's schedule has not changed. He will keep on with what he had planned today and the State of the Union tonight. And once again, I think the only change in his schedule would be to simply be updated and try to seek the facts in this.
Will the president be making any phone calls to the family, Larry?
I just don't know. It customarily does, but we're going to wait till we find out what the facts are.
Larry, he watched in silence, but were there no quotes that you could give us?
Nothing. It was virtually in silence.
Are you going to know what's being done now, Larry, in terms of searching for...
No. All of that information we just do not have yet. Dale, you had one question and you want to go? Okay.
What are your plans? What are your plans about briefing the rest of the afternoon on this?
Well, I think once we find out what the facts are and particularly what the fate of the crew is, then we'll be prepared to say something.
Larry, did you detect any sign of emotion as the president watched? Was he shaking his head, his eyes moist?
Concern, anxiety, silence.
And there was White House spokesman Larry Speaks saying that the president watched in stunned silence at the explosion aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger. To recap, about a minute after the launch of the Space Shuttle Challenger from Cape Canaveral this afternoon, there was a huge, bright ball of fire, an explosion in the air about 28 miles west of the Cape Canaveral launch site. It is not known at this hour the fate of the 7 crew members aboard, including Christa McAuliffe, the school teacher from Concord, New Hampshire. The explosion came without warning. All seemed to be going fine. About a minute into that flight, it was just after the NASA controllers told the crew aboard the Challenger to go to full throttle that the explosion occurred. It happened more than a minute before the usual separation that you see of the solid fuel rocket from the main part of the Challenger. Again, paramedics and ships are moving to that area. It is not known the fate of the crew, what has happened. We hope to hear from that very shortly, but obviously it does not look good. This is the first accident of this kind for quite some years. 3 astronauts, you will recall, back in 1967 were killed on the launch pad during a testing. They burned to death inside a capsule. Again, we have no word on the fate of the 7 astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger in this accident that happened a little while ago. Let's go back now to Houston and correspondent Dan Molina. Dan?
John, I must say the president said he watched in stunned silence, as did we all. We are going to look now at a recap of what happened as narrated by the NASA commentator Steve Nesbitt.
We had an apparently nominal liftoff
out of mission control
this morning at 11:38 Eastern Time.
A lot of muscle twitching there, as you
The
can see.
ascent phase appeared normal through approximately the completion of the roll program and throttle down and engine throttle back to 104%. At that point, we had an apparent explosion. Subsequent to that, the tracking crews reported to the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle appeared to have exploded and that we had an impact in the water downrange at a location approximately 28.64 degrees north, 80.28 degrees west. At the time the data was lost with the vehicle, according to a poll by the Flight Director Jay Green of the positions here in Mission Control, there were no anomalous indications, no indications of problems with the engines or with the SRBs or with any of the other systems at that moment through the point at which we lost data. Again, this is preliminary information. It's all that we have at the moment, and we will keep you advised as other information becomes available. We had there are recovery forces in the general area, others being deployed, including aircraft and ships. We saw what we believe to be paramedics parachuting into the impact area. And we have no additional word at this point.
Looking at that picture of Mission Control that you were seeing, I could notice up in the back of the room a gentleman by the name of Eugene Kranz, the Flight Operations Director. I can't help but recall when Apollo 13 had its problem. You may well recall, back when Apollo 13 was in danger of not getting back from the moon. It was Eugene Kranz who sat at the flight director's desk and said, "Keep calm, we've still got the LEM, we can still make it back if we have to." There are people in that room who are used to flirting with absolute disaster, but they may have confronted one really this time. Gene Kranz is way up in the back right-hand corner of the room where it says Flight Operations Director. The crew, to recap, if you're just joining us, consists of 7 people. The mission commander is Francis Dick Scobee, a veteran of a lot of flying hours. Of course, of particular concern at this point is the fact that on that shuttle was Sharon Christa McAuliffe, 37 years old, the first teacher to fly in space. And we'll go back now to John Palmer in New York.
Thank you, Dan. We have just been given a new position for the crash site, now 12.5 miles offshore, off the Cape. Numerous ships and aircraft are now en route to the crash site. Again, about 20 kilometers or 12.5 miles off the Cape. It's interesting and somewhat distressing to note that the Challenger was not equipped with ejection seats or other ways for the crew to get out of the spacecraft. That was not the case during earlier shuttle flights. The Columbia, for instance, had those, but the Space Shuttle Challenger did not. As we've just seen a few minutes ago, White House spokesman Larry Speakes came into the briefing room there at the White House to say that the president listened with stunned silence as he saw a television replay of the explosion aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger. We want to go there again with the note that we still are awaiting word, of course, on the fate of the 7 crew persons aboard. Let's go back now to the White House, though, and check in with Chris Wallace. Chris, what can you tell us?
Well, really no information beyond what Larry Speakes told us just a little while ago, that the president, as you say, watched a television replay. He was in a White House meeting in the Oval Office when Vice President Bush and Admiral John Poindexter, his national security advisor, came into the Oval Office and told him that there had been a problem down at the Cape. He then went into a study just off the Oval Office and watched, as all of America is, a television replay and saw that terrible accident as the shuttle was about a minute off the liftoff pad. They have no details, they say, beyond what we know. They have no firm information on what has happened to that crew of 7 that was aboard the shuttle. As for all of us, a number of network correspondents and White House correspondents were in a meeting in the Roosevelt Room just across the hall from the Oval Office with White House Chief of Staff Donald Regan being briefed on tonight's State of the Union address, a very normal meeting here, a normal briefing, when suddenly a Regan aide came in with a typed piece of paper. Regan read it to all of us. It said simply, "The shuttle has exploded, details to follow." And as you might imagine, that briefing broke up immediately as the White House officials headed for their offices to get information, and as we headed here for the press room. But really, to a large degree, we are being told the president and his men are doing what all of us are, which is watching television and listening for authoritative word from Cape Canaveral.
Thank you, Chris. NBC News correspondent Tom Brokaw is now in our Washington studios. Let's check in with Tom. Tom?
Well, John, Chris Wallace and I were in that same room together when that explosive news, of course, came to Donald Regan, who is the White House Chief of Staff. And as I dashed out into an outer lobby, people were saying, has the president been notified? And as Chris so accurately portrayed there, that we now know how the president was notified. It's important to know that as the shuttle leaves that pad, it is really a flying fuel tank with those 2 large solid rocket boosters on either side of it, and of course the great external tank that is attached to the rocket as well. It's all fuel as it leaves the pad. It is a very volatile vehicle, and of course astronauts have expressed concern in the past that if something happened then, they wouldn't have much of an opportunity. Here's the launch this morning. Let's watch it once again. The grim reality of a major tragedy this morning at Cape Canaveral, the launching
Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Everything looked normal at this point, and as a matter of fact, NASA officials say there were no anomalies, nothing to indicate that anything could go wrong as it headed downrange. The Challenger has been waiting for about 5 days to go off the pad. This would have been the 6th day. A number of problems, some of them weather-related. Problems with the door yesterday, but nothing to indicate the enormity of the tragedy that we're about to see here.
Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs. Velocity 2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles, downrange distance 3 nautical miles. Engines throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go at throttle up. Roger, go at throttle up.
1 minute 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
The NASA official who was narrating there apparently had his head down looking at telemetry, that is signals from space, because you could see quite clearly there was an explosion. It appeared to be at the back of the spacecraft. We will not know for sure, if ever. At that point, everything is burning. The solid rocket boosters on both sides, and of course the big external tank that is feeding them as well.
Flight controllers here looking very carefully at the situation. Obviously a major malfunction. We have no downlink.
Obviously a major malfunction. That's the understatement of the year, perhaps, as this shuttle blew up as it was attempting to go into space today, about 2 minutes downrange. At one point, we heard that it was 4.5 miles high at that point. There were no ejection seats whatsoever. There was no way for those astronauts to escape. There's been no confirmation on their fate, but of course, it looks very much as if there was no hope whatsoever for that 7-person crew, including 2 women, and that includes the school teacher, Christa McAuliffe from Concord, New Hampshire. Her school students and other students at that school today were assembled in an auditorium to watch all of this, tragically. And of course, the teachers began to suspect that something was wrong when they saw what we all saw, and they herded the kids back into the classroom. It will be a dark memory for them.
Days, and her crewmates treat her like one of the gang. This was a little trek up to break the sound barrier with Dick Scobee, her mission commander.
They could have very easily said, oh, you know, there's a teacher, what are we going to do with her? She's going to get in the way, or we've got to plan things around her. If I needed help during the lessons, if I needed an extra pair of hands. I mean, they've just been so wonderful. I really do feel part of the crew.
For several months now, doctors have been jabbing and probing her, zipping her up in black bags to see if small dark places scare her. She's gone through all sorts of training in shuttle simulators, and she's learned a few cold, hard facts about what to expect.
I didn't realize it'd be so slippery.
The shuttle's small. And if you kind of think of it as being in maybe a 6-man tent with 7 people in it, and it rains for 6 days, that's the environment that you're in.
It's all a very big change from life in Concord, New Hampshire. This was the day she left home for 4.5 months of training. It seemed especially tough to say goodbye to her daughter, Caroline.
Love you. All right. See you later, alligator.
Okay, let's get dinner ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Life without mother in the McAuliffe household. A new adventure for Christa's husband, Steve, an attorney.
Okay. Frozen cook. Open that thing up.
He's doing a super job. I mean, he took over single parenting without missing a beat. The kids are doing well. He's doing well. I mean, he's doing so well that when I came home the last time, I walked in the kitchen to do something, and he kind of looked and he said, excuse me, he said, we don't do that way anymore. I said, pardon me.
She's part astronaut now, but still a teacher first. There's an elaborate plan for her to teach from space and to hook up a direct link with her old school. Much of the country will see this ultimate field trip, and Christa says it's just the kind of recognition teachers need.
And because they feel so good about themselves and the morale is high, I'm hoping that other people are going to look at that and say, they do a very important job.
She'll earn a place in history when Challenger lifts off. She'll be a celebrity for a while. Then it'll all be over. Christa McAuliffe will be back in New Hampshire, back in her classroom, but she'll always be known as the teacher in space. Dan Molina, NBC News at the Johnson Space Center, Houston.
And it now appears, of course, that Christa McAuliffe could very well be remembered as a teacher who died in space. We have no confirmation of that, but there is no indication that there is any life that has been spotted among that 7-person crew today. McAuliffe's husband, Stephen, and her 2 small children, Scott and Caroline, were among the spectators at Cape Canaveral today to view the launch, what looked perfect for about 2 minutes, and then tragedy struck. The ramifications of this tragedy we can't yet realize, of course, this early on, but of course it is an enormous tragedy for the McAuliffe family, for the families of the other astronauts. It throws into grave doubt the future of the Space Shuttle program, which has been troubled recently. And of course, NASA will come under a great deal of criticism for this public relations effort that it has been making to get regular citizens into space. There's been a program for journalists that is now under consideration. Recently, Congressman Bill Nelson of Florida completed a trip. Before that, Senator Jake Garn of Utah went up. This program for teachers was announced by President Reagan during the course of his presidential campaign in 1984. Some people believe that it was an effort to win both the support of teachers and women, in that a woman teacher was picked for the experience. He said, in his defense, that he thought it would be an effort to share the space program with the children of this country so that teachers could share their educational skills after they have completed this trip. We have nothing further from NASA at this point. For those of you who are just joining us, the Space Shuttle Challenger today blew up about 4.5 miles downrange, about 2 minutes after its launch. John Palmer is in New York today. John, do you have any additional information for us there?
Not really, Tom. Of course, we're all waiting for the same thing, the fate of the 7 astronauts aboard the Challenger, but we do know that 3 Coast Guard cutters, 2 rescue helicopters are now on the scene. The area where the splashdown took place, of at least, we don't know how much of the Shuttle Challenger was intact when it went into the Atlantic Ocean, but that position is given anywhere from 12.5 to perhaps 28 miles off the shore. There are no U.S. Navy ships, we are told, in position there, but again, 3 Coast Guard cutters and 2 rescue helicopters, and a little bit earlier we saw that parachute in the sky. That was one of the paramedics bailing out there over the scene. Again, as Tom said, and as we have heard several times now, the explosion took place about a minute or minute and 15 seconds to be exact into the flight. All appeared to be going well, and then there was that tremendous, brilliant flash, the explosion, and we had 2 contrails, one going one way and one the other. One apparently the solid rocket dropping into the sea, the other the Space Shuttle Challenger. Earlier this morning, the delays were caused by the freezing conditions down in Florida. There were icicles, some people said as long as 2 feet, hanging from parts of the spacecraft, and there was a condensation problem, and they were a little bit afraid, and they delayed because this, they thought, might cause a problem of chipping of some of those sensitive tiles on the spacecraft if they should break off during the launch procedure. Well, the NASA officials talked this over for some time and decided to go ahead with the launch, that they didn't think that would cause any particular problem. Here is a picture of the crew, the 7 astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger. Of course, the most celebrated passenger there is the civilian, if you will, the school teacher, Christa McAuliffe of Concord, New Hampshire. And there were a lot of reporters were up there this afternoon, of course, for the launch. They were in the high school auditorium with the students as they watched their teacher take off. And then, of course, as all of us that were watching noticed that there was something wrong, there was an explosion. The school officials didn't know what had happened, but they knew something had happened, and they suggested that all the reporters leave and all the students go back to their classes, and that's what happened. There is Christa McAuliffe, the school teacher, who is taking her flight. She was going to conduct 2 one-hour or so classrooms from space and be talking back to kids in classrooms all over the United States. The other crew members aboard that flight, along with Christa McAuliffe, the commander was Francis R. Scobee, 46 years old. The pilot was Michael J. Smith, age 40. Judy Resnik, also on board, age 36. Ronald E. McNair, 35. Ellison Onizuka, who is 39. And Gregory Jarva, who was 41. That's Gregory Jarvis, 41. All in all, 7 astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger. And again, Tom, we're just waiting here, as you are, for some word as to the fate of those aboard the Space Shuttle.
Thank you very much, John. I can talk at some length about Judy Resnik, one of the astronauts that was aboard this ill-fated shuttle this morning. She was one of the first astronauts assigned to NBC News when we first began covering this program. She was a determined and enthusiastic young physicist who maintained her enthusiasm for the space program even through some long delays. As a matter of fact, I had a note from her recently inviting me to come down and watch this launch because we've had a kind of a running joke about the delays in the Shuttle Challenger and in the shuttle program. Judy lives in Houston, Texas. She's given over her life to the space program, and it appears today that she may have, in fact, given her life to the space program. She was one of those people who worked in anonymity, really. She was not the first woman to go into space. That was Sally Ride, but Judy Resnik was right behind her, and she's a payload specialist. She has been living in Houston outside the Space Center now for about the past 10 years, going to work on what is a really trying routine for these people who are involved in the space program. It's not all the glamour of the launch day. Long hours, sometimes 7 days a week. Training in programs for which we may not think as civilians that there will be any payoff, but they know that ultimately that they will learn from it. So it's an enormous tragedy for all the families of all the astronauts who are involved, not just the McAuliffe family. Dan Molina now is at Houston. Do we know any more down there, Dan, at the Johnson Space Center?
Tom, we're just getting a little bit more information. We are told that there is a recovery force in the area. They are correcting the distance that Challenger was downrange when it exploded. They are saying it was 18 miles downrange now. They are saying that there was no, quote, anomalous information coming into Mission Control at the time that the explosion occurred. That, of course, translates to nothing wrong, apparently. It occurred the explosion, that is, occurred shortly after what is known as throttle up to 104%. They throttle up the engines to 104% of their capacity. That is a normal procedure during launch. And it was at that point that the explosion occurred. Mission Control here in Houston has complete control of the launch sequence from the point where the shuttle clears the tower, which is about 7 seconds into launch. So all of the information, all of the telemetry comes into here at the Johnson Space Center. They are studying it now. They are telling us nothing more than they couldn't see anything wrong at the time. Obviously, a complete evaluation going on here and at headquarters in Washington, D.C. Aside from that, Tom, we have no further information for you now.
I think it might be useful if we showed a NASA animation of what is supposed to happen under normal circumstances now. During a routine separation, what happens is that those two large rockets on either side of the shuttle slide away from it. And the big external tank, which is now orange-colored at the back of it, that just breaks up. What is supposed to happen is that those two external rockets slide away, and the big external tank breaks up, and then, of course, the shuttle itself goes into orbit. It's really a flying airplane with two short wings on it. Let us show you now a NASA animation of what is supposed to happen on a normal launch. And then the external tank will separate and it will break up. If that external tank is filled with a combination of oxygen and hydrogen, it fuels the main engines, which are at the very bottom of the spacecraft itself. They're used for liftoff and then for directional purposes during the course of the flight, and then, of course, they're used once again as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere for the landing either at Cape Canaveral or sometimes at California at Edwards Air Force Base. At the Jet Propulsion Laboratory today in Pasadena, California, NBC News space correspondent Roy Neal, who has watched a lot of these, and he has watched a lot of, or too many tragedies over the years as well. Roy?
Let me first of all say that NASA had planned on everything except what happened this morning. As you know, they had abort modes, 4 of them, which would handle almost every situation, including, an escape chute down which they could ride off the launch pad. But this, whatever it was, this catastrophic failure was not in the NASA plan. And what it means to most of the experienced reporters here who have been covering this beat and who are here in Pasadena because we've been observing Voyager passing by Uranus. What it means to most of the reporters here is NASA now has to go back to its drawing board. First, it has to find out what happened, and after that, in addition to finding out what happened, what do they do to fix it? The only time before in the whole history of the space program that astronauts have ever been killed in the line of duty was back on what they call Apollo 1. And at that time, the spacecraft was on the launch pad. It was an early version of the Apollo spacecraft, which called for a total redesign. Now, obviously, the space shuttle, having flown a number of times and flown very well, experienced something strange, something that caused catastrophe. Among the reporters here, there was a mood. It was incredible. They were gathered for a news conference that should be taking place in about a half hour, a climatic news conference that should have covered all the wonderful things that an unmanned probe had discovered in deep space out of a far planet. Instead, as they watched in utter amazement on their monitors, the reporters saw instead catastrophe at the Cape, an explosion the size of a small nuclear weapon, we are told, because that's about the explosive capability of the external fuel tank when it blows. A small nuclear weapon, in space, of course, actually in atmosphere, but high enough that no one was there to observe it. Enough miles from the Cape that they could see it, but not feel the power of that detonation. There was one chute that was seen, but the observers also know there were no chutes for the crew. No chutes, no escape tower, no way out for this kind of failure. Instead, the only chutes on board were to bring down the solid rocket boosters. And one of them did indeed deploy, and presumably there's a solid rocket booster somewhat burned out somewhere out there in the Atlantic Ocean. But as far as the crew is concerned at this writing, it would seem totally hopeless, and NASA obviously has suffered a tremendous tragedy with the catastrophic failure today. Tom?
Right, wouldn't you think that the shuttle program now is just going to be on hold for an undetermined number of months? They've had a number of difficulties with the launch of this vehicle before today because of not just weather, but they had problems even with the door handle yesterday. Don't you think that there probably will be a congressional demand and a public demand that the shuttle go on hold for a while until they get it absolutely trouble-free?
I would think, Tom, were you and I running the program, that's exactly what we'd do. Settle back, figure it out, determine what has to be done, then do it, and then start all over again. I don't know how deeply this accident will impact the program. I think that remains to be seen, subject to engineering studies.
It has been a troubled program, of course. They've been hoping, they've got 4 of these vehicles all together, and they've been hoping to put them up on a regular basis. There was even some optimism that they could do it as regularly as 1 or every 2 weeks or so, because they hope that the space shuttle program will be, in effect, a space truck, a kind of orbiting laboratory for space concerns. It will be an effort to launch a lot of communication satellites, which they've done already. But this is going to set it back, and the United States has an enormous investment in all of this, not just financially, but politically and now emotionally as well. Dan Molina is in Houston. Dan?
Tom, we're going to go back to this morning early when we saw the astronauts for the first time this morning going through the routine that has become so familiar to us now, a very happy routine as they began their day. This was the breakfast. You can see the entire crew there with their mission cake, that a tradition, out in front of them all, posing for what they were very confident would be a launch today. After the hang-ups of several days, the weather was cold, but they felt that it would be okay. They got their door handle fixed. That was something that hung them up yesterday. Delayed the launch long enough for the winds to kick up and delay the launch finally. Now you see them. That's Dick Scobee walking out, Judy Resnik, all of them walking out to the truck that would take them to the launch pad. There you see Sharon Christa McAuliffe, the teacher at Space, going into the elevator. The doors will close now, and they'll head out towards the launch pad. This, of course, as we say, a very happy morning for them. Everything seemed to be going just right. Applause from their ground control teams as they headed out onto the towards the launch pad. There's Dick Scobee and Judy Resnik heading up the team. Big smile from Christa McAuliffe. Ellie Onizuka giving a wave. Headed for the van that would take them out towards the launch pad.
Big smiles today.
They got an extra hour of sleep this morning because the launch was delayed by 1 hour early. That because of a problem with an electronic fire detector out on the launch pad. Now, that fire detector comes to mind at this point, but we were told earlier on that the fire detector was part of the equipment on the launch pad itself and nothing that was attached to the orbiter. And so that, at this point at least, would seem to be ruled out as anything that might be connected with the disaster. Christa McAuliffe there donning the suit that they wear, the equipment that they wear for a ditch into the ocean. That vest that they are putting on now is equipped with several items that can keep them safe in the ocean should they land the shuttle in the ocean and then use some of the emergency exits that the shuttle is equipped with. That, of course, would happen during a landing on the ocean, which became a possibility, you can recall, a couple flights back when there was an apparent failure of a main engine. Those main engines have been of concern ever since the beginning of the program. The main engine was shut down after a sensor showed it to be overheating, and that was the occasion for a great deal of worry that the shuttle might go down either at one of the emergency landing sites or perhaps in the ocean, and that would occasion the use of those vests which Christa is now putting on her back. It's equipped with a number of life-saving devices, including a raft that can keep them afloat for some 24 hours on the water. Of course, in this case, there appears to have been no chance that they could have ever gotten to the water. That explosion in mid-flight, we are told, 18 miles downrange. Tom?
Thanks very much, Dan Molina. We want to remind everyone that this was the 25th flight in the shuttle series. It was the 10th launch of the Challenger vehicle, and standing by this morning at Cape Canaveral is NBC News correspondent Steve Delaney, who was there for the launch itself. Steve?
Tom, it was a magnificent morning after all the trouble they'd had in the last day or so. Came up nice, clear, bright dawn. We were all telling each other that we could see this thing all the way to Africa downrange as we watched it. And this is the first one I've seen, and I was standing out here on the porch where we've done these things so many times collectively, watched it up in the air, and suddenly there was a stunned silence, and so everybody was saying, hey, something is not normal here. And that's apparently when the explosion happened, and you could see that within a few minutes after the liftoff, there was something that was obviously and tragically gone wrong with this. They had been waiting for this moment for quite a long time. This really should have been the 6th day of this flight. It was put off a couple of times last week because of bad weather in Africa and some of the alternate landing sites, and it was put off yesterday for mechanical problems. But it was that great rushing roar of sound, that too bright to look at light, that powerful thrust of all that energy going straight up and into outer space that we have watched on television over and over again. Seeing it for the first time this morning was a great rush, a great thrill. And then all of a sudden, as they got about a minute and a few seconds into the flight, it became clear that something wasn't going right.
Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells.
And at this point, they're about to take the engine power back up to achieve the lift all the way into the low orbit that they were looking for, the elliptical orbit that they take up before they start station keeping up there.
Engines throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go with throttle up. Challenger, go with throttle up.
Tom, it wasn't that visible from the ground, but at this point it was very clear. People were gasping, and you can see the two sides of the debris going out, almost looking like a pair of cow's horns, each curving in a different direction. Nobody was quite sure what we were looking at that point.
Yeah, Steve?
Except it was very clear that something was awfully wrong.
Yeah, the only thing that looked to be intact, to my naked eye at least, was one of the solid rocket boosters that seemed to be going off in one direction. But everything else seemed to have been virtually destroyed by the magnitude of that explosion at what appeared to be the base of the rocket. Of course, it's back there that the main engines are located.
Well, that's where all the energy was being burned, and I think I heard somebody from the mission control in Houston say a few minutes ago that it was just after the 3 main engines to burn that this happened, and absolutely without warning. There was no anomaly, as they say. There was no indication here or from the things that the controllers were saying that anything was happening other than a great, dramatic, beautiful liftoff, as we've seen so many times before.
Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on there right now in terms of the crowd? Are people sticking around? It's always a big attraction in Florida, of course, but a tragedy of this scope. Are people staying around to hear what the final answer is, or are they just drifting away, Steve?
Well, as usually happens, there was a tremendous number in the yellow tent back there that you may be able to see. There's a VIP section. There were 8 or 10 busloads of people who had been invited here to watch this. Some of them were educators. Some of them were people with a special interest in either the hardware they were carrying along or something else. As soon as this happened, of course, we all got so busy that we didn't really notice what happened to them, but they're not here. Reporters began to scuttle around in various directions, trying to first of all comprehend what had happened, and then see what if anything, we could do to help other people understand what was going on.
Steve and Tom.
What happened to the spectators, I don't know.
Okay. Yes, John Palmer, New York.
Yeah, we're hearing now from NASA. They say that the rescue teams are just now being allowed to enter the impact zone, and the new coordinates we have of the impact zone here are 10.4 miles uprange, 8 miles out over the ocean, where the impact occurred. They say they're just now being allowed into the area because for some minutes after the impact, there was a lot of debris. Some of it we saw there in that replay of the explosion falling out of the sky, and it would be just too dangerous to get into that particular area. But again, of course, we have no word on the fate of the crew, but it doesn't look very good.
There were, what, 3 Coast Guard cutters, John, I'm told, and 2 helicopters in that area.
That's right.
And they're just now, it's about 1 hour after the explosion, 1 hour and a couple of minutes maybe, that they're finally able to enter that area. But as you say, debris continues to fall into the ocean there. There's been no indication whatsoever from NASA of any sign of life. We continue to point out to you. We have no confirmation, of course, that the 7-person crew was killed. But the fact of the matter is, if you looked at those pictures as we did, it seemed that no one could possibly survive that. Fred Francis is at the Defense Department this morning. And Fred, what do they have out there in terms of rescue vehicles and rescue ships?
Well, Tom, this has become so routine that they just had 3 Coast Guard cutters out there this morning, only 1 assigned to actually patrol up and down and keep spectators away from the launch area just off the coast. But of course, as soon as it happened, the United States Navy began moving its ships. And right now, we're told that a U.S. Navy hydrofoil, the USS Pegasus, is about 30 minutes from the scene and heading full speed in that direction, along with the U.S. Navy frigate, the USS Underwood, and that's about 1 hour and 20 minutes away. But Tom, I must tell you that within seconds of watching that explosion here at the Pentagon with several Air Force officers, they did not know what happened, but they were very certain that the devastation of the explosion, one man said, nobody survived that. So what they're going to do now is actually look for pieces, pick up all the pieces that are possible in that area. And as we saw it shower down, it's going to be quite a wide area of picking up debris.
Yeah, Fred, also the shuttle, of course, has military applications. The United States military has hoped to use it for a variety of mostly classified purposes thus far. My guess is that this will put everything on hold in terms of the shuttle program, not just for civilian purposes, but for military purposes as well. As you were talking with those Air Force officers, do they have any thoughts on that?
Well, that has been a long-running controversy here at the Pentagon. Many in the Air Force want to have the expendable launch vehicles used without the shuttle to put into orbit reconnaissance satellites and communication satellites. They don't feel, and they've not felt for a long time, that the shuttle has been reliable enough to put up those time-urgent satellites that the United States so depends on. And of course, this will fuel that controversy. Many in the Air Force will say we have to go to the expendable vehicles. We must put our satellites in the air apart from NASA. And that will hurt NASA, of course, not just from a tragedy like this, because NASA depends so much on millions and millions of dollars given to it by the Air Force for launching those satellites.
Fred, right now we're looking at live NASA pictures out over the Cape. This is the ocean just off the coast of Florida. That's near Cocoa Beach, Florida. It's a familiar sight, of course. The Kennedy Space Center located at Cape Canaveral. A sparkling, clear day. It's been cold in Florida.
Tom, interesting, Tom, that we usually have a Soviet trawler or some sort of Soviet spy ship off the coast of Cape Canaveral for almost every one of these launches. And perhaps they've become so routine for them as well that on this day, the United States Navy says there are no Soviet vessels in the area.
Well, those clear blue skies and that sparkling ocean are quite a contrast, of course, to the tragedy that we are describing for you today. The blow-up of the Shuttle Challenger about 2 minutes after it left the launch pad at Cape Canaveral with 7 people on board, including schoolteacher Christa McAuliffe. Robert Brazell, NBC News chief science correspondent, is at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, where he was preparing a report on the Voyager spacecraft. The Voyager, of course, has been taking pictures of the Uranus moons and other objects in outer space. That had hoped to be a triumph report today. Instead, we're dealing with this tragedy. Bob, do you think that NASA just went too far in terms of its public relations efforts by putting a teacher on board after putting a couple of congressional people in what, under almost any circumstances, is a pretty high-risk situation?
It certainly is. In fact, I think I could inject a personal note here, because the commander of that mission, Francis Scobee, who was known as Dick Scobee, as you remember, Tom, on the earlier space missions, we always had an astronaut who was our advisor, and Dick Scobee was one on the first mission where Sally Ride flew, so he was with us for a long time, and I got to know the man very well. And I remember one night we were driving back from the launch pad, and he said to me that someday one of these things is going to blow up. I remember this conversation very well. He said, it's a very complex piece of machinery. It has a lot of explosives on it. He said, someday, like there's bound to be airplane crashes, he said, someday one of these is going to blow up. And he said, I certainly hope that when that happens, it won't end the space shuttle program or put it in jeopardy. Now, that was what he said. I remember it very clearly now. But, of course, I think that his prediction won't be true. I think that this is going to cause, of course, a very long delay, if not an abandonment of manned spaceflight for a while, because in terms of the public relations effort, of course, it couldn't have been worse, but just in terms of trying to understand what happened, is it worth it to put people in space? Because there's been a lot of criticism in Congress to say that most of the things that are being done by these people could, in fact, be done by robots, and this may lead to a lot more thinking in that direction.
Yeah, well, my guess is, Bob, that there will be no more civilians in space for a long, long time in the shuttle program, and that the program itself will be delayed, but the United States investment is so considerable, and there is potential there that they will be able to reactivate the program down the road a ways, but certainly they're going to have to work out the problems that they've been having recently with these delayed launches, and then today, this enormous tragedy. We have a report here that top NASA officials have told Representative Manuel Lujan of New Mexico that it doesn't look like any lives were saved when the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded today. A congressional aide reporting that. Steve Goldstein, who was Lujan's aide, said that Dr. William Graham, the NASA administrator, and his legislative assistant, Jack Murphy, were meeting with Lujan on Capitol Hill to discuss the agency's budget at the time of liftoff at about 11:38 this morning, and then he was told that it doesn't look like any of the lives were saved. Of course, this was stunning to people in Congress as well. There was a moment of silent prayer. The House immediately adjourned for about 2 hours. A terrible thing, a terrible thing. Those are the words of House Speaker Thomas P. Tip O'Neill. Now let's go to Capitol Hill for the reaction from there. John Dancy.
Tom, I'm in the Senate press gallery at the moment. As you can imagine, a number of television crews are assembling here, starting to set up their equipment, because this is the place that one of the first reactions will be felt here on Capitol Hill, because once something like this happens, of course, it has a tremendous effect all across the country, and that's felt here on Capitol Hill. You were talking earlier, Tom, about the fact that this may cause a great delay in it. Certainly there are going to be calls from Congress for investigations of what went wrong. There will certainly be calls for NASA to hold up, not to launch anymore, and Congress will be a key player in that. We are waiting right now for Senator Jake Garn, who's expected here in the Senate gallery momentarily. Senator Garn, of course, is the only senator to have ever flown in a space shuttle. Congressman Bill Nelson from Florida flew on the last space shuttle, and of course both of them have firsthand knowledge of what happens during that moment of throttle up, and we're waiting for Senator Garn to come here. Interestingly enough, Tom, over the Christmas holiday, I was talking with Senator John Glenn about the space program, the Mercury program, when he was in it, and he was reminiscing, and he said that during that time, when there were 7 astronauts, they often talked themselves about the fact that there might be 1 or 2 of them who didn't come back, who didn't make it, because it was such a dangerous program. And he was marveling about the fact that the space shuttle had been such a tremendously successful program that the first space shuttle was, in fact, launched without a test program. It was launched with men aboard. Tom?
Thank you very much. And of course, we had that flight in January of 1967, shuttle, the Apollo 1, when there was a fire on board. Virgil Grissom and 2 other astronauts were killed, and that we've not had any deaths in the space program until now. There have been some close calls along the way, but nothing approaching what has happened today here in the skies over Cape Canaveral, Florida, the Kennedy Space Center there on the east coast of Florida, about halfway down the peninsula. These are live pictures, and somewhere out there, rescue ships and other vehicles now, other helicopters, other vessels are attempting to find out what they can, to recover what they can of the debris from the Space Shuttle Challenger. The silence is deafening. There is no word from NASA, no word from the rescue vehicles, no word whatsoever on what may have happened to the 7 people on board, but there is no indication whatsoever that they could possibly have survived the enormous explosion that we all saw, and that we'll show you now if you're just joining us, about 2 minutes into the flight today, which lifted off at 11:38 Eastern Time this morning.
Gimbal now underway. T-minus 15 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Roger, roll, Challenger. Good roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading downrange. Engines beginning throttling down now at 94%. Normal throttles for most of the flight, 104%. We'll throttle down to 65% shortly. engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs. Velocity 2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles. Downrange distance 3 nautical miles. Engines throttling up. 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go at throttle up. Challenger, go at throttle up.
1 minute 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
Miles up in the sky, the explosion occurred. You could hear the NASA narrator as he continued to read the signals and not watch what was happening on the monitor itself. There was the explosion. As you can see, it seems almost impossible that anyone could have survived that. Ironically enough, it was 19 years ago yesterday that they had the fire on board the Apollo spacecraft, of course, in which 3 astronauts were killed. Dan Molina is at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where they're monitoring all of the telemetry or the signals that they have so far. Dan?
Tom, we just heard again from Steve Nesbitt, who is the NASA commentator. Actually, he is speaking now, if it's possible for us to listen in. A pause there. Steve told us that the recovery teams are searching the coastal area, and he repeated his understatement of earlier that we had an incident. We are going to see now, we're going to go now to a tape from earlier in the day when Steve Nesbitt narrated all that NASA knew in the minutes after the explosion, all that NASA knew about what happened. Let's listen to that now.
We did have this morning at launch time. Launch time was approximately 10:38 Central Time. On launch, approximately a minute or so after tower clear, there was an apparent explosion of the orbiter. At the time, data was lost approximately a minute into the flight. That was shortly after throttle up to 104% of the 3 main engines. The flight director polled positions, flight controller positions in the room later on and this morning, and was informed that there were no anomalous indications at the time. Tracking reported impact of the vehicle with the water. According to data, that was approximately 18 miles downrange at the time data stopped. Recovery forces being deployed to the field, were unable shortly to enter the specific area because of continuing falling debris, and at about this time are being admitted to the impact area. Contingency procedures are in effect, and following those procedures, all of the data available in mission control from the flight at the point or up to the point of the incident, data is being secured and will be carefully evaluated. We have no additional information at this time, and we'll keep you advised as other details become available. This is Mission Control, Houston.
And as we say, there has been very little substantial information to add beyond that since the incident happened. These the first apparent deaths in the space program since the deaths of Ed White, Roger Chaffee, and Gus Grissom on the Apollo 1 launch pad many years ago. Tom, I must say that I was hearing Bob Bazell and you and some of the other gentlemen talking about the impact of this on the U.S. space program. It's well to remember how much of the U.S. space effort has been invested in the shuttle itself, and that has been another of the criticisms of it through the years, is that we are shoving so much into the space shuttle program, leaving very little left for anything else. The space shuttle program is essential to the space station program that is planned, both the NASA space station and a private space station that is planned for the next several years. It's essential to interplanetary exploration that's scheduled for later this year. It is the focus of the U.S. space program. And so now we find that whatever happens to the shuttle program, whatever its fate after this tragedy, it will affect most of the rest of the U.S. space shuttle program as well. Tom?
Even before today's explosion, of course, as you indicate, there were all manner of criticisms of the space shuttle program, whether or not we had invested too much, whether or not it was appropriate for the United States to be involved in a governmental way with private enterprise and the launching of satellites, whether or not we could ever pay for the Space Shuttle program. There were some very ambitious plans at the very beginning for launching, as I said, on a regular basis. So far, they have not panned out. The military use of it, some people indicated that the domestic side of the budget was paying for what was ultimately going to be a military vehicle of one kind or another for the launching of secret weapons or secret satellites. So today's tragedy will bring all of that sharply into focus, and we will have, my guess is, a national forum now examining what has gone wrong with the Space Shuttle program and what the future of it ought to be. It was at about 9 miles up in the air today when the Space Shuttle program came apart, literally in the skies, and apparently 7 people were killed. Once again, videotape of that tragic moment. This is in slow motion. As you can see it, the sky filled with fire and an explosion that, according to Roy Neal, some scientists are saying was the size of a small nuclear blast.
Tom, the NASA officials are saying that it's really virtually impossible for them to have prepared for a disaster of this kind while they have a 100-member recovery crew there at the launch site right along the landing strip. Should there trouble develop and should the space shuttle have to come back for an emergency landing, they're there to help out. But there's really nothing that they can do out over the open sea except have ships in position and try to get there and pick up the pieces and see what they can do well after the fact.
Yeah, John, what they have is, in effect, plans prepared in case there's something minor that goes wrong, and that airplane, the space shuttle, and that's really what it is, has to make a quick return and make a landing back once again at the Kennedy Space Center. But nothing to prepare for an explosion of this kind, a tragedy of this scope, because there's no way that you could get out of that. Even if you had parachutes, you're at 9 miles up. And, of course, it's very unlikely that anyone could survive a parachute jump of that magnitude. And they were not prepared to do that in any event. There are some emergency escape procedures from when it's on the ground, in case something goes wrong then. There is, as I say, there are some prepared emergency procedures for if something minor goes wrong and they can return, and then they have what they call a once-around procedure. If something goes wrong and they don't get into the orbit that they want to, they can land in Spain or they can land in California, different places, but nothing to deal with an explosion of this kind today because there seemed to be nothing left of the spacecraft itself.
We're told that at the time of the explosion that Dr. William Graham, who is the administrator of NASA, was on Capitol Hill. He was getting ready to meet with a congressman and talk about NASA's budget. And just as they were ready to start that meeting, the administrator, Graham, said, let's turn on the TV and watch the liftoff of the Shuttle Challenger. They saw it, and immediately he knew something was wrong, and we were told he called officials at NASA and said, what has happened? And they told him, of course, there had been an explosion, and there was very little chance that there could be any survivors aboard the shuttle.
Okay, we expect to hear from Senator Jake Garn, who is on Capitol Hill today in about 10 minutes at the Senate Press Gallery. Senator Garn was the first civilian to go on board one of these flights. There was some criticism at the time that he was chosen for that flight because he's on a committee that is instrumental in determining the size of the NASA budget. He's a former Air Force fighter pilot, and yet he did have some difficulty on re-entry. You'll remember when he got off the space shuttle in California, his legs were a little wobbly, and it took him a while to recover. But nonetheless, he said that it was an exhilarating experience for him, and there had been plans on the part of NASA to have a wide range of civilian passengers on board the shuttle. Senator Bill Nelson, whose district in which Kennedy Space Center is located, went on this recently completed flight. A teacher today, Christa McAuliffe, plans for a journalist at some point, plans for other scientists from outside the NASA community to go on as well. There have been hopes that as the program proceeds, that private enterprise, pharmaceutical companies, and other scientific companies could put up their own specialists to perform experiments in the weightless condition that exists in the big payload bay, which is at the back of the space shuttle vehicle itself. We are now coming up in about 1 hour and 20 minutes after the explosion. Still no confirmation of the fate of the 7 people on board, but to repeat once again, there is no indication whatsoever that any of them could have survived that explosion. Steve Delaney is at the Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, Florida now. Steve?
Yes, Tom.
In terms of looking ahead at where NASA goes from here, it was probably also a good idea to look back a little bit, because this was the 25th lift. This was the 10th time for the workhorse of the fleet, the Challenger. And they had accomplished a great number of things. They had laid to rest, by putting civilians up in the air, they had laid to rest some of the mystique that was built up around the early NASA astronauts. You no longer had to be a test pilot. You no longer had to be a specialist in one sort or another. You could be, and today was, for the first time, included in the crew, an ordinary citizen. And we're looking at pictures now that indicate how difficult it is going to be to find and recover and make sense of what happened this morning. The pieces, they say, have still been raining down from the sky. They came from a long way up. The smaller ones, the ones that are made basically out of scrap sheet metal. The heavier pieces, they gave us an impact time and point a long while back. Not very, in fact, the heavier pieces, Tom, seemed to come down almost as fast as they went up, which was quite fast indeed. NASA does have a helicopter, which is part of the coverage pattern that they have for showing us the pictures of the launch early on, and that camera is now out over the search area taking a look, and there's just an awful lot of blank space out there, and the chances of finding anything that would tune up the hearts of people who are worried about the crew are pretty remote. But yes, Tom, it just seems that whatever started so well, I mean, the luck tends to go in cycles, and they'd had a run of bad luck and a run of delays for sometimes seemingly silly reasons. But this morning, everything looked so well that it just was that much more unexpected when this flight ended in such tragedy.
Steve, I think what happens is that in this high-tech world in which we all live these days, we expect these things to go off flawlessly. We expect all kinds of what would be considered minor miracles just 10 years ago to be part of our routine lives. And I think maybe that television has contributed to some of that as well, because we've covered a number of these launches. They have been quite beautiful. I can tell you, as one who has watched a number of them from where Steve Delaney is today, it's an exhilarating experience. It seems as if nothing can go wrong. After all, we're putting a 37-year-old woman school teacher on board the Space Shuttle. There's a lot of excitement about that.
Well, that's what I meant about...
But it's a very complicated piece of machinery, and it is highly volatile.
Well, it certainly was this morning. Christa McAuliffe was selected, as you recall, over about 11,000 other applicants, all of who wanted to get in on this program. There have been 1,400 or so journalists who have submitted their names in a deadline that recently passed to be the first professional storyteller to go into space and turn around and come back and try to increase the knowledge of what's been going on. They used to say about astronauts that they were very good pilots and not very good poets, but the idea was to try to make the kind of magic that the space program had become more available to people who had no special training as perfect physical specimens or test pilots. A long way between a 37-year-old lady school teacher and the kind of people who we had with the Glens and the Shiraz and the first crop of astronauts who flew the Mercury program out of here so many years ago.
Steve, we have the first reaction from Nancy Reagan, who was watching, it turns out, the launch of the shuttle this morning in the private quarters of the White House, and one of her spokespersons said that Mrs. Reagan's reaction immediately was, "Oh my God." She watched in shocked disbelief, we're told. She said that she would start praying for some thread of hope. Tragically, as well, not only were 1,200 students of Concord High School, where Mrs. McAuliffe taught, watching this on television today, but at the Cape itself, her family was assembled. Her husband, Stephen, and two small children, a boy and a girl. Young Scott and Caroline were there watching, too. That, I believe, is her mother and father.
Situation. Obviously a major malfunction. We have no downwind.
They appear not to know quite what's going wrong. Now, the realization. McAuliffe's parents watching today at Cape Canaveral. You could hear the NASA commentator in the background say there's a major malfunction. Now I think it is beginning to dawn on them that something terribly is wrong. You can hear another NASA official in the background saying, let's get out of this area. At the Senate press gallery, Senator Jake Garn, the first civilian to go up in the space shuttle, talking to reporters now. Let's go there.
All right. Your reaction to what happened today?
Well, it's very difficult for me to talk about it because these were my friends. Mike Smith, the pilot, was my mother hen the first month that I trained. They assigned him to me, go to my classes and help brief me. And I don't know of any time that I have been more shocked or more moved than when my first wife was killed in an automobile accident. And so it's been very, very difficult for me this morning.
What does this do to the space program here and its support on the Hill, Senator?
Well, I have great confidence in the space program. I think it's a remarkable system. And I think we should push ahead after we have determined the cause. Obviously, we should not fly until we have determined the cause of this particular failure. But I think we need to look at all of the successes, the remarkable safety record that the space program has had, the benefits that come from it, and the crew members that I knew so well. I would expect that they would want us to go ahead with the space program after we have gone through the proper investigations and analysis and know what happened.
How should we go about investigating those?
Well, obviously, you have to gather all of the data. It has been impounded at this point. There'll have to be a lot of studies, but there are some superbly qualified experts in this area that I think will be able to determine what the failure was.
Senator, you were on board the space shuttle. You felt that tremendous boost that you got. Now, from the telemetry that we heard, the voice data that we heard, they had just told the pilot to go to full throttle, and he had said he was throttling up. What happens at that moment?
You have a combination of the solid rocket booster power and liquid hydrogen and oxygen in the main tank. And because most of your thrust comes from the solid rocket boosters, while you're still in the atmosphere, you can exceed the maximum dynamic pressure. So the main engines are only at about 60% of power until you get further out of the atmosphere. And they had just been given the command to throttle up, and then you go to 104% or maximum power on the solids, or on the liquids, and so that is exactly what had taken place. They were high enough so they would not endanger the orbiter from too much pressure, and were given that order that they could proceed to increase the power.
What are some of the things that can go wrong at that moment?
Well, you have a very large external tank of very volatile liquid hydrogen and oxygen. And you're just simply, it's like in an automobile, you are putting more fuel. You're pushing down on the accelerator, you're putting more fuel to bring more power. And of course, at this point, we don't know whether it was one of the solids, we don't know whether it was the liquid engines or not. There's just no way to know at this point.
What was your opinion of the amount of missions that NASA had scheduled for this year? Do you think that they were capable of going ahead with 14 or 15 safely?
Yes, I think so. The major problem these last couple of missions has been weather, and that is something that NASA cannot control. But yes, I think the program was mature enough that, and with the opening of the second pad, Pad B, which Challenger was launched from this morning, with 2 pads and also the addition of the 4th orbiter. Yes, I think they were capable of that schedule.
Do you think it's going to make any difference to civilians in space from now on?
Well, I can't judge what decisions NASA will make, but my own opinion, again, after the investigations, we should proceed with the program, and that would include the civilians in space program as well.
As a civilian yourself going in, were you adequately warned that something like this could happen?
Oh, of course. The training is very thorough and very adequate. In my own case, having flown more than 10,000 hours, I was certainly aware that there are dangers in flying. However, I still feel very strongly that I'm much safer in flying an aircraft than any day that I'm on the Capitol Beltway, and I don't mean that to be facetious at all. We kill nearly 50,000 people a year on the in the highways of this country, because of half of them because of drunk driving. I wish we'd pay a lot more attention to that.
Senator, should there have been some way for them, or was there any way for them to get out at this point? Should there have been?
No, I don't think so. In Columbia originally, during the test phase, when just they were sending 2 test pilots up, they did have an escape capsule. The program had been proved safe enough, in my opinion, that they didn't need them in the other orbiters, and Columbia had been modified so that it did not have the escape mechanism in it. This is purely my opinion, but in watching what happened this morning, I would doubt very much, even if you had had an escape capsule on board or parachutes, that it would have been possible to get out with that kind of an explosion in any event.
Senator, in light of all of the delays surrounding recent shuttles and this one, do you think that NASA may have been too anxious to get this one off the ground?
No, I was down on Saturday and for the launch on Sunday morning, and they were criticized on Sunday for being overly careful. Safety has always been foremost in their minds. And we woke up on Sunday morning after having canceled at 10 o'clock the night before to a perfect morning. It was beautiful, sunny, clear blue skies, perfect launch, and there was a lot of talk that rather irritated me. Well, NASA was overly cautious. And so, no, I don't think that's true at all.
What happens in your subcommittee now in terms of funding for the program?
Well, I can't answer that question exactly because of Graham-Rudman and the other budget constraints, but I certainly have no intentions other than to push on and that does not change the intent or the progress of the program.
How do you think the investigation ought to be handled, Senator? Should there be some sort of blue ribbon panel put together, or should NASA be allowed to handle it?
Well, I think NASA has the technical experts, and if they need more than in-house, they will pull them in. I don't think we need to go outside that other than to draw on consultants if necessary. NASA is so thorough and so careful. If any of you had experienced how they go through the redundancy and the backups and careful nature, the dedication of these scientists and engineers in NASA, I have full faith in them. They want the program to succeed. They want to take care of their astronauts. It's always a real team effort. They work closely together, and they will want to find out what happened more than anybody else.
Senator, how lucky do you feel today that you returned safely?
Well, I don't feel particularly lucky. I think the program is reliable. In all programs, in flight test programs for aircraft, we have accidents. And I don't, it's a surprise to me that it happened, but I would go again tomorrow. If NASA would let me go, I would go again.
What effect is this likely to have on the community of astronauts?
Well, first of all, they're all such a close-knit group. They're not looking any beyond today except the sorrow of losing some of their companions. You go through each one. I knew Christa McAuliffe the least of them because she wasn't there. Greg Jarvis I trained with, Dick Scobee I knew, Mike Smith was my mother hen, and you go on a Zuka flew in January last year when I was flying, so it's and where they live together all the time, they train together, they fly together. There's obviously utter shock and disbelief down at Houston today among the astronaut corps.
On your mission, was the crew equipped with parachutes and were there ejection seats?
No, only Columbia had them at the beginning of the mission, just during the first, I don't remember, 3 or 4 missions.
Senator Jake Garn,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
And obviously and understandably shaken Senator Jake Garn, who knew, of course, the members of that crew because he had trained with NASA and had flown just a couple of missions ago on one of the space shuttle flights. He's a veteran fighter pilot, and he was obviously very shaken by what happened here today. Dan Molina in Houston, any additional information at the Johnson Space Center?
Tom, we are hearing absolutely nothing new at this point. The NASA Select, which is the broadcast system which gives us information from NASA, has been completely quiet since the last information we heard, which was, again, that there were no anomalies noted as the shuttle was taking off. That translates to nothing apparently going wrong as they were watching all of their instruments in Mission Control. Mission Control here has complete control of the launch sequence after the shuttle clears the tower. They have all the information from the orbiter systems and the computers coming into them here. They were noticing nothing wrong. Again, they were at the point where the shuttle powers up to 104% of its rated capacity. That's a normal procedure during launch, a procedure that allows them to get into their proper telemetry for flight. We are seeing now a picture of Mission Control. There is absolutely nothing happening in there right now. The people are glued to whatever information they can get off of their monitors. There are very few muscles twitching. Now, as you see there, right under the word Houston, that is where the flight director sits. He is the man who is in complete charge of this, and you can see them just sitting there waiting for the analysis through their computers of the computer information and the telemetry information that they were getting at the time. Behind the flight director is seated the flight operations director. He is the man that communicates with the NASA administration during these launches.
Yeah, Dan, if you were listening to Senator Garn, as I know that you were, it does appear that what happened is they went to full throttle to 104% on those main engines at the back of the spacecraft that are fueled by that big external tank. That's the orange tank that you see, 560,000 pounds of oxygen and hydrogen, as they push down, in effect, to go to full throttle as they were lifting off into their orbit, they hope. That appears to be the moment when everything went wrong, when the explosion had occurred. And, of course, if there was any malfunction whatsoever, that big external tank is a bomb, in effect. And that's really what it is. It's a huge external tank filled with a highly volatile material. And it appears that's when things went tragically very wrong indeed.
Yes, Tom, indeed. As we were hearing from Bob Bazell and Roy Neal earlier on, the astronauts knew, they all know that something like this was possible with the shuttle. When you talk to them privately, anywhere along through the Space Shuttle program, they would tell you something big is going to happen one day. If it's not a main engine, something serious is going to happen, and we know it, and we're willing to take the risk, Tom.
All right, thanks, Dan Molina. Now to the White House and Chris Wallace, who has been able to talk with President Reagan. Chris?
Well, Tom, the president came into the Roosevelt Room across the hall from the Oval Office just a few moments ago to give us his thoughts about this tragedy. He said that he had no more information than we did, hard information as to what had gone on down in at Cape Canaveral, but all indications seemed to be, and the way both he and his top aides were talking, was that as if they believe that all 7 of the people on board the shuttle are dead. Let me give you some of the questions and answers in a brief on-the-record, off-camera session that the president had with reporters. He said, it's a horrible thing all of us have witnessed. I can't rid myself of the thought of the sacrifice of the families who were there at the Cape and watching this tragedy also. I can't help but think what they must be going through. He then said that he has no more information, although the White House is now on an open line to NASA, that he and his top aides have no more information basically than we are getting from NASA through the Public Information Officer. He was asked whether or not he's going to halt all systems, all space flights of the shuttle until he finds out what happened. He said, I do have confidence in the people running the program. This is the first fatal accident in 56 flights. Obviously, we want to find out what happened, and so that it won't happen again, and I'm sure that there will be no more flights until the flight controllers are absolutely certain of what went wrong and how to repair it. He said, you know, in the past, some of us have gotten a bit impatient with all of the holes in these flights and wondered whether perhaps the flight controllers were a little overzealous, a little too careful. He said, today we tragically found out that, no, that we do need those precautions. As to the fact that a private citizen, Christa McAuliffe, the teacher from New Hampshire, was on board this flight, he said, look, all 7 of those people are citizens. All 7 of them were volunteers. No one goes on that space flight who wasn't very much interested and very much desirous of getting a coveted seat on the shuttle. He said that the space program is basically the last frontier. I guess we have become so confident that things would go right that it comes as an especially great shock when suddenly something goes so terribly wrong. He said that he will go ahead with the State of the Union message tonight, saying that things like that have to go on. We have to go on governing the nation, but he said that obviously there will be a reference to this tragedy during his speech tonight to a joint session of Congress. As for any backlash against the space shuttle, he said no, accidents happen in every line of transportation, and obviously up till now the space shuttle's safety record was perfect. As to who brought him the news, he said that he was in the Oval Office preparing for a background briefing he was going to have with reporters when Vice President Bush and National Security Advisor John Poindexter came in and handed him a note saying that the space shuttle had exploded, no further details. Then the President, Bush, and Poindexter all went to a small study that the President has just off the Oval Office, and like everybody else, turned on their TV to see what was happening, watched, to their horror, tape replays of the explosion. He called it a, quote, very traumatic experience. He said that this will indeed cast a pall on his speech tonight, which he had hoped to use as an opportunity to push his program for the next legislative year. But he said that while they will mention it, you have to go on governing the nation. As for Christa McAuliffe, and there was a certain bitter irony in this, because Christa McAuliffe was named to the space program several months ago in the Roosevelt room, the room where we were all with the president, and at that time it was, of course, a great source of pride to Mr. Reagan, who had come up with the idea of putting a teacher in space. He said that I can't get out of my mind the thought of her husband and her children who were watching as the shuttle exploded. He said, of course, all the other families, many of them were also there, but they, as test pilots, the families of test pilots were more aware of the dangers of this program. He said, knowing that they were there and watching, your heart goes out to them. One other footnote, Tom, we have been told that Mrs. Reagan was upstairs in the family quarters alone and just happened to have the TV set on and was watching live when the flight lifted off and said, oh my God, no, and was very upset when she saw live the terrible tragedy.
Thank you. Chris Wallace of the White House today, and as he indicated, the State of the Union address will go on tonight as scheduled before a joint session of Congress at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. NBC News will have coverage of that, and we'll have continuing coverage all day long here. This enormous tragedy involving the Space Shuttle Challenger. All 7 crew members on board, including the school teacher, Christa McAuliffe, appeared to have perished in a giant explosion that occurred 2 minutes after liftoff today, about 18 miles downrange, about 5 miles up in the air. There are recovery crews now in the area, but so far no word from them. They couldn't even enter the area for a time because there was so much debris falling. The most arresting picture so far today, in addition to the explosion itself, occurred at the Cape, where Christa McAuliffe's husband and her 2 children were watching, along with her parents, Ed and Grace Corrigan of Framingham, Massachusetts. They stood silently during the launch, not entirely sure of what they were seeing, I'm confident. They remained standing together as the loudspeaker brought that chilling announcement. There appears to have been a major malfunction. The vehicle has exploded, it was then, they were then told, and Mrs. Corrigan, that is Christa McAuliffe's mother, looked at the NASA official and repeated his words as a question. The vehicle has exploded.
Tom?
This was to have been a triumphant day, of course, for Christa McAuliffe. She was selected by this administration as the first school teacher to go in space. And Dan Molina now remembers a happier time when, in fact, that selection was made.
The 10 finalists, all the testing, training, and dreaming was over. It all came down to this one moment in the White House. First, Vice President Bush announced the backup for the flight, Barbara Morgan of McCall, Idaho. Then, for 36-year-old Sharon Christa McAuliffe of Concord, New Hampshire, the dream came true.
It's not often that a teacher is at a loss for words. I know my students wouldn't think so. I've made 9 wonderful friends over the last 2 weeks. And when that shuttle goes, they might be one body. But there's going to be 10 souls that I'm taking with me.
This is home in New Hampshire, all spruced up for Christa's return, despite the fact that 5-year-old daughter Caroline doesn't like the whole business.
Because I don't want to go in space, because I just want to stay around my house.
Husband Steve heard the news on the radio.
Everybody who knows her, I think, honestly thought that, you know, there may have been candidates who were certainly her equal, but that there was nobody that would be superior to her.
McAuliffe has already had a taste of what spaceflight will be like. This was a ride in a plane that simulates zero gravity. She'll now go through 114 hours of intensive training. That's, of course, a fraction of what astronauts go through, but enough so she can get along as she takes the flight and records her thoughts in a journal. What, she was asked, does she look forward to most?
Seeing the Earth, seeing the perspective of the Earth, and just being able to see the planet. I mean, you see it in pictures, but be able to see that in reality is going to be wonderful. I do plan to go back to teaching. This is not a career, but it's an unbelievable experience.
Dan Molina, NBC News, Washington.
And apparently it was her last experience, because although we have no confirmation, there is no indication whatsoever that there were any survivors in the crash today of the Space Shuttle Challenger, 2 minutes downrange, about 4.5 miles up in the air. John Palmer is in New York now. John?
Yes, Tom, some of the first rescue teams have apparently arrived on the scene or very near the scene where there was the splashdown of at least the large pieces of the Space Shuttle Challenger and the rocket boosters. They report back that no significant pieces of the shuttle have been found in the water. There is no evidence of any survivors. One theory that is being looked at, we are told, as just a theory by NASA, is that there could have been a rupture in the seam. And Tom, you alluded to this a few minutes ago. When they went to full power at about 1 minute into the flight, there could have been a rupture of the seam from the spacecraft and the solid booster rocket. That right at this point, there could have been a tearing when the rocket went into great acceleration, its fastest point. But of course, that is mere projection or supposition at this point, but it's something we're told they're looking into. And earlier, as we have mentioned, there was a delay of a couple of hours down at the Cape for the launch of the Space Shuttle Challenger. This because of icicles that appeared on the body of the spacecraft because it was below 32 degrees this morning in Florida. They talked about that a while. They even removed some of those icicles. They were greatly concerned that during liftoff, some of these icicles might break off and damage some of those very sensitive tiles on the spacecraft, tiles that are needed for re-entry. But they knocked off some of those icicles. They really didn't think it was any great concern to worry about. There's one other thing that observers at the Cape noticed that was a bit different about the liftoff of this flight, and that was observers say it seemed to be a slower liftoff than they had ever seen before. I was watching it live, and it seemed to me, I thought, in fact, I said out loud to a group who were watching it with me, there must have been a shutdown here. There seemed to be an interminably long time before actually it cleared the pad. That will not be supposition very long because they have all the data there in the computers to check that out. But a number of theories are being considered at this point. Tom?
Thank you, John. Well, it's not unusual for it to look as if it's lifting off very slowly, and of course all the telemetry, all the signals that NASA said it had at that point were normal, so we don't know whether that in fact had anything to do with it. The big external tank, however, is itself a very thin-skinned vessel is really what it is. It holds all that oxygen and hydrogen, and when they do separate, it just breaks up. They don't recover that. They recover the two solid rocket boosters, which are on either side. So it is something that could come apart without too much difficulty. Bob Bazell, who's been covering the Space Shuttle program since its inception now, is at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena. Bob, you and I have been talking about this business of going up in the Space Shuttle because we both have been applicants under the journalist program, and we've been talking about what was required. Tell me a little bit about what the people in Houston and really at Cape Canaveral have said to you about what is required in terms of the kind of people that they will put in that cockpit.
Well, interestingly enough, Tom, the Space Shuttle program was said before today's tragedy to have evolved to the point that almost anybody could have gone up. In fact, one astronaut told me that all you really need to know to go up in the shuttle is how to get out in a hurry that's on the ground, and let's get back to that in a minute, and how to use the toilet in the air. And other than that, it was supposed to be a program where just people could be passengers. Now, it is interesting, I think we should probably talk again, as you were mentioning before, about what the emergency procedures were, because I think the people who aren't as familiar with it, who haven't been watching it that closely, might not understand. There was no emergency escape exit ejection capsule anymore on the shuttle. There was, as you mentioned, as Senator Garn mentioned, in the early days of the program, there were ejection seats for the pilot and the co-pilot. But as the number of people in the crew began to grow, as some of them began to ride downstairs, NASA decided that that was just impractical, and they concentrated on two ways of escaping. One is if something went wrong on the ground, they would scramble out and go down a wire. The other thing was if something happened in the air, they would try to land it either back at a runway at the Cape or, as you mentioned before, to go on to Spain or to try to go once around the world and land at Edwards Air Force Base. So those were the only methods of escape. Now, it appeared from the tape that we've looked at over and over again that there was such an explosion that it wouldn't have mattered what kind of precautions they had. It's also interesting to point out, and everything as we keep saying is speculative at this point, that as you also mentioned, that the external fuel tank that contained that massive amounts of liquid hydrogen and oxygen, essentially a gigantic bomb, is the only part of the space shuttle that's not reusable. So each time they go up, they have a new one. So if we were looking at something that possibly had a defect, that could have been it.
Bob, we're going to look at the tape now once again in slow motion. And this is 1 minute and 15 seconds downrange. There is the explosion. As you can see, it was massive.
It's very difficult to see from the extent of the explosion what might have been involved, because obviously the flames just encompassed everything.
You see one of the solid rocket boosters going off to the right, Bob.
That's right. That seemed to stay intact, but the rest, right. The main vehicle seemed to go just to pieces in a hurry.
Right.
It was interesting that the recovery teams couldn't enter the area because debris kept falling for 15 minutes after the explosion. That was how much debris there was.
I suppose if there's anything to be hoped for, that it was instantaneous.
I suppose that's about it. It was obviously tragic to look. It was obviously tragic to look at those pictures of Christa McAuliffe and his family. But we should remember that there were 6 other people who had families on there as well. And you and I, Tom, know Judy Resnik, one of the astronauts who was on board. As I mentioned before, Dick Scobee was a good friend, somebody who had predicted to me that someday some tragedy like this would happen. So we have 6 families as well as Christa McAuliffe's watching this tragedy today.
Absolutely. We don't want to overlook that. These are, on the other hand, people who know the risks as they go in. They go in as volunteers, and they are taught what the risks are as they go along. There is the crew that you saw today with Dick Scobee in the middle, and it is a tragedy of enormous proportions. There are just too few ways to say it, frankly, except in our own minds. We've all watched this space program for 25 years now, and we've had just 3 deaths prior to this, but now it appears that 7 more today, and it is something in which our national pride is all wrapped up in one form or another, and of course we do feel an attachment to these people, not just to the school teacher, but to the astronauts. They're part of America's folk heroes at this time in our lives. At Cape Canaveral, Steve Delaney standing by at the Kennedy Space Center. Steve?
You were talking a moment ago about watching the space program for 25 years. Jay Barbary has been covering it for NBC radio and occasionally television for a good deal longer than that. You've seen death here before. You've seen explosions before. You were here when that little grapefruit-sized thing blew up back about, what, 57, the first time we tried to get something up in the air.
It's December the 6th, right? 57.
And in all that time, you probably have learned more about how these things work and why they're so careful than anybody else. What does that, all that knowledge lead you to today in terms of trying to figure out what did happen here?
Well, Steve, it's difficult to understand that it could have happened because all of these systems are fed through computers before they lift off, and all the computers have to write them off, have to say everything is fine. In fact, the flight controllers in Houston, they were saying that everything was fine. No one saw anything. But as we look at the videotape as it goes back, it's apparent what happened was that the explosion started at the base of the huge external fuel tank. And
that big silo thing, right, and the space vehicle sits on it like a butterfly on a tree stump.
That's right. It's hanging beneath it. They're going into orbit underneath it this time. Now, the ducts that come out of the big tank feed into the engines. And I believe we're getting ready to look at it now. We just missed it. Anyway, they feed into the engines.
Yeah.
And it appeared from what we can see on the videotape that that's where the explosion began. Something happened there in the big ducts going from the tank into the engines themselves. And it was right after Dick Scobee was told to go for throttle up, which means they have passed through the maximum dynamic pressure and they're ready to start feeding more throttle.
So they're up through most of the atmosphere and they're heading for outer space at that point then. And your look at that suggests to you that it was indeed that big liquid fuel bomb that took out the rest of it in just an instant as they were getting back into high gear to climb out, climb out of the top.
That's exactly what happened. And then the 2 solids went off to the side. We watched those. We saw them continue to burn.
We did see that. Now, where does this program go from here? Is this a crippling or a slow-down blow?
It's definitely a slow-down blow. They had scheduled 15 launches this year, 13 from here, 2 from Vandenberg. The shuttle, none of them will fly again until...
Jay, let me ask you about the recovery effort. You're familiar with the kinds of things that they put out over the water, and they used to do it in drills all the time. What happens if we have to drop into the water? Well, there are recovery vehicles. But with all that water and bits of debris raining down for 15 minutes after the explosion, what do you expect them to come back with?
Well, I expect a core of some sort of the vehicle is on the bottom of the Atlantic now, and possibly the bodies of the 7 crew members are in that cabin. And if it was not far enough, they say it's 18 miles east of here, it's not off the continental shelf, then it is in water that is shallow enough that they can retrieve the bodies. I think this is what they're looking at this time. They're hoping at least a core of the vehicle did remain. However, we did not see anything but a lot of debris coming down. The 2 pieces that you see on the videotape, the largest pieces that remain, were the 2 solid booster rockets.
All right, so you would have expected, if the orbiter, if the Challenger came down intact, you would have expected to see it, at least in that long-range television shot, after the explosion?
That's correct, Steve.
And you did not? Nobody did?
I did not see it. I don't think anyone did.
Tom, this is your best chance to ask a question of the man who knows more about all this than anybody else. He's here. He has to go back on the radio.
Jay, we've been down there a lot together and separately. There was no indication whatsoever that they were going to have any trouble with this launch today. Was there any feeling going on at the Kennedy Space Center that, in fact, that they may have been pushing the civilian program a little too rapidly?
Civilian side. Question is, were they getting the civilian flights personnel too quickly?
Well, Tom, I don't want to be unfair to the people here, but the thing that you have to realize is that they were going for 15 shots this year, and a lot of the old hands that were here through Mercury, through Gemini, through Apollo, that guarded this mission, that were very careful. They made sure that everything was absolutely correct before they flew. They're gone. It's a new face that's in here today that's flying the shuttle, and they are doing them. They're talking about doing 24 a year and even 36 a year, and they're gearing up to flying with 2 pads, to flying these four spacecraft at all times, keeping them in the air. So there was a little sense of, yes, you are rushing it too fast. But again, we go back to the fact that the computers okayed it all. Everybody okayed it all.
It was good until it went bad.
It was good until it went bad, and no one knows what happened. And who can say that if they were flying 6 months apart, that this would not have happened?
Jay, thank you. Tom, we don't know any more now than we did approximately an hour and a half ago when we first began to understand the scope of all this. When we do, I guess we'll be back.
Thank you very much, Steve Delaney and Jay Barbary at Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral, Florida today. And with me now here in our Washington studios is Marcia Smith. She's the executive director of the National Commission on Space. It's a presidential commission.
Yes, it is.
The future of space does not look very promising this afternoon, Mrs. Smith.
Well, there certainly has been a terrible tragedy. We're not sure quite what the implications are going to be for the long-term future right now. Depends on what the problem was, what caused it.
But wouldn't you expect that there would be a public outcry for the shuttle program to shut down for a good long time until they're absolutely certain that all the glitches are out of it? We've had delay on launch now. We've had weather problems, of course, that have caused some of that, but there have been little problems along the way, and now, tragically, a 7-person crew has been lost.
I hope that there is not a national outcry to shut the shuttle program down, and I'm quite confident that NASA would not launch again until it was quite certain that there was no danger to its crew. So I think that NASA will follow the procedures that it has established for these types of tragedies, as they did at the Apollo fire back in 1967. I'm sure that it will be quite a long time before we see another shuttle launch, but I hope that the public does not suddenly turn against the manned space program.
Conceptually, has the United States had too much of its investment in the shuttle program and not enough in other space programs? As you well know, there are people who are interested in space saying too much money is being spent on the shuttle and not enough on other scientific research programs.
Well, actually, the percentage of the space science budget, which is the people who normally complain about that are the space scientists, and the percentage of the space science budget relative to the rest of the NASA budget has actually remained fairly constant throughout the entire history of the space agency. Now, that's beginning to change now because the operations costs of the space shuttle have become so large, and space science programs are now getting cut back. But I don't think it would be fair to say that too large of a percentage is being devoted to the manned program.
We are in a numbers crunch in terms of the budget in this country right now with Graham Rudman and other programs coming along to cut things back. The space shuttle program was supposed to be self-sustaining at some point. That is, the private enterprise would be able to carry the load because of the experiments that were conducted in outer space. That now has been delayed. So there's going to be a real budget crunch, isn't there, for the space program?
It's unclear. A lot of the budget costs in NASA's budget are for operating the shuttle. If we don't have shuttle flights for a year or so while they're investigating this accident, then that money, it may go into redesigning whatever piece of equipment went wrong on this flight. But it could be, in that sense, you know, as terrible as this was, that may be one result of it, that NASA does not have to spend so much money on shuttle operations in the near-term future. I would not think that that would last very long, however, so I don't think it will have much effect on the split between the unmanned and the manned programs.
Do you think that as a society that we've just become too sanguine about space and space launches, that we think that nothing can go wrong because they always seem to go right?
Well, I think that NASA has a very impressive record on manned and unmanned launches, and perhaps we become a little too complacent. These things are dangerous. The astronaut crews certainly recognize it. It's a risk they're willing to take.
Marcia Smith, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. It's hard to know at this time, of course, what the political fallout is likely to be, but my guess is that one result of this explosion today on the shuttle program is that the critics of the President's Strategic Defense Initiative, the SDI or Star Wars program, will use this as one more example of just how wrong things can go in space, and that you can't count on a Star Wars or SDI kind of program as a fail-safe defense against an incoming nuclear attack. So that will be part of the equation as well. Here's what happened today, about 1 minute and 15 seconds at about 5 miles up, downrange about 18 miles from the Kennedy Space Center. Here is the launch once again. For those of you who are just joining us,
solid rocket booster engine gimbal now underway. T-minus 15 seconds.
That's the external tank, the orange tank that you see in the background, and we believe, based on our own speculation, that that may have been the source of the problem. It fuels those engines. Those are the main engines at the bottom of the spacecraft, which is a kind of engine with short, an airplane with short wings. Everything is normal here.
The 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Roger, roll, Challenger. Good roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading downrange.
I'm waiting to hit the Russians and the Germans.
Engines beginning throttling down now.
Those are the solid rocket boosters, the long white rockets on either side. They are supposed to separate, and then they are recovered by a parachute, and the plane, the space shuttle itself, goes on into orbit under normal conditions.
Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs.
APUs are auxiliary power units. Engines at 65%.
257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles. Downrange distance 3 nautical miles.
Now he's going to tell them to go to full throttle, and that's when it happens.
Engines throttling up. 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go at throttle up. Challenger, go at throttle up.
1 minute 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
And there it was. An eerie, tragic beauty in the skies over Florida today. Tragedy of enormous proportions. 7 people killed, we believe. Their families obviously deeply affected, as is the nation, as is the space program. Here it is in slow-mo. It's hard to imagine that anyone could have survived that. The only solid piece of debris we see is the solid rocket booster off to the side. There were no astronauts in that, of course. The Space Shuttle Challenger itself seems to have come apart. Debris fell into the ocean. Recovery vessels were quickly in place, but they couldn't enter the recovery area because the debris continued to fall. They're there now. We have not heard how they're doing at this point. We do expect Senator John Glenn in the Senate gallery within 5 minutes or so. Of course, Senator Glenn is a veteran astronaut. He was the first American to make an orbital flight of the Earth back in the early days of the space program and the Mercury capsule. John Palmer is in New York with additional information for us. John?
Yes, Tom, the Soviet news agency TASS has now made mention of this. Just one line on it. The U.S. Space Shuttle Challenger exploded shortly after takeoff today. There is no comment. The Soviet Union, of course, is the only other country that has sent people up into space, and the Soviet Union has, of course, reported the death of 4 Soviet cosmonauts. Prior to today, 3 American astronauts had lost their lives. There is this word. According to a spokesman for Lloyd's of London, all of the crew members of the shuttle flights are offered the opportunity for life insurance, written by Lloyd's of London. And a spokesman for Lloyd's of London says that only one of the astronauts, and that was Christa McAuliffe, the school teacher, took advantage of that life insurance. She took out a policy of $1 million on her life. She, along with the other 6 members of the Space Shuttle Challenger, now presumed to have been lost shortly after 11:30 this morning, when the Space Shuttle Columbia exploded about a minute after launch from Cape Canaveral. Let's go back now to Washington and Tom Brokaw. Tom?
Thank you, John Palmer. There is a problem, and we hope before the afternoon is out to deal with some people who will be here to help you as you deal with your children. We hope to have a child psychologist, because a lot of children have been watching the space program, including the students of Christa McAuliffe. Now at the Senate Gallery on Capitol Hill, Senator John Glenn.
But the people that were on the flight today carried our hopes and dreams along with them. and they'll live forever in our memories. And I guess that's the best tribute we can give to them. Our prayers, our sympathy, our condolences go out to their families and friends, and I guess that's about all we can say about them right at this time. It's been an amazing success story up to this very tragic accident today. I think this was about the 56th or 57th manned mission, where we're dealing with new complexities and speeds and powers that man has never used before. And we had hoped to push this day back forever, but that was not to be, and we all, I guess, intuitively knew that. So today we don't want to repeat, that's for sure.
Senator, what effect does this have on a space program or any sort of flight test program when something like this happens?
Oh, it delays things, of course, because there will be a very complete investigation. Our view of what happened this morning would be only speculation at this point, although the very slow-motion pictures I saw on one of the channels a little while ago seemed to show the first light coming out of one of the solid rocket cases. Whether that'll turn out to be the cause of the difficulty or not, I don't know. But I wouldn't think that this was, you know, what it'll do to the program or how much it'll be set back will be dependent on the investigation.
Was NASA trying to push too hard on this, Senator?
No, I don't think so. If there's one thing NASA has not done all the way through, it is take a chance on cutting corners. And we've grown accustomed to success. And it's been an amazingly successful program so far. You know, I remember one of the TV commentators, I won't say which network, but one morning talking about when there was a delay, commenting, when are we going to get turn this turkey into an eagle? We'd become so accustomed to getting these things off on time that safety was obviously being, at least in that commentator's mind, was being given short shrift. Why aren't we running these things like a regular airline schedule? Well, the fact that NASA has not done that. They've run it with the idea of safety first and foremost, and that's been the way it's been operated ever since the days when I was in that program many years ago. It's a tribute to them that they have not been goaded under pressure to taking any chances. And we'll just have to wait the accident analysis to see what happened in this case.
Senator, were you watching the blast-off this morning?
I was not. I was in a classified briefing at the time, and one of my staff people brought a note in to me about this, and then I left immediately and went up to my office.
What was your reaction, particularly to the replays you've probably seen?
Oh, my reaction was a profound sense of loss, I guess, that this day had finally come that we'd hoped would never arrive. In some ways, I guess it's, you know, in our human existence, let me be philosophical for a moment. I guess in our human existence there is triumph and there is tragedy. And man tries many things. And we advance as a whole human race because we succeed most of the time. We make advances, whether it's in space or engineering or health or medical things. Sometimes, though, we aren't perfect. And then there's a tragedy that brings us back to our own human frailties and our lack of perfection. And so that's the kind of a day we're faced with now. It's been an amazingly successful series of triumphs through the years. But it also is fraught with the possibility of tragedy, and that's what we came up against today.
When you say that this was a day that was pushed back for safety, was it inevitable that it would finally come?
Well, I think everyone that's ever had any connection with the program has felt that someday there would be a loss in flight. We're dealing with tremendous powers and speeds. You're traveling in orbit at 5 miles a second and trying to get back into the atmosphere from that kind of speed. And so, are we going to be perfect forever? I guess the answer was proven this morning that the answer to that is no. But that doesn't mean that man doesn't keep trying in these areas and that we're not just as dedicated to seeing that this kind of research goes on.
Senator, you've been part of a small and very select community of people
the community of astronauts. What does this do to that community when something like this happens?
Well, we've never had something like this happen before, except for the pad fire, the fire on the pad that claimed 3 lives. Gus Grissom, Ned White, and Roger Chafee back in '67, I believe it was. So we went through that tragedy then, but that was not an in-flight accident. Obviously, there will be a shared sense of loss in the whole astronaut group and community, everybody associated with the whole program, whether astronauts or all those in the supporting functions. But I'm sure their dedication is going to be to find out what caused this and correct it and get on with the next flight.
Do astronauts just simply accept this as part of the job?
I think any time you go into flying or test flying, or which all of us were in prior to being in the astronaut program early on, you accept risks, but you feel that the risks are worth it for the country and the importance of what you're doing. And you're willing to take those risks. And that's the way we looked at it back then. That's the way I'm sure all of the current group of astronauts looks at it.
How much more of a tragedy is this, since it was the first launch of a citizen in space?
The loss of human life doesn't have much to do with who's military and who's civilian. It's a tragedy for their friends and families, and I don't differentiate between the loss of life, whether it was the regular flight crew or whether it was a civilian on board with them.
Well, how much does it set back the Citizen in Space program, do you think?
I don't know. I have no way of knowing at this point. They had lined up some other people to go, of course. Whether this will affect that or not, I don't know.
Do you think it should?
Does this raise questions for the SDI program?
No, I don't think so, because the technologies that were being used here as far as thrust and the engines and whatever happened here, I think probably are not likely to affect the research going on for lasers and laser projection and formable mirrors and particle beam projection and things like that. I would not think it likely that there was a connection there.
Senator, are you concerned now, or have you ever been concerned about the way NASA procures parts?
No, I never have. NASA has bent over backwards to be as safe as they possibly can be. And whether this will prove to be a one-time difficulty from whatever cause, or whether it will be a design defect that is uncovered now that we can correct, or whatever, we'll have to await analysis. But there's no way of knowing right now, just now, a couple of hours after the accident, to know what happened.
Senator, thank you very much.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Senator John Glenn at the Capitol Hill Press Gallery. Senator Glenn, of course, a veteran of the NASA Astronaut Corps. He talked quite eloquently, it seems to me, about the price of advancing human knowledge sometimes requires the sacrifice of human lives. And he spoke with great feeling as well about what appeared to be the deaths of the astronauts today. To his practiced eye, it did appear that the trouble may have emanated from one of the solid rocket boosters on either side of the space shuttle itself. The rest of us who've been looking at it thought that it might have come from the external tank. We don't yet have any official confirmation from NASA if, in fact, the space agency knows itself what may have happened there. There was an accumulation of ice on a very cold Florida morning today around the base of the shuttle where the main engines are situated. We're going to show that to you now, but everything indicates that there was nothing wrong at the time of liftoff today at 11:38 Eastern Time. They had been worried about weather earlier on in case they had to make an emergency landing at the Cape. There were stiff winds yesterday, for example. This is the ice that accumulated at that time. Whether that had anything to do with it, we don't know. We're just trying to show you as much as we possibly can about what was going on there before this accident today, before this terrible tragedy. For those of you just joining us, it appears that all 7 astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger were lost when it blew up about 1 minute and 15 seconds into its flight at an altitude of about 5.5 miles altogether. Christa McAuliffe, the school teacher from Concord, New Hampshire, was on board. Her husband and 2 children were watching at the time, along with her parents and members of her 3rd grade class carrying a banner that said, "Go, Christa, go." Frame by frame now, this is what happened. That is the shuttle at the bottom half of the rocket apparatus. Now the explosion begins. It's very hard to tell, but it does seem to me that it did not happen within that solid rocket booster on this side of the spacecraft. It could have happened, of course, on the other one. But there is the possibility as well that it might have happened with the external tank. That is the big tank, and we're going to repeat some of this for those of you who are watching us continually here, because we know that people are just joining us along the way. But that big orange tank is, in effect, a bomb. It is a large vessel carrying 560,000 pounds of highly volatile oxygen and hydrogen. It feeds the fuel to the main tanks, which are at the bottom of the space shuttle itself. And as they went to full throttle, from 65% power to full throttle, 104%, it was very shortly after that that the explosion occurred. So it does appear that there may have been some connection between going to full throttle and the explosion itself. And given the size of the explosion and the fact that we saw one of the solid rockets peel off to the side, it appears that that's where it may have happened. At the White House now, Deputy Press Secretary Larry speaks.
Postpone the State of the Union address that was scheduled for this evening. He will address the Congress and the American people on next Tuesday. The President, in addition, has asked the Vice President to go immediately to Cape Canaveral's Kennedy Space Center, along with the acting NASA Director, Bill Graham. The Vice President will carry with him the President's personal concern for those courageous Americans who were aboard the Space Shuttle. In addition, the President will speak to the American people from the Oval Office later this evening regarding this tragedy. The President, since learning of the tragedy shortly before noon, has conferred with Don Regan, who in turn consulted with Speaker Tip O'Neill and Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole. They concurred in the President's decision to delay his State of the Union. A few moments ago, the President met in the Oval Office with NASA Director Graham and instructed him to fly to the Cape with the Vice President to begin an effort to find out the cause of this tragedy. And then the President said to go forward with the nation's space program. The President said, and I quote, "These people were dedicated to the exploration of space. We could do no more to honor them, these courageous Americans, than to go forward with the program."
Can you tell us some of the reasoning in the decision to postpone, since, as you know, the President's first reaction was to go ahead with tonight's speech?
I think the President, like all Americans, has seen this tragedy unfold on television and has felt keenly what those family members must have felt watching that shuttle go into the air at the Cape, first pride and then second horror. The President feels that these same emotions are being experienced by people all over this nation at this moment. And with the consultation of Congress that's taken place in the last hour or so, the President thought it was entirely appropriate that his State of the Union be deferred until, and let him address the American people on what's happening here tonight.
Administrator Graham tell him finally what happened? Does he have information, confirmation?
No, the NASA has issued a statement indicating simply that there was an explosion aboard the space shuttle shortly after it lifted off from the Cape this morning, and that a search and rescue mission is underway. That is continuing at this hour and will continue until all efforts to find out what the situation in there are exhausted.
Does the President believe...
Right. Great.
Larry, is the President also going to cancel his State of the Union activities for the balance of the weekend? What time is the other remarks tonight?
The President will, will, for the balance of the week, continue on his previously announced schedule, with the exception of those activities which were designed as a follow-up to the State of the Union. They will be rescheduled for next week. The time of the address to the nation has not been determined, pending definite word from NASA about the situation.
HHS, Treasury, and the high school he is not going to visit now.
That's right.
Larry, can you tell us, does the President have any plans to travel or attend any memorial service for the...
Well, at the moment, the NASA is still conducting its search mission there, and of course there's been no memorial service set. The Vice President does go with the personal expression of the part of the President of his concern to those families there, and no travel plans are set as yet.
Larry, two questions. First of all, I know you haven't had any official word, but is the White House operating on the basis that all of the people on the shuttle are dead?
Well, Chris, like every American, we hope, and until we find out otherwise, that hope will continue.
And secondly, to follow up on an earlier question, we were told by the President a few moments ago that he intended to go ahead with the State of the Union. In fact, said while it would cast a pall, the business of governing the nation must go on. What changed his mind in really a very short period of time?
Well, as I indicated to your colleague over here just a moment ago, is that the President, like all Americans, watched this on television, and he felt very keenly the emotion that must be felt by the families of those down there and that had to watch this event in person, and very keenly what the American people must be feeling. He consulted with the congressional leadership, and the consensus opinion of the executive and the legislative branch was that it was appropriate to postpone.
Larry,
So,
can you tell us what information the President is getting other than from television at this point?
Well, as I just said, the President has conferred with the director of NASA, and he brought him up to date, providing him with as much information as he can. There is not an extensive body of information at the moment that exists. NASA is looking into it as quickly as they can, and as I say, a search mission goes on.
Is there a special task force either at the White House or somewhere that's keeping him informed, or are there special communications channels set up?
As is always, when there is an event of this nature that occurs anywhere around the world, the White House Situation Room keeps on top of the events. What happened was, as soon as this event occurred almost simultaneously with the television coverage of it, the Situation Room was informed by NASA and has kept abreast of it with an open line to NASA at the Cape since that time.
Well, I was going to go back again on where the idea of postponing the speech first initiated. Did the President initiate the idea?
Yes, the President initiated the idea of postponing the speech.
Larry, will the shuttle program be suspended at least until the investigation is through?
Those determinations have not been made. The President indicated to Bill Graham that he should find out the cause of it and then proceed. Now, exactly how that dovetails with future flights will just have to be determined as a result of what NASA determines in their investigation.
Also, on the consideration of whether any civilians will be permitted to continue on shuttle flights, is that also part of the investigation?
Well, to echo the President's words that all of these people were Americans. They were all interested in space. They all came first with courage, and second in a spirit of volunteering for this mission. And whether there'll be any change in that, I don't know. But at the moment, I don't think there's any inclination. Joe?
Has the President attempted to contact the family members of anyone who was on the
The President has not yet done that, no, except to send the Vice President in expression of his concern.
Is there any feeling here that NASA was pushing too hard? There was a very ambitious program. Was it 15 launches for this year?
I think NASA has a very good record of safety and a very cautious human approach to space exploration, and they have taken those precautions. This is a tragedy of major proportions and one that concerns us all. But for the moment, there is no finger pointing at NASA as far as their safety record.
Well, the question arises particularly because in recent launches there have been some glitches that have come up. As you know, they had a problem with the door, the hatch on this, and their drill wouldn't work and all of that. Does that not give the impression that they may be pushing too fast?
I can't make that judgment from here, but I think if you would look back at other space launches in the Mercury and Apollo program, you would find that there have been postponements. These not because of glitches, but because of an extensive safety program that finds these glitches before launch.
Can you be more specific about what the Vice President will be doing later today specifically, and also the postponement on the State of the Union pushed back the schedule for the budget and other things that were scheduled for next week?
The Vice President's schedule, once he arrives at the Cape, has not been determined, since it's just within the last few moments that the President has asked him to go down.
Well, what's his specific charge? I mean, when
His
you say
specific charge, once again, is to express the President's concern to the families and to accompany the Director of NASA down to the Cape in order to see that that the President's directions for an immediate look into the tragedy, into the explosion, is accomplished.
Is he viewed as he overseeing an investigation into this?
I don't think that you can say that yet, Norm. I think this matter is entirely in the hands of the NASA people at the present time, and I don't know of any. There's no further planning beyond that. Question on the budget, that has not been determined. It would be my inclination to say that the budget will probably go up on Wednesday, with the State of the Union on Tuesday. I think the Graham-Rudman law requires that it go up by February 5th, and that they will do. Andrew, and then I'm going to go all the way to the back and work forward.
I just want to follow on Norm. Is it the President's view that perhaps an independent investigation outside of NASA is what is required on the pacing of the program? And
I think everyone is leapfrogging well ahead of events at present. This tragedy is now only hours old. You have a series of actions taken by the President, including a charge to the Director of NASA to find out what happened. And until we do some preliminary studies, none of these questions have answers. So, Pat?
Has the decision been made to have the President officially disclose tonight in his speech what happened, or will we continue to get details from NASA throughout the day, or are they going to hold the President's speech?
NASA will continue to keep you abreast of everything as they know it, as they always have through the entire history of the American space program. So, John?
Larry, you made a point of saying early on that there would be no greater way to honor those who apparently have died in this mission than to continue on with the space program. Is this a deliberate effort to try to counteract any feelings against the program because of the tragedy?
John, the only deliberate effort we're making at the moment is to show our deep concern, our deep emotion, and our desire that America continue in the space program. That's our entire motive, lock, stock, and barrel. Joanne?
Larry, has the President expressed any rue or regret about his proposal to send civilians in space?
The President is obviously concerned about every person that he, as the chief executive officer of the government, he as the President directs. He directs people every day, either directly or indirectly, to conduct missions on the part of the government, the military, NASA, and those. It's a fact of life when the man sits in the Oval Office. He has to make these decisions, and I have not heard him express any regret. Concern, yes. Deep emotion, yes. Sorrow, yes. But regret is not... is not that. It was the decision made, as he said, these individuals are all Americans, and they're all believers in the space program, and that's what's in his mind. So, Walter?
Larry, does the President plan today to speak with any of the relatives, family of any of the...
that hasn't been determined yet, no. Frank?
Can you give us any indication as to what the First Lady was doing at the time that this information became available, and what her reaction was?
I don't. We can check with her office, if you will, and see what we can get.
Because the Europeans are able to put up satellites in with unmanned vehicles, doesn't this accident argue per se that unmanned vehicles are a preferable way to put up satellites in orbit?
Once again, you know, I have been a silent observer of the space program and not one that's actively involved, and I'm not competent to answer that. So.
As you recall, the President made the decision to send a teacher into space. Can you tell us on what he based that decision and who suggested the timing and when the time was right for that mission?
Well, Mike, I don't want to come down hard on you, but what's in the President's mind right now is to find out what happened and to show those families of those people that he's concerned. And that's all that's on his mind at the moment.
Are you operating on the assumption that this is the result of some technological problem, or has anyone suggested the possibility it might be an act of terrorism?
There have been no suggestions either way.
Thank you.
Larry Speaks in the White House press briefing room, just completing that live briefing to reporters who are assembled there. He made several major announcements. The President's State of the Union address tonight has been postponed until Tuesday of next week. The White House saying that the President initiated that decision. We also had word from Capitol Hill that both House Speaker Thomas P. Tip O'Neill and the Senate Majority Leader Robert Dole of Kansas concurred in that decision, that there were efforts being made up there even before the White House came to its decision that they ought to, in fact, postpone tonight's State of the Union address. The President, however, will address the nation tonight from the Oval Office. The time, as of now, undetermined. As soon as we have that time for you, of course, we'll bring it to you. Vice President Bush and the administrator of NASA will be dispatched to the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral, Florida today, where they will be the President's personal representatives to determine what has happened there. It has now been about 2.5 hours since this tragedy occurred, this traumatic shock to the nation. 7 astronauts apparently lost in a gigantic explosion about 5 miles up in space, about 1 minute and 15 seconds after the launch of the Space Shuttle Challenger today. It was witnessed by the parents, the husband, and the children of Christa McAuliffe, who is the school teacher, of course, riding along today, and apparently she has been lost. Also, members of her 3rd grade class were there with a banner that read, "Go, Christa, go." In Concord, New Hampshire, the high school had been assembled in an auditorium, 1,500 altogether, to watch on television this launch. And across the country, for that matter, young people have been watching what happened today, and it's bound to have a traumatic effect on youngsters as well as those of us who are grown-ups and think that we are used to the unexpected in life and find out that we are not. To help us deal with all that now is Dr. Ravenscroft, Ken Ravenscroft, who is from Georgetown University. He's a child psychiatrist. Dr. Ravenscroft, as a parent of youngsters, what would I say to them tonight as we discuss this around the dinner table?
Well, I think one of the major things actually is to find out, first of all, to let them know you're aware of what's happened, and then to find out from them what they've been through so far that day. Obviously, parents have to react. They're stunned. They're in grieving. They are having whatever range of reactions they're having. And I think it's healthy and natural to show that and to communicate it. Some care, perhaps, not to overwhelm, and to keep some reserve and attune themselves to exactly what their kids have been through that day.
After the kids have seen this on television, we've shown it a number of times now because we have a rotating audience coming in and going out and so on. Would you as a parent say to your child, I just think you've watched it enough now and maybe it'd be a good idea to get away from the television set for a time?
Well, I think that that overdoing it is going to take time away from perhaps what needs to be done, which is some containment and some support by the part of the parents. I think, though, it's not a time to get into major confrontations about something like this, but rather to be with them with what they're doing, but also to make it clear you're available to talk about it. This thing is going to unfold over several hours, days, and weeks, and there's no real predicting how any given child, because each child's a different age and a different person, how they're going to react. So the key thing is to find out how they're processing it and dealing with it in order to be able to respond to that.
And should you share your own vulnerabilities, your own feeling of shock and grief as well?
I think that's key. For many of these children, they haven't been through a tragedy of this magnitude and this level that really disrupts the sense of trust in the world and parents and government and technology. These kids have grown up taking the shuttle now, perhaps many of them, for granted. And because of Christa, there is a heavy personal identification and immediacy to it that intensifies the whole thing and the focus. So that parents who have been through this kind of thing before, I think, can model to some degree what it's like. And it's not modeling, it's genuine. You have this kind of effort, this kind of power involved in a technological effort, and as John Glenn just said, we get to taking it for granted, and yet there's bound to be something like this that's going to happen, And at that point, you realize that with great efforts and endeavors, tragedy can happen.
It's an experience that's not only a common bond for the nation, but it is especially a common bond for families, for parents and children.
Exactly.
And to talk it out is the best thing.
Yeah. Well, one key thing, kids often, the younger kids, don't like to be put on the spot. They really would prefer not to be pressured. So the key thing is to ask them perhaps how their classmates reacted, how other people reacted, and through their indirect comments you can really warm them up or get a sense of how they're reacting, and then at that point maybe deal with it from your own point of view.
Dr. Ravenscroft, thanks very much for coming in today.
Okay, thank you.
In a sense, the space program is one of the great common bonds of this country. In a way, we're all passengers on those flights when they go off, whether we're interested in the technology or not. You know, we identify with the astronauts. They are, as I indicated earlier, our folk heroes. We know them. If not personally, we know them by reputation, and not as well as we did the original group, of course, but still, they are part of the folklore of American life, and therefore, when something like this happens, it's bound to affect all of us. John Palmer is in New York now. John?
Right, Tom. We understand that NASA officials are going to hold a briefing at 3:30 Eastern Time at the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral to give us the latest of their theories of what might have happened. And, of course, we're waiting for any word that we can get at that point, 18 or 25 miles off the coast where the debris from the Space Shuttle Challenger went down, to find out what they have found. The latest word we had about 45 minutes ago that they found no significant pieces of debris there, no pieces of the Space Shuttle Challenger, and of course they saw at that point no loss of life. We do have learned that the House of Representatives is going to meet in special session this afternoon to pass a resolution of sympathy for the shuttle crew. And as we heard earlier, the President has canceled his State of the Union address tonight, but he will address the American people tonight when he gets more details of what happened and the fate of the crew from NASA officials. And he also, of course, said that he has dispatched Vice President Bush immediately down to Cape Canaveral there to express condolences to members of the family. And he is being joined there by the acting NASA Administrator, Fred Graham. We want to now play once again the tape of this tragedy to you. It occurred at 11:38 Eastern Time this morning after the launch had been delayed a couple of hours today because of some icicles. It finally got off the ground at about 11:38, and as you can see, it lifted off the pad very smoothly. There appear to be no difficulties whatsoever. But it was not long after that that fragments from the $1.2 billion spacecraft and the 7 astronauts aboard until that fell into the ocean. There is doubt, of course, that any astronaut or person could survive. The explosion occurred as the Challenger was about 10 miles high, speeding toward orbit at 1,977 miles an hour. This is some members of the family of Christa McAuliffe, the school teacher from Concord, New Hampshire, watching there at the stands. Her husband, Stephen, was also there, as well as her 9-year-old daughter. We're moving up now to the time. There's a very close-up picture of this brilliant flash in the sky, this explosion. The theory being, obviously, it had to do with one of the fuel tanks. Just what happened, nobody knows, but it could well have been the tearing of a seam that attaches the spacecraft itself to the main rocket engine. They are moving to the point of separation. The explosion occurred about 30 seconds before the solid booster rockets normally fall off, and you many times have seen that. Here's the close-up, and there is the explosion aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger happening about 11:39 Eastern Time, and you see now what appears to be one of the solid booster rockets. This again is the family. This is Christa McAuliffe, astronaut, or rather teacher McAuliffe's family there. Her mother, her father there, other members of the family. At first they didn't know what was happening. Then it became clear when they said they had a major problem, and then the communications people down at NASA at the Cape, over the public relations or public address system, stated that there had been an explosion. A tragedy indeed. It is the first loss of American life aboard in flight, aboard the shuttle or any other kind of spacecraft in flight. Of course, there was a tragedy back in January of 1967 when Virgil Grissom and 2 other astronauts died in a fire aboard an Apollo spacecraft. But since that time, there has been no loss of life until today, when we can only but sadly presume that 7 Americans, including the first school teacher, the first, if you will, regular person, regular citizen up in space, apparently have been lost. one of the next flights was going to be taking a journalist into space. As the program was very ambitious for this year, they hope to send as many as 15 shuttle flights. There have been delays on the first one. There were delays and on this one also, several days of delays because of weather, one thing or another. You'll recall yesterday the problem seemed to have been with a screwdriver that delayed them for some time, and by that time the weather was not very favorable. This morning there was the scheduled liftoff was 9:38 Eastern Time, but there was a problem there with the freezing temperatures overnight. It dropped below the freezing point, and icicles developed on the main body of the spacecraft. That concerned the officials at NASA a little bit, so they delayed the flight. They even sent some people there to chip off some of those icicles. Then they determined that it really wasn't going to be much of a problem. About 10 o'clock it became above the freezing point, and they thought there would be no danger of the icicles during launch falling off and hitting the protective shield, those tiles. So nobody knows at this particular time what the problem was, but it is indeed a tragedy of the first magnitude in the space program. There's a lot of speculation that we've heard this afternoon of what this means to the space program. Obviously, there's going to be a delay while no launches ever takes place. That's an old NASA rule until they find out what happened on the last one, even if it's just a minor glitch. And of course, we have more than a minor glitch. We have a full-blown tragedy. Let's go back now to Washington, D.C. and Tom Brokaw. Tom?
Thank you, John. Dan Molina is in Houston now, and we each have, I think, a model of the Space Shuttle as it is attached to the two solid rocket boosters, which are on either side of it here. I'll turn it so that you can see. These are the solid rocket boosters, and this is the external tank that we've been talking about all day long. What appeared to happen is that something happened down here where it attaches to the shuttle itself, and it fuels these main engines, and it appears to our naked eye, and not expert eye, although we've all been watching these for some time, it appears that that's where the explosion might have occurred just after these main engines were pushed forward to 104% or full throttle. They run at about 65% for the opening moments of the flight, up to about 1 minute, and then they push them forward so that they'll have enough to get into the orbit that they want to achieve. Under normal conditions, these two solid rocket boosters then would peel away and they would be parachuted back to Earth. And this big external tank, which is a very thin-skinned vessel containing, as I indicated earlier, almost 600,000 pounds of hydrogen and oxygen, then that just breaks up and goes off into space. But what happened today is that the entire system came apart. It exploded in a gigantic fireball. Dan Molina at Houston now, who's also, as I understand it, has one of these models. Dan, any further word down there, even speculation from some of the NASA officials?
Tom, interestingly, I had a conversation by phone about 20 minutes ago with a man whose name is very, very well known in the NASA space program, Dr. Max Faget. I know that name is familiar to you. Dr. Faget is well known as the father of the space shuttle. Dr. Faget is retired from NASA now, but he was the chief designer of the space shuttle. I called him at his office. He now works for a private consulting firm, and asked him what he thought, what his first impressions were. He said that unless something shows up on long-range telescopes or on telemetry, we may never know what happened. And Dr. Faget said that that would be the worst thing of all, because there would be no way to push on from that point. I asked him, Tom, about the fact that the explosion occurred, as you pointed out, at the point where they throttle up to 140% of the shuttle's capacity. He then said, and perhaps it is a revealing comment, he said, yes, that is a glaring coincidence. I asked him if there were any flaws historically that he could recall, any things that concerned him or his team as he designed the shuttle that could possibly have resulted in something like this. He said no, but he remembered again that happened, the explosion happened at the moment when there is the most pressure on the shuttle. He called it highly loaded at that point, the point when, if anything was to happen, it would be the most disastrous result, and that, of course, was a disastrous result that we have seen. The orbital flight testing program, that was the first 4 flights of the space shuttle. During those 4 flights, there was a lot of instrumentation, extra instrumentation on the shuttle Columbia, to measure these kinds of things, to measure the pressure at various points on the shuttle's fuselage, to measure how the fuel was going through those lines, properly, improperly. But they took most of that instrumentation off after the first 4 flights. As they took off, the ejection seats that, that in an emergency were planned to allow the crew to eject from the shuttle into the water. But we, one moment, Tom, we're hearing one announcement here.
Beginning at 3:30 p.m.
We're hearing a repeat of the announcement that there will be a press briefing this afternoon at 3:30 by Jess Moore, who is the NASA Associate Administrator for the Space Shuttle program. Carrying on, the ejection seats were removed because at that point they thought there was just no possibility of this serious a tragedy. No possibility in some people's minds, but in the astronauts' minds, Tom, as you have said, as Bob Bazell, Roy Neal has said this morning, if you talk to the astronauts, they knew that one day something serious would happen. They knew there was that possibility. As you have said, Tom, they're riding on a big bomb, a very, very powerful bomb, the most complex machine ever built, and they knew something could happen. Today it did. Once more to review, as you were saying, Tom, people may not remember exactly what the components of the shuttle are. These are the solid rocket boosters. They provide 2 million pounds of thrust. This, the huge external tank, and the orbiter saddled on the outside of it. Tom?
Thank you very much, Dan Molina. I had just been talking with somebody recently, a friend of mine in New York, who's watched a lot of the shuttle launches and never has fully understood just what does happen. This, in effect, becomes an airplane, a space airplane. After all this falls off, the shuttle then goes into launch, and as you can see, it looks like an airplane as I turn it to you. And then we see it land, often at Edwards Air Force Base in California, or at the Kennedy Space Center, as they're now attempting to do. And all that airplane, and the crew sits right up here. It's a kind of a two-stage cockpit. That airplane is attached to all of this fuel, and so it is a highly volatile operation. What is also a volatile operation today is the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA. Its headquarters here in Washington, D.C., and Robert Hager is standing by there now. Bob?
Tom, this is an auditorium here at the headquarters where the civil servants who man the desks at NASA gathered through the morning to hear this sad news from the Cape. They were stunned, they were shocked. As you said, the agency itself has been in some disarray. Their budget for ongoing projects coming in about $200 million less than they'd asked for. There were $480 million believed to be cut from the upcoming budget for the space station program, which the agency had hoped would be its next big project. James Beggs, the former administrator, is now on a leave of absence because of activities in a prior job when he was at General Dynamics and was a vice president there, and he's under indictment on a charge of defrauding the government, so he had to step aside. He is, as I say, on a leave of absence, so they have an acting administrator now in William Graham, so he's a new man on the job, although he's a longtime confidant to the president and to the Reagan administration generally. So things were already in some disarray here, and this is, beyond the human side of it, going to be an administrative blow for NASA. Tom?
Thanks, Robert Hager, who is standing by in Washington and at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California now. NBC News Chief Science Correspondent Robert Bazell, who's been an applicant for the Journalist in Space program and has watched almost all of these liftoffs. Bob, what are your thoughts about the future of NASA now? It is, as Bob Hager indicated, an agency that is under considerable stress already. And on Capitol Hill this afternoon, they're talking about the budget constraints. To replace this shuttle that blew up today cost more than $1 billion altogether. So NASA has problems that we can't even foresee at this time. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, there certainly are. There's the problems associated with this immediate accident, which will certainly have long-term effects. But there were problems before this accident, and it's important to keep them in mind that they were there before. And one of the problems is that the Space Shuttle program has cost an enormous amount of money, more than was originally predicted. It was supposed to have been paying for itself long ago. It has yet to come close to paying for itself. So there's been a lot of pressure on Capitol Hill and in other places to have more and more unmanned space probes, such as the Voyager probe to distant planets that we've been covering here. But even to have more of the activities in orbit that the shuttle has been carrying out to be done by unmanned robots, because for a lot of these things it looks wonderful when it works well that human beings are doing it, but in fact it isn't necessary and it'd be a lot cheaper. There was that pressure on NASA beforehand, and there certainly is going to be more of that pressure now.
All right, thanks very much. That's Robert Bazell at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, where he had been assigned to record one of the triumphs in space, the successful flight of the Voyager spacecraft, which just this past week has returned to Earth. Those remarkable pictures of the moons from Uranus. And the spacecraft, the Voyager now, is going on from there to take a look at Neptune. Back here on Earth, we're dealing with this enormous tragedy, the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger today, about 1 minute and 15 seconds after it took off from the Kennedy Space Center with 7 people on board, including, as we continue to point out, the school teacher, Christa McAuliffe, the first real civilian outside any governmental agency or governmental body to fly on the shuttle. And it appears that she was able to fly for only about 1 minute and 15 seconds. There has been no sign of survivors of any kind whatsoever. Small pieces of debris continue to rain down for about 40 minutes in a wide stretch of ocean off the east coast of Florida today. These are the people who are on board. We want to show them to you now and talk briefly as we can. The crew on board. Francis Richard Scobee was the pilot. He's 46 years old. Scobee has logged more than 6,500 hours in 45 types of aircraft, and he was the commander of this spacecraft today. Dick Scobee was a friend of Bob Bazel's and said to him recently, there's a possibility that one of these could blow up one day. Gregory Jarvis, a Hughes aircraft payload specialist, also on board. He'd been waiting for years for a mission. The payload specialists are the people who work with the experiments, of course. "41 years old. And Christa McAuliffe, the school teacher from Concord, New Hampshire, chosen in nationwide competition. Her husband and 2 children watching today along with her parents. She was 37 years old. Christa McAuliffe was to conduct Classrooms in Space. It was part of a program announced by President Reagan during the 1984 presidential campaign. Ronald McNair, 35 years old, one of the few black astronauts, was also on board today. He was a laser physics expert. He enjoyed what he called the fantasy of space. And this is Ellison Onizuka. Ellison Onizuka was the first Japanese-American in space. He was on board, an Air Force major. He was a flight test engineer who took part in America's first manned military space flight. Judy Resnik, who'd made an earlier flight. She helped pave the way for sexual equality for women in space. She was looking for a way to broaden her career as an electronics expert when she left her native Akron, Ohio, looking for the adventure of space. Enthusiastic. And this is Michael Smith, the 40-year-old shuttle co-pilot, a crack naval aviator and test pilot. They like nothing better than an afternoon of quiet woodworking or a quick game of squash. He had flown 28 different types of civilian and military aircraft, logging more than 4,200 hours of flying time, including 3,900 hours in jet aircraft. The can-do crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger, now apparently lost in a tremendous fireball explosion out over the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Florida. Rescue crews continue to screen the area looking for whatever debris they can recover, any signs of life. So far, no word of any survivors. John Palmer's in New York. John?
Yes, Tom, some stations along the line may be leaving the network to do local programming, but we will, however, continue network coverage of this tragic event. We'd like to show you now 2 launches, the tragic launch today of the Space Shuttle Challenger and the launch back on January 12th of the Space Shuttle Columbia. That was the one that was delayed for some 7 days, you'll recall. Here they are now, side by side, today's launch and the launch on January 12th of the Columbia. Some observers felt that today's launch was a little bit slower in getting off the pad. There's no real indication that the computers show that to be true. But at this point, everything appears to be going well. Both launches look pretty much the same, mirror launches. But as this flight of the Challenger on your left, as it moves to 1 minute and about 15 seconds into the flight, there is the tragic explosion, the ball of fire, and then you see the pieces falling to Earth. It was almost an hour, we think that time is about correct, before they could get the ships in the area, the Coast Guard cutters, 3 of them, and a frigate and a hydrofoil launched along with paramedics and helicopters to that area because so much debris was falling down. Now we're getting very close to the point of the explosion. Again, obviously, it was a fuel explosion. How it happened, nobody knows. And then there is that painful mention made by Dan Molina from one of the experts who helped design the shuttle that we may never know what happened. That, of course, would be very bad indeed as we go forward, and if we go forward in the Space Shuttle program as we are doing now. Now, the close-up on your left, there is the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger this morning, about 11:39 Eastern Time, and those two prongs moving out. One of them we can certainly identify as one of the solid rocket boosters, perhaps the other is, and then you see all types of debris raining down, and what, Tom, you described a little earlier as kind of a strange beauty there, a blue sky. The launch took off this morning. The weather was very clear, a delay for just a couple of hours there because of the weather conditions. To recap, it's been mentioned that the President has delayed or canceled his State of the Union address for tonight. He's moved it for 1 week. The House will meet in session, and they will, of course, pay tribute to the astronauts. Vice President Bush is now heading down toward the Cape. He is going with the acting administrator, Donald Graham. And also we expect to find a little bit more about, hopefully a lot more about what happened coming up in a little less than an hour now at 3:30 Eastern Time when NASA holds a news conference at the Kennedy Space Center at the Cape. Now back to Washington and Tom.
Thanks, John Palmer. We've just been handed a press release by something called Caroon and Black in Space, Inc. That's a leading United States and international satellite and space insurance brokerage firm. It announced today, earlier, that it had donated a personal accident insurance policy to Sharon Christa McAuliffe, the high school teacher who will be the first private citizen to fly aboard the shuttle. The policy provides $1 million of coverage and includes all of McAuliffe's activities while she is riding as a passenger aboard the Orbiter Challenger on this mission. That was donated before the launch of today's flight, the launch that was tragically witnessed by Christa McAuliffe's husband, her 2 children, and her parents. Steve Delaney is at the Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, Florida, where George Bush and the acting administrator of NASA will be headed under President Reagan's directions. Steve? Apparently we're having some audio difficulties, of course, with Steve Delaney, who's at the Cape. We want to just bring you up to date on what is likely to happen. We're going to have continuing coverage here on NBC News until this story is resolved in one form or another, and then we'll continue our coverage even after that. President Reagan has scheduled a special address to the nation tonight from the Oval Office directly. There has been a postponement of the State of the Union speech, which was scheduled before a joint session of Congress at 9 o'clock tonight, now postponed for 1 full week, as the enormity of this tragedy begins to unfold, really, for all of us, individually and collectively. The tragedy begins to really deepen and to have the effect that any kind of tragedy of this sort has on all of us, because we are bound together in so many ways by the space program, and in a way, I suppose, that all of us were riding with Christa McAuliffe today. And now let's go back to the Kennedy Space Center and Steve Delaney. Steve?
Yes, Tom. When Vice President Bush was first elected, was first in office early in 1981, I came down here with him to watch him go through a guided tour of the Columbia Space Shuttle, which was the first one to fly, had not yet flown. And he was met by astronauts Young and Crippen, who were the first crew, and they took him all over the thing. They walked him up the ramps, and they took him inside the control compartments, and they showed him the surfaces and explained to him what they were going to do. He's been closely associated with the space program ever since that, and was the one government official not too many months ago who was presiding over the ceremony in which Christa McAuliffe was selected as the first teacher to go into space, the first civilian, really, to go into space. Mr. Bush will be coming down here with a heavy burden. He will be the one who will try to convey the nation's condolences, the nation's sympathies on the loss of the crew, not only to the McAuliffe family, but to the families of the other astronauts who were here. Several of them were staying around town, and they together, because the crew composed seven different people, were quite a sizable contingent of family, well-wishers, close relatives, not so close relatives in some cases. Some of the flyers on this group had extensive families, and a lot of them were here. But the Vice President will come down. He will be one of those who will try in an official way to express his
his sympathy, the President's, the kinds of feelings that have caused the delay in the State of the Union message, which was scheduled for tonight. Officially, the United States government is putting aside its business in a way so that through the offices of the Vice President and his associates who will be coming with him, they can try to ease the burdens and ease the pains of those who have felt this loss. It is not one of the brighter facets of the job of being Vice President, but it's that sort of duty that falls on one from time to time. So he'll be here later, and I'm sure that he'll be closeted in private with the survivors, the families of today's crew. Tom?
Very much. Steve Delaney at the Kennedy Space Center. We'll ask you to stand by there, of course, until we get any kind of an official word. And we do expect in about 45 minutes from now that NASA will have a press briefing at the Cape Canaveral at the Kennedy Space Center there. With me now is Norman Baker. He's the editor of Defense Daily here in Washington, which is a publication of Space Publications Incorporated. This is obviously a great tragedy for the families of the astronauts that are involved and for the space program as well. Wouldn't you think that we'll have serious, enormous delays that we can't even foresee at this time in the space program, both politically and technologically and financially?
Well, yes, Tom, it's really hard to imagine what effect it's going to have on it because, first off, this is the first major setback, truly major setback that the space program has had since its inception. We did have that Apollo 1 fire in which 3 astronauts were killed while they were testing the spacecraft on the ground. But all along, we have felt that this shuttle was designed with a reliability factor that we could actually set it up almost as an airliner. This is why we had all the civilians going aboard. And I think it has really set in a state of shock for the space program to realize that we had forgotten, really, how dangerous the program really could be.
You think that it was a mistake for NASA to have put civilians on board as early as they have?
No, I really don't think so, although one failure out of 25 launches is not a very good reliability. There's something drastically wrong here, and it's going to take some time, I'm afraid, to find out what went wrong.
And it was just 2 launches ago that we had some other indications of trouble with the main engine. Remember when when it shut down automatically and they thought that they may have to make a quick return?
Well, yes, and you know, there's so many factors here, so many parts that can go wrong. And I'm afraid it's not going to be one of those flights where we find out what went wrong with this one and we go on with the next one. I think there's going to be a lot of questions raised politically by the Congress of the United States and by the American people. Is this thing really a reliable system? Or do we want to go on with this until we can find maybe a better system?
Mr. Baker, that spacecraft cost $1.2 billion to build. It probably will cost, given the way things go here, about $1.5 billion to replace of some kind. This is a country that's operating under almost austerity conditions in terms of the federal government.
Yes, this is true. Well, also it takes 1/4 of the space shuttle program out of existence. There's only 4 of those spacecraft. And we may decide that this is the time to start looking at the follow-on manned spaceflight program. I don't think anyone is going to suggest that we stop the space program. I don't think they're going to suggest that we stop the manned spaceflight program. But they're going to have to reorient this program. One thing that most people haven't talked about yet is our entire space program, the military as well as civilian, was going to depend on that space shuttle.
And we had all of our eggs in that basket.
All the eggs, including our Star Wars. Our Strategic Defense Initiative was going to plan on that.
Which is the next point that I want to raise. Don't you think that the critics of President Reagan's SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative, the Star Wars program, will now have an open book from which they can criticize the president's plans to put that kind of a space defense out there?
Well, they will have a position here. They can criticize it because it's like anything that's on the edge of technology. Something can go wrong. And I don't think, though, that this will really stand up because, as I say, we have to go ahead. Remember, the Soviet Union is developing a space shuttle of their own. It looks almost exactly like this space shuttle. And will they stop? I don't think so. It's just going to require a real close examination of how we're going into space. And we're going to have to shift, for instance, the Defense Department will probably have to shift back to expendable vehicles until this problem is solved, so that we can keep our security programs going.
Do you know whether the Defense Department had some crucial missions planned for its own part of the space shuttle program that will now obviously have to be deferred?
It'll all depend on how long it is delayed. Well, they definitely had some very high priority programs planned. There's no question about that. Yeah. And, you know, they also had anticipated there would be problems with the space shuttle program, or either in scheduling or reliability problems, because they set up their own expendable launch vehicle program, which is now going through Congress getting approved. I'm sure they'll accelerate that. so that they can continue with their particular spacecraft.
Ms. Baker, thanks very much for joining us today.
Certainly, thank you.
All right, the editor-in-chief of Defense Daily, that's a publication of Space Publications Incorporated, talking about the cold, hard political and economic realities now of the space program in the United States as a result of this tragedy today. John Palmer, Studio 3K in New York. John?
Thanks, Tom. You have raised there, and all day questions have been raised about what happened. Certainly, primary focal point, the fate of the 7 people aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger. What happened? Why did it explode? 1 minute and 15 seconds. Well, a lot of these questions, all of these questions, are going to be put to NASA administrators and associates down at Cape Canaveral less than an hour from now at 3:30 Eastern Time, when they will hold a news conference and at least answer all the questions they can at that particular time. Earlier this month on the NBC Today program, Bryant Gumbel interviewed Christa McAuliffe, the private citizen astronaut aboard the Space Shuttle, the first private citizen and a teacher. They talked about how she felt and so forth. We have that tape now. We'd like to show it to you. It begins with the ceremony and remarks from Vice President George Bush when he announced that she was going to be the first private citizen to go up on the shuttle.
And the winner, the teacher who will be going into space, Christa McAuliffe. Where's you? Christa teaches in Concord High School in Concord, New Hampshire. She teaches high school social studies. She's been teaching for 12 years. She plans to keep a journal of her experiences in space.
It's not often that a teacher is at a loss for words. I know my students wouldn't think so. I've made 9 wonderful friends over the last 2 weeks. And when that shuttle goes, they might be one body. But there's going to be 10 souls that I'm taking with me. Thank you.
Those 10 souls, of course, belong to Christa and the 9 other finalists who competed for that one special seat reserved for a teacher on next January's shuttle flight. Christa McAuliffe has joined us here this morning. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Simple question. Why you?
It's really hard to say. There were 10 people. We were such a cohesive group, enthusiastic, really enjoying teaching, and I think any one of us would have done a really good job. I don't know what put me over the top, and I'm delighted to be here.
When you first applied for this, did you think you had even a prayer?
I really didn't. I was almost doing it kind of like when you play the lottery. If you don't play it, you don't win.
Sure.
And when I filled out that application, that's really how I felt. I figured there'd be at least 50,000 people across the country who would be slipping that into the mailbox around the same time.
What about when you made it down to the last 10? Did you think then, maybe?
Well, then the possibility became very real, and I really started to think what the impact would be on my teaching career and on my family. Yeah. But it was still really exciting.
Has it all hit you yet?
No, I don't think so. I still can't believe that I'm going to actually be going into that shuttle. It just really doesn't seem possible. Maybe when I'm on the launch pad it will.
What are you most excited about?
Seeing the Earth from that perspective of that small planet, you know, it's such a big place here, but being able to look at it from a new perspective, and I hope I can bring that wonder and that excitement back to the students.
Maybe just a little bit of fright, too?
Not yet. Maybe when I'm strapped in and those rockets are going off underneath me, there will be, but space flight today really seems safe. We had a good example of that when NASA shut down the last one through the computer because one of the backup systems wasn't working.
You say it seems safe. A lot of people equate that with it also seems boring. Have you been one, have you been one who followed NASA efforts all along, long before?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I can remember watching the Vanguards as they went like this, and I remember Alan Shepard's first suborbital flight, and it was really thrilling.
I read where you said you wanted to demystify space. In plain talk, what does that mean?
Well, we see the space program as a science or math or technological adventure right now. I want the students to get a little bit of ownership. I want them to feel that they're part of the space age because they're the future and their children or grandchildren are going to be pioneering that. So I really hope to bring an ordinary person's perspective to this.
Have you heard from some of your students yet?
Yes, I have. They've been dropping by the house. They've been sending me cards. They've been calling. That's been super.
NASA, of course, has a selfish interest in all this. I mean, they want to build up public support for the huge outlays that are necessary to keep the program going. As part and parcel of being the first ordinary citizen, I mean, are you expected to be the ordinary speaker who's out there making speeches on NASA's behalf?
That's going to come. Certainly will, but I'm also delighted that the teaching profession and students and the whole country is really going to benefit from this. We hopefully are going to know an awful lot more about what life is like aboard the shuttle.
Yeah. You go up on January the 22nd.
That's what the date is, yes,
of 86, and we're hoping that that'll be met. What are you most concerned about between now and then?
Well, probably just getting my life in order. I do have a family in Concord, New Hampshire, and I have to get them set. I also want to make sure my replacement in school is going to be comfortable for next year.
Any thoughts, however slight, that you might not measure up once it gets going?
Well, one of the things that has been really surprising is all of the publicity, and I was saying to my husband the other night, it's almost like I'm reading about somebody else, you know?
Well, it's a dream come true for you.
Oh, it certainly is.
Christa McAuliffe, congratulations.
Thank you again.
Good luck. We'll see you in January.
Thank you.
We'll take a break here. This is Today.
The first private citizen astronaut, Christa McAuliffe, there in an interview, a tape-recorded interview with Bryant Gumbel on the Today Show some weeks ago, talking about how proud she was to have been chosen to be a part of this space shot, this tragedy. It's all but now impossible to think that she could have really survived the crash today, the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger, along with 6 of the astronauts, 7 altogether aboard the shuttle. Let's go back now to Washington and Tom Brokaw.
John, that was such a poignant interview. You can see why she was so appealing and attractive to NASA. She was outgoing and enthusiastic, and of course she talked with great enthusiasm about the confidence that she had in the space agency itself. Today, that moment of triumph came for her and ended very shortly after liftoff, about 1 minute and 15 seconds, that enormous explosion, and as you indicated, no survivors. Christa McAuliffe and 6 other astronauts appear to have perished in that gigantic fireball about 5 miles up in space, 1 minute and 15 seconds after liftoff today. Dan Molina is at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas now, where he's been keeping track of what information he can gather there. Dan?
Tom, no new information. I must say it seems so sad and strange to glance up at some of the information readouts that we get from NASA here. There's an indication, MET, mission elapsed time. That's the time that the mission would have lasted had it gone on. Oh, you can see it on your screen there. 3 hours, 12 minutes, 16, 17, 18 seconds. That's the amount of time that the mission would have lasted had it not ended in the terrible, terrible tragedy this morning. And I must echo John's observation. It seems all but impossible now to look back to this morning when we were talking about ice problems, little problems, something that NASA has been so cautious about, little problems all the way along the line. And this morning, though, it looked like those little problems were going to be overcome. We saw a very happy crew first thing this morning. You just saw Christa McAuliffe. There's the crew with their traditional breakfast, the cake in front of them. Everybody ready to go this morning. They had glitches along the line, but this morning there was that attitude like today we were going to get off the launch pad. We're ready to go. NASA's ready to go. We had an extra hour of sleep, I know they were thinking. They were delayed about an hour because there was a problem with an electronic fire detector that was on the pad itself. No indication that that electronic problem had anything to do with the accident today. There is Christa McAuliffe parading out with her fellow crew members, Ellie Onizuka giving a wave as they go into the elevator that would take them to the van that would then take them out to the launch pad. 7 members on this crew, a very experienced crew, being applauded there. Dick Scobee leading the way, mission commander. Judy Resnik behind him, Ron McNair, Mike Smith, all of them headed out to the launch pad, confident that today would be the day. We're going to go, they said earlier on today, headed for the van that would take them out to the launch pad. It was a very, very clear, very, very cold morning at the Cape today. We were talking about ice problems earlier on. There was the chance, if they lifted off with icicles around the shuttle, that one of those icicles might break off and damage the heat protection tiles. That would pose a hazard to re-entry, and so they were worried about that. They delayed because of that problem for some time, but there is, again, no connection between anything that could have resulted from that and the tragedy today. This is Christa McAuliffe putting on a vest that is full of life-preserving equipment should the shuttle land on the water. There is always that contingency that they plan for, as they plan for any number of them. That vest has a life preserver in it that could keep an astronaut afloat for some 24 hours, food and things like that. That's one of the contingencies that they plan for. There are ways that they can get out of that hatch and swing down into the water if, in fact, they were to land on the water. That contingency is one of several, as I say, that NASA plans for including the landing at one of several overseas landing sites. We were all very aware of the possibility of that some missions ago when a sensor indicated that a main engine had shut down on the shuttle. It turned out that it was the sensor's fault, not the engine's fault. Everybody was very scared about that, and we became very aware at that point of the possibility of something serious happening to the shuttle. People who are close to the program, astronauts all the time, say something's going to happen serious one day. But as you have pointed out, Tom, so many times this morning, and as so many observers have pointed out, it's become part of our lives. How could something happen to something that's as fun and as glamorous as the space shuttle? Well, today, obviously, it did a tragedy of enormous proportions. Tom?
Thank you very much, Dan Molina. As we indicated recently, there's been a lot of attention about journalists going into space. Walter Cronkite appearing in space regalia on the front page of some newspapers and in magazines as well. Any number of us have applied to NASA, to a special screening committee that they have organized to see if we could be the first journalist to go into space as well. Obviously, the future of the journalist in space program remains very much up in air as well as the future of the Space Shuttle program. Someone who has watched all of this since the inception, and an original member of the Right Stuff group, was Deke Slayton. You'll remember him, one of the original astronauts who could not fly because of a heart murmur, later was able to go into space, now involved in a private space enterprise, hopes to launch communication satellites and others as well. He's with us now from Houston, Texas. Mr. Slayton, as you watch those videotape replays of what happened today, could you get any indication at all through the naked eye what may have gone wrong?
No, not really. I could just speculate like everybody else. If I had to speculate, I'd say it's probably a 90% probability something with the main engine, since they just did clearance to throttle up, and usually things fail when you're in a transient state. Everything else was apparently stable, so if I had to hazard a guess, I'd say that would be the high probability, but that could be totally wrong, and it'll take a lot of numbers crunching and data analysis to really sort it out.
Given the enormity of that fireball and what appeared to be the devastating effect of that on all of the equipment that may have been on board, will we ever know, do you think?
That's a good question. There's a lot of telemetry available, of course, and that'll be available to analyze from the records, and hopefully they'll sort out the precise cause. But we've had similar situations before, obviously without crews on board, where we didn't know the precise cause of an accident, and we did what we call a shotgun fix. We fix everything that could have caused it, and the system continues to work. We did that back in the Atlas program on Mercury.
Mr. Slayton, we've all been talking about the Space Shuttle program as if it's a routine shuttle flight from Washington to New York, talking about putting not just congressmen and senators up, but now school teachers and maybe even journalists in the future. Have we all become too sanguine about what can happen in space with these enormously complex vehicles?
Yeah, I think so. I think, as was noted many times earlier, NASA's a victim of its own successes here, and people have begun to accept anything that NASA does is guaranteed to work, and fortunately it has up to this point. But all of us in the business recognize that it's still high technology and there's some risk associated with it, and sooner or later you're going to have a failure. Nobody ever built the perfect machine yet, and the shuttle certainly isn't, but it's still a very good machine. I'm confident they'll sort the problem out, and we'll press on with the program. You learn from your mistakes.
I'm not asking you to be unduly critical of your old agency, but do you think that NASA was too public relations oriented in getting civilians to fly on the shuttle?
Well, my opinion has always been nobody should ever fly in a space flight that doesn't have a good reason to be on. It's still not at the stage where you're going to haul people along for a joyride. It's not for me to evaluate the importance of each crew member on each flight. And certainly there's some merit in having a teacher on board this one in terms of fostering education in the country, particularly the science and technology related education. And so it's not for me to judge whether that was worth the sacrifice or not. That'll take history to do that. But I don't believe anybody should go that doesn't have a good, solid reason to be there.
You're a kind of competitor of NASA now. You're involved with a private program that hopes to launch its own set of satellites from private enterprise and so on. Do you think that the United States has invested too much of its space resources in the shuttle program? That is, that we've got too many eggs in that one basket?
Well, no, not really. We're not a competitor in a very strong sense. We're dealing in a different segment of the market, but as far as the bigger payloads are concerned, that is true. The country has made a big investment in the shuttle, and that's considered to be the wave of the future, primarily because one envisioned being a reusable system that would be cheaper and more economic, and obviously things will happen in space faster if transportation up there is cheap. But there is a potential single-point failure there if this turns out to be a generic-type problem that requires shutting the whole fleet down for a year or so, which is not impossible. You know, we'll have a serious problem, and I think it probably would be wise to have a backup capability in this country, a launch capability, and that's what the old expendables, which are considered obsolete, can still provide you for many, many missions. So I still think the country needs to carry an expendable capability along with the great things the shuttle can do.
What was your immediate reaction, Dick Slayton, when you saw that videotape of the explosion today? Personal?
Well, it caught me not totally by surprise because I knew the thing had happened. So I was just looking to try to detect, if possible, what might have failed at what point. And that was my prime interest in watching it.
Did you know any of the astronauts on board?
Pleasant sight.
Did you know any of the astronauts on board?
Oh, yeah, I knew them all. Yeah, I worked with them and knew them all very well.
And you've been at this business a long, long time, both as a pilot and as an astronaut. Do you ever get in a mindset that you can deal with the emotional impact of something like this?
Well, sure. I've been doing it for about 45 years, so you don't ever get to the point where you enjoy it, but you got to learn to cope, and this is what goes with progress. Flight has always been a risky business. It'll always be risky, particularly the front end of it. And some things go wrong nobody has any control over, and when it happens, you had a bad day, and you press on and make the best of it. And unfortunately, that's what happened here, but we'll learn from the problem and fix it and get on with it.
Dick Slayton in Houston, thanks very much for being with us today.
Thank you.
I want to remind all of you that some stations now may want to cut away from our continuing coverage of this tragedy, the explosion on board the Shuttle Challenger today. You may want to return for your local programming. However, NBC News will continue its continuous coverage of this national tragedy here today. And what we want to do now is show you once again what happened today in the skies over Florida, just out over the Atlantic Ocean at about 1 minute and 15 seconds after liftoff of the Space Shuttle Challenger with 7 people on board.
4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Roger, roll, Challenger. Good roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading downrange. Engines beginning throttling down now at 94%. Normal throttles for most of the flight, 104%. We'll throttle down to 65% shortly. Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs. Velocity 2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles, downrange distance 3 nautical miles. Engines throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go at throttle up. Challenger, go at throttle up.
1 minute 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
Those are the parents, Ed and Grace Corrigan, the parents of Christa McAuliffe. It appears at this point they don't know what has happened, but others, of course, realize that something seriously has gone wrong. In slow motion now. To my eye, at least, it appears that the entire external tank just came apart and became one gigantic fireball. It would have been, at that point, a bomb. To the right, you see the solid rocket booster peeling off. It appears that it was that big fuel tank that we see attached to it, the largest part of the of the shuttle program that just seem to come apart. And of course it is chock-a-block with volatile oxygen and hydrogen to fuel the main engine. The parents, Ed and Grace Corrigan, as they were watching that, didn't quite know what to believe as we looked at them. And of course, this was their first launch, and as they looked at it, it appeared that there may have been a second booster going off one kind or another. But unfortunately, that was not the case at all. In Concord, New Hampshire, where Christa McAuliffe was a school teacher, the entire community was involved, as you might expect. Her third-grade class was at Cape Canaveral today with a large banner watching that tragic scene. The banner said, "Go, Christa, go." And at a high school auditorium, there were about 1,500 students assembled so that they could watch on television. Here are the kids. The successful liftoff, lots of celebration. But then something is wrong. They were immediately sent back to their classes, stunned, as we all were, by what had happened. But a much closer personal attachment to at least one member of that shuttle crew, Christa McAuliffe, a school teacher in the community of Concord. The ebullience of high school students drained from them as they watched on television screens as the shuttle blew up today. Sharon, Christa McAuliffe, and 6 other astronauts apparently have died in that gigantic fireball explosion. The crews continue to search the ocean with a variety of vessels and airborne vehicles, helicopters, and the Coast Guard cutters are out there. They were kept from the area for some time because of the debris. Jay Barberie is a veteran reporter on these space programs. He's been down in Cocoa Beach, Florida since the very beginning of the space program. He was there today, and he watched all of this as well. Jay?
Well, it was something that you didn't want to see, Tom. We were watching it as it took place into a blue sky, and we were watching it as it happened. Of course, when we saw it, we knew what had happened, but we just didn't want to believe it. And now the recovery forces are hard at work 18 miles east of here trying to find what is remaining, the remains, rather, of Challenger and the crew.
Jay, no word whatsoever, I gather, from the NASA officials who are still assembled there. They're giving you no indication, and we expect, what, a press briefing in about 20 minutes or so?
That's correct. We will have the top officials here, and at that time, we should know what has been taking place since the Challenger went down. But as now, there's only speculation and only looking at the videotapes, and we know the recovery crews are out there. What they've found, we do not know, but we should know shortly.
What happened to Christa's husband and children and her parents? Do you know where were they taken?
Well, they were, of course, escorted by NASA personnel, and I'm sure that they were taken back to the astronaut quarters, which is only a couple of miles from here, and I'm sure they're in seclusion there.
And as you looked at that videotape, as we looked at it together, what was your judgment, Jay? You've watched a lot of these go up, of course, and you've not seen anything quite like this before. But did it appear to you, as it did to me, that it could have been the external tank that went first?
I don't think there's any question about it, Tom. I think you're absolutely correct. It was the external tank. Now, the question is, when they told him he was go for throttle up, he increased the throttle pressure, increased the thrust on the 3' engines. The question is, was there a flare back of the engines at that time? If there was a flare back, this could have erupted the external fuel tank. There could have been any kind of eruption of the ducts leading the hydrogen and the oxygen into the engine. But it occurred at the base of that tank without question. Why it occurred, of course, is the question.
Is it conceivable, and again we point out that this is only speculation on our part, but is it conceivable that it might have been weather-related, that there was ice forming, of course, at the base of the main engine earlier in the day? Is it possible that ice may have played a role in all of this?
It's very possible. A chunk of ice off of the external fuel tank itself could have ruptured the ducts leading the fuel from the tank itself into the main engine. Another possibility are the wind currents at maximum Q. At that time, in the position that the spacecraft was in, the wind, the current there could have had something to do with the flare back of the engines. No one really knows. There's a lot of things that you can speculate about. But what we do know, Tom, without any question, that explosion occurred in the external fuel tank where 500,000 gallons of fuel was located. That thing is 15 stories tall. So if you can imagine a 15-story tall building, something holding 500,000 gallons of fuel, then you can imagine what sort of explosion that happened.
All right, we want to show once again on the model that we have here in our Washington studios just what we're talking about. This is the space shuttle itself. This is the vehicle. This is the Challenger, and it is attached to all of this propellant. These are the solid rocket boosters on either side. They develop 1 million pounds of thrust apiece, and as Jay indicated to you, in this large external tank, which originally was painted white, and then they removed the paint because they determined they didn't need it and they wanted to save the weight. This 15 stories high altogether, filled with oxygen and hydrogen, and it fuels the main engines, which are located at the very base down here of the Shuttle Challenger, and the other shuttles for that matter as well. They're used on liftoff, and then they're used as well to get them into orbit. Then they're fired up once again when they come back into the Earth's atmosphere. Remember that phrase, MECO, that's main engine cutoff. They fire them up to about 65% on liftoff. Then they go to 104% or even higher if they need to go into the orbit itself. And it was just at that point when they went past 65%, past 100%, full throttle, shortly after that, that this appeared to just break into flames. And then, of course, we saw that large fireball. So the indications are, at the outset at least, that it happened somewhere in here, possibly in these ducts, and as Jay Barbary indicated, there are ducts that lead from the external tank here back into the main engines. That's where it may have occurred. There's always the possibility that a number of other things could have happened as well that then triggered all of this fuel that is contained there. At any rate, it's like a giant rocket going off, a Roman candle, if you will, with 2 on each side and a much larger one in the middle. And people positioned right up here, 7 of them all together today, with no means of getting out of there once they have launched. That is, that there is no escape hatch of any kind, no ejection seat. And based on what we saw today, there was very little to eject from, tragically enough. To remind you, in about 20 minutes, we expect to have a press briefing from the officials at NASA at the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral, Florida. We may know more then. Of course, they have a wide variety of data, telemetry of all kinds, signals coming in electronically and otherwise. They'll be looking at that and analyzing it, if in fact they can. The entire country shocked by what we have witnessed here today. I'm sure that we're bound together in our common sympathy for the families of all the people who are involved. And there are grave political and economic questions raised as well. John Dancy is on Capitol Hill now, and he has the reaction of some of the principal players there. John?
Tom, probably no program has enjoyed the kind of support that the space program has enjoyed throughout its history here. Through periods of budget austerity and financial crisis, the space program has continued to enjoy support from many members here. There is no indication that despite this tragedy today, it is going to have any less support. A number of members of Congress, both on the House and the Senate side, have been in the respective press galleries giving their reaction to what happened today. Let's start off with some of it. This was Congressman Manuel Lujan, who is chairman of the House Science and Technology Committee. He was with Dr. Graham, the NASA administrator, when it happened.
We learned that there had been an explosion in the vehicle, and he said, "Oh my God, you know, what a terrible thing to happen," and was very visibly shaken and ran out of the office and went to his office.
Well, it's very difficult for me to talk about it because these were my friends. Mike Smith, the pilot, was my mother hen the first month that I trained. They assigned him to me, go to my classes and help brief me. And I don't know of any time that I have been more shocked or more moved than when my first wife was killed in an automobile accident. And so it's been very, very difficult for me this morning.
I don't think that it's time to start examining whether or not we continue with programs, but certainly, at least we ought to take a deep breath and step back before we go ahead with any further manned flights.
Let me be philosophical for a moment.
I guess in our human existence there is triumph and there is tragedy. And man tries many things. And we advance as a whole human race because we succeed most of the time. We make advances, whether it's in space or engineering or health or medical things. Sometimes, though, we aren't perfect. And then there's a tragedy that brings us back to our own human frailties and our lack of perfection. And so that's the kind of a day we're faced with now. It's been an amazingly successful series of triumphs through the years. But it also is fraught with the possibility of tragedy, and that's what we came up against today.
Tom, Senator Glenn and Senator Garn, the two senators who have flown in space, will be going with the Vice President in about 15 minutes from now, headed for Cape Canaveral to be there and to console the families who today were struck by this tragedy. Tom?
John, I think that we'll also hear later this afternoon from Congressman Bill Nelson. It is in his district that the Kennedy Space Center is located, and he flew on the most recent of the Space Shuttle flights as well. We've not yet heard from him today, but are you hearing up there that we could very likely hear from him as well?
Congressman Nelson has scheduled a press conference at about 4 o'clock this afternoon he was on the most recent space flight, as a matter of fact. Came back from it very successfully, very much a booster of the space program, as are most members of Congress, Tom. It is a program that has really enjoyed tremendous success here, even back during the 60s when we were first trying to get to the moon. There was a lot of talk about we ought not to be doing this, we ought to be putting our money somewhere else. But in fact, Congress continued to support it and continues to support the shuttle program. There are, of course, some questions raised for members of the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee. They are going to question what all this means, first, for the military space program. The military had depended to a certain extent on the space shuttle to launch some military satellites. Of course, there were other expendable rockets that were used for that as well. So in the military, where you have had people who've questioned the value of the shuttle program all along, this is going to add fuel to that controversy. It seems to me that it also raises some questions about SDI, the Star Wars program. When Senator Lautenberg was up here today, he was talking about the fact that you're getting into areas of tremendous high tech here, where you're depending on technological feats which have never been accomplished before. And when you look at something which is, compared to SDI, as relatively simple as the shuttle program, then it has to raise questions in your mind, and it has to give you pause as to whether or not we should be going ahead with the SDI program, whether or not it can, in fact, do all the wondrous things that the administration claims it will do. Tom?
John, my guess is that you're not hearing much learned discussion about the future of the space program today up there. My guess is that members of both the Senate and the House are reacting as the rest of us are, trying to deal with our own emotions as we watch all of this, holding out the slimmest of hope that perhaps one of the astronauts or all of them could have survived, although that seems almost totally unlikely at this time. Are you hearing any real profound discussion about what the program may do?
People here, of course, react in a very human fashion to what's going on. They're just as human as the rest of us in a situation like this, and they were just as stunned as the rest of us by this news. What every senator and every House member has said is that there has to be a pause. NASA must not fly another shuttle until we know what happened. The consensus seems to be that NASA should examine it, that they have the expertise. There should not necessarily be a blue ribbon panel, but that NASA should go ahead now, examine what happens. It is still, to a certain extent, a test program, and in any test program, you are going to expect failures like this. Congress, the reaction from here has been, in that sense, very mature and not hysterical. No one has said, oh, let's call it off because it's just not working.
But there are real financial constraints in the country already, and this space shuttle that blew up today cost more than $1 billion, probably cost $1.5 billion to replace it. That's going to have an effect, no matter how we feel about it right now, on the entire budget process, isn't it?
Graham Rudman certainly is going to have an effect on NASA because, as one of your guests earlier was talking about, the fact that this is 1/4 of the civilian space program that blew up today. One space shuttle out of 4. That's going to have to be replaced if we are, in fact, to continue at the same level. Graham Rudman, the law mandating cuts in the budget, is certainly going to have an effect on the space program. Will we go ahead and replace that space shuttle, or will we just let it pass and go ahead with 3 at this point?
Thank you very much, John Dancy on Capitol Hill today. We want to remind you once again of what we have ahead of us in about 10 minutes. We expect to hear from NASA officials their first full-blown report since the explosion on board. It appeared to be in the external tank of the Space Shuttle Challenger today about 2 minutes after liftoff. Actually, a little less than that, somewhere between 1 minute and 2 minutes altogether. At about 5 miles in space, about 18 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It appeared that all 7 astronauts on board were killed. That includes a 37-year-old schoolteacher, Christa McAuliffe, who was flying as part of the civilian and space program that the Reagan administration launched during the presidential campaign of 1984. The tragedy was witnessed by her husband and 2 small children, as well as by her parents and members of her 3rd grade class from Concord, New Hampshire. Tonight, President Reagan will make a special address to the American people directly from the Oval Office. His State of the Union speech, which had been scheduled for 9 p.m. Eastern Time, now has been postponed until next Tuesday. What time he'll make his speech tonight, we're uncertain at this point. As soon as the White House tells us, we'll, of course, pass that along to you. Mrs. Reagan was watching all of this today, as it turns out, live on television from the private quarters at the White House. Her immediate reaction was, oh, my God, and then she, according to a spokesperson, prayed that there would be some survivors of some kind. But to repeat once again, it appears that apparently all 7 on board have perished in that gigantic explosion. I happen to be at the White House for a briefing with Chief of Staff Donald Regan and other correspondents, and Pat Buchanan and Admiral Poindexter, who is the chairman of the National Security Council. When a note was passed to Buchanan and Poindexter, they left the room. We didn't know whether they were leaving prematurely or for what reason. When suddenly someone came back in, handed down Regan a note, and it said simply, the shuttle has blown up. Details to follow. And he looked at us, and we were as stunned as he was. And then, of course, that briefing broke up. It was shortly after that that President Reagan, or about that time, that President Reagan was notified. He felt very strongly about the families of all the people who were involved. He watched, as we all did, in great shock, the television replays of that explosion today. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here as a nation with the space program? Where do we go from here financially and politically? Those questions simply cannot be answered today. But the risk, of course, that we all take in being involved in great enterprises is that human sacrifice of one kind or another will be required, as we heard John Glenn saying a little while ago. The real question that remains to be answered, of course, is, was there some kind of incompetence on the part of those people who are charged with the Space Shuttle program? I'm only raising it as a question. We do not know the answer to that yet. That will take a long and meticulous investigation before we can determine that. But the American public will be demanding some difficult answers to some difficult questions, and of course we'll all have to examine what it is that we want from this era of high technology. Dan Molina is at Houston. That's at the Johnson Space Center there, where he has been keeping track of what little they know at this time. Dan?
Christa McAuliffe looks every inch an astronaut these days, and her crewmates treat her like one of the gang. This was a little trek up to break the sound barrier with Dick Scobee, her mission commander.
They could have very easily said, oh, you know, there's a teacher, what are we going to do with her? She's going to get in the way, or we've got to plan things around her. If I needed help during the lessons, if I needed an extra pair of hands, I mean, they've just been so wonderful. I really do feel part of the crew.
For several months now, doctors have been jabbing and probing her, zipping her up in black bags to see if small dark places scare her. She's gone through all sorts of training in shuttle simulators, and she's learned a few cold, hard facts about what to expect.
I didn't realize it was so slippery.
The shuttle's small. And if you kind of think of it as being in maybe a 6-man tent with 7 people in it, and it rains for 6 days, that's the environment that you're in.
It's all a very big change from life in Concord, New Hampshire. This was the day she left home for 4.5 months of training. It seemed especially tough to say goodbye to her daughter, Caroline.
Love you. All right. See you later, alligator.
Okay, let's get dinner ready.
Yes.
Okay.
Life without mother in the McAuliffe household. A new adventure for Christa's husband, Steve, an attorney.
Okay. Frozen cook. Open this thing up.
He's doing a super job. I mean, he took over single parenting without missing a beat. The kids are doing well. He's doing well. I mean, he's doing so well that when I came home the last time, I walked in the kitchen to do something, and he kind of looked and he said, excuse me. He said, we don't do that way anymore. I said, pardon me.
She's part astronaut now, but still a teacher first. There's an elaborate plan for her to teach from space and to hook up a direct link with her old school. Much of the country will see this ultimate field trip, and Christa says it's just the kind of recognition teachers need.
And because they feel so good about themselves and the morale is high, I'm hoping that other people are going to look at that and say, they do a very important job.
She'll earn a place in history when Challenger lifts off. She'll be a celebrity for a while. Then it'll all be over. Christa McAuliffe will be back in New Hampshire, back in her classroom, but she'll always be known as the teacher in space. Dan Molina, NBC News at the Johnson Space Center, Houston.
Now, of course, her legacy is tragically different. Vice President George Bush and a contingent directed by President Reagan now departing Washington, D.C. for the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral. John Palmer is standing by in New York, where he has a report for us on the weather conditions that existed this morning at the time of liftoff. John?
Yes, Tom, our meteorologist here in New York, Joe Whitty, has done some checking. It was below freezing down at the Cape for many hours during the night, and it wasn't until about 10 o'clock mid-morning when the temperature rose above 32. The lowest temperature early in the morning, just before dawn, was 25 degrees, and that, of course, resulted in those icicles on part of the spacecraft and on the booster rockets, icicles that they knocked off, and then after a while dismissed that as possibly being any kind of a problem. Another weather thing that is quite interesting, a phenomenon, is the jet stream, which normally, of course, is in the upper part of the United States, but we know of the much publicized cold weather in the last couple of days, and the jet stream dropped down as low as Florida, as low as the area around the Cape there, and winds at an altitude right here of 7 to 9 miles above the launch pad were 100 miles an hour. That's an unusual condition to have the jet stream moving that far into the south. Now, there are, of course, no definitive reports on the fate of the crew, but we all have been saying this afternoon, and it has been very much confirmed from the experts that it's pretty impossible that anyone could have survived that. We will know in about 6 minutes when NASA officials in Cape Canaveral come out and talk to reporters and answer questions. There are some unofficial reports coming to officials and NASA officials at the Cape indicating that they have found no large pieces of debris, and certainly no sign of life at the impact zone some 15, 18, or 25 miles off the coast out in the Atlantic from the launch pad. And now let's go to Bob Bazell. Bob?
John, I've been listening to what you were saying about the weather. That it may have been an important factor, but NASA always has a plane that goes up above the launch site to measure the winds at different altitude. And one of the things that they're always concerned about is what they call wind shear, which is a sharp change in the wind direction. It's not so much the velocity at those upper altitudes that matter during a launch. It's sudden changes in the wind direction that cause even more pressure. And has been pointed out many times this morning, the explosion aboard the Challenger occurred this morning at what the engineers call maximum Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure, when the rockets are being pushed to their ultimate thrust and the greatest amount of stress is put on the shuttle. Now, during the fifth shuttle mission, Commander Vance Brand has said that at that moment he felt like the shuttle was about to fly apart, and some structural changes were made at that point, and they did not allow the rockets to be pushed as far as they might have been for a long time. Now, of course, all of this is speculation. We hope that in a few minutes when Jess Moore, who's the head of the shuttle program, comes down to talk to us from Cape Canaveral in Florida, that we will have our first information from NASA. This is very important because as long as we continue to speculate. But looking at the tape, it does appear that it occurred at a time when Dick Scobee, the commander, pushed to maximum thrust. There was a physical event going on at that moment. And to recap something that I said earlier, several hours earlier, we've been talking for a long time, and I think it's especially poignant right now, that Commander Scobee did tell me several times, as a matter of fact, because this was something that we talked about, that someday a shuttle was going to blow up. He said he had been a test pilot. He had been a Vietnam veteran, much decorated for combat missions in Southeast Asia, and he said that there was no question in his mind that someday a space shuttle would explode. He said it was a complex piece of machinery, a lot of explosives. You have to remember that you have to have enough rocket thrust to get 17,000 miles an hour to go into orbit. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of explosive fuel. And someday this complex piece of machinery was going to fail, just like inevitably, if you have enough airplane flights, one of those airplanes is going to crash. So that happened, and he said that he certainly hoped that the shuttle program didn't come to an end. Now, I think that is not going to be the case for a while, there's certainly going to be a postponement in the shuttle program because, as other people pointed out this morning, it has always been NASA's policy when there's even the slightest glitch not to fly again until anybody discovers what caused that glitch. So here we have obviously a much more serious situation. It's going to take extremely complex analysis. The engineers at several locations around the country are now beginning what they call failure analysis. That is, to try to recreate the accident as best they possibly can, both from the videotapes and from what's called the telemetry. That is the information that's being sent by all sorts of automatic devices on the spacecraft. And when they try to recreate that, they'll try to find what the failure was. And until, the one thing we can say for certain is, until that is understood, and until somebody can say what caused that accident, there will never be another shuttle flight. Now, it could be very soon. It could be that it was a fairly simple failure and something that can be replaced, or it could be because of the nature of the vast explosion that it'll be a long time until we found. But right now we just don't know, and we're looking forward to hearing from Jess Moore at Cape Canaveral any time now.
Bob, we can go back certainly to January of 1967. That was the last time there was loss of life with the American space program. That was the fire aboard the capsule of the Apollo when astronaut Virgil Grissom and 2 other astronauts lost their lives that tragic night when that fire occurred. But it's, I think, worth noting that it was some 18 months before they launched again. So that might give us some idea of the kind of investigation, the kind of work, the kind of painstaking care that's going to be involved here in trying to find out what went wrong. Now, in about a minute and a half, excuse me, Bob?
Yeah, we've just gotten word here at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that the press conference has been delayed for half an hour, and we can expect it to start at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. To continue on along that point about the Apollo accident, one of the things that in people talking about the history of the space program have always said that the Apollo program, the rush to get a man on the moon, had proceeded in a way that wasn't the best way until that accident. And in fact, it was that accident and the 18-month delay that you talked about made NASA reconsider its entire approach to manned spaceflight. And many people said that many of the successes that followed never would have been possible if it hadn't been for that terrible tragedy. Now, we have a situation here, obviously, where the same kind of extensive analysis will have to go on again. But one of the things that was part of the Space Shuttle program was redundancy. That was, there was at least 2 of everything that was needed for a safe flight. And so it could not have been a simple failure that caused this thing, a simple failure of something that was necessary. It was more, it was what engineers call a catastrophic failure. Several things had to go wrong at once. And from the looks of those tapes, that was certainly the case.
Much, Bob Bazell. This is Tom Brokaw back in Washington. And John Palmer in New York, if you'll both just stand by there, as we all will throughout the day. It is now coming up on 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. We want to remind our local stations along the way that if they want to return to their local programming, now is the time to do that. NBC News, of course, will continue its coverage of this tragedy involving the Space Shuttle Challenger and what appears to be the deaths of 7 astronauts on board, including teacher Christa McAuliffe. We'll continue our coverage here right along the way. We want to tell you as well that on Capitol Hill today there was the same kind of shock reaction that we've all had across the country. House Speaker Thomas P. Tip O'Neill went to the Speaker's microphone in the well of the House of Representatives, and he offered his comments on what we've all been through.
These wonderful people, Francis Scobee, Michael Smith, Judy Resnik, Ronald McNair, Allison Onzikuka, Christa McAuliffe, Gregory Jarvis, died performing their duty. They died not as individuals of the crew, but working as a team, united in devotion and a commitment to the United States, their country. This afternoon, we are united in the same spirit as the crew. Oh, our deep feeling for them. We pray for these brave Americans, for their families.
House Speaker Thomas P. Tip O'Neill talking about the deaths of the astronauts. There's been no official confirmation of that, but of course it's important to indicate that we all believe that there was no way that they could have survived that enormous explosion that was described to Roy Neal earlier in the day as the size of a small nuclear charge. It appears that the large external tank just blew up. The commander of this mission, as Bob Bazell indicated a few moments ago, was Francis R. Richard Scobee, a 46-year-old commander member of the astronaut corps, veteran of Vietnam, talked to Bob about the dangers inherent in any space shuttle flight. And recently he was asked whether it was a good idea to put a civilian on board like Christa McAuliffe.
There ought to be some return on the investment, because it's not cheap to fly people in space, and it's not undangerous. It's not, you know, it may look that way, but, and we do these flights repetitively, and they get kind of a commonplaceness to them that's really not there, because each one of them is an individual technological marvel in itself, and you lose that by watching so many of them. There are a lot of things that go on during a space flight, and it's not easy to do, and it may look easy from the outside. It's not easy from the inside. And so you ought to be sending people like this that are going to make a return on that investment, and it really is an investment in them. So there ought to be a return involved in it, and in this case there is.
Richard Scobee, the 46-year-old commander of the Shuttle Challenger, which blew up today shortly after he sent word back to Cape Canaveral, Roger, go, at full throttle up. Just moments later, the entire spacecraft was engulfed in a gigantic explosion, and debris began to rain down on the Atlantic Ocean. Steve Delaney is at Cape Canaveral now, where he has been with veteran watchers of the Space Shuttle program all day long. We're all left to wait until NASA has something to say, and Steve is standing by now with a veteran space correspondent. Steve? Apparently, we are having audio difficulties once again from the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral, Florida. Steve Delaney is there. We'll ask him to stand by because we'll expect to go back to him before this half hour is out to bring you up to date in about 25 minutes. They've now moved it up a little bit. NASA does expect to have its first formal news conference on what happened today, if they know, in fact, at this point. There's been some indication from people who have been watching that the explosion was so complete that there may be no indication that we can make at this time of what caused the explosion itself. We want to show you, for those of you who are joining us along the way, just what happened as the word spreads across the country about the blow-up of the Space Shuttle program. I remember vividly that moment 19 years ago, of course, when there was the fire on the launch pad that caused the deaths of the 3 astronauts at that time in the Apollo program. They were such familiar names to us, and we had believed that this Right Stuff crew could only do right. But we learned that day that things could go wrong, as we have once again today. Here's what happened today.
We have main engine start, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Good roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading downrange. Engines beginning throttling down now at 94%. Normal throttles for most of the flight, 104%. We'll throttle down to 65% shortly. Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs. Velocity 2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles, downrange distance 3 nautical miles. Engines throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go and throttle up. Challenger, go and throttle up.
The last word.
1 minute, 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
The NASA commentator continuing. The family, once again, her parents right in the middle of your picture, not sure what has happened. Something terrible has gone wrong. Others realize. In slow motion now. The entire external tank just comes apart. A gigantic explosion that no one conceivably could have survived, it seems to all of us. Nonetheless, search crews continue to go over a wide part of the Atlantic where debris rained down. There were Coast Guard cutters and helicopters in that area. It's a routine procedure. Stand by. Steve Delaney now is at Cape Canaveral in Florida. That's the Kennedy Space Center, as he was just a few moments ago. Now we are told that his microphone is working. Steve?
Well, let's see if it is. Tom, you were talking a moment ago about being unable to believe that what we were seeing was really what was happening. This is the first time I've been here, and I was just enraptured by the whole liftoff process and did not know until perhaps after some other people had figured out that something had gone terribly wrong. And one of those might have been Tom Boyle of the Tipton Conservative, who's been down here covering this sequence of launches ever since Apollo 11, I'm told, right?
Yes, sir. My first indication, personally, that it had gone haywire was during the pitch over, when the smoke trail gets in the way, is that the solid exhaust tends to get dimmer and dimmer, and then all of a sudden it was brighter, which was evidently an explosion, and I thought, that's not right, and then I saw the solids out to each side, and I thought, uh-oh, our TLS says hang on to them till they burn out, and then
but
shortly
you knew that
after
something
that,
at that point was out of sequence, and then bits and pieces began to fall through the sky, and you were...
When I saw the pieces, I knew as far away as I was that something was wrong. Evidently it was about 13 miles slant range.
Of all the times that you have come down here, do you always have, at the point where they're getting off the ground and heading for space, do you always have a nagging feeling that something like this might happen?
Yes, especially on the first flight of Columbia, that nobody really knew what it was going to be like, and anyway, that I was fixed at watching the climb of the vehicle, and you tend to get this little unbalanced feeling as you start looking high in the sky, and I thought it might be off track, but it wasn't.
But this time, what did you file?
I haven't filed completely yet. I called back to the paper and told them what it looked like to me, and they were already seeing what was on TV, because it was, a good hour before you could get through a phone.
Tom, you just watched here a moment ago, and they played the slow-motion replay of what happened. You hadn't seen that before. What did that sight do to you?
Well, it confirmed to me that it wasn't the solids, that I could see something in there. I'd have to watch it one or two more times, because also between the tank and the belly of the shuttle, you can sometimes see the forming of a condensation trail or a contrail like an airliner leaves, and it's just an instantaneous, intermittent thing. And but this time it wasn't condensation, evidently.
There's been some, and we've done nothing but speculate as carefully and as clearly as we can label it, that this or that might have happened. What about the low temperature this morning? In your mind, is that a consideration for them to look at?
To me, it is not, because it's cold to us. But you have to remember that liquid hydrogen temperature approaches absolute zero. It's 400 and some degrees below zero Fahrenheit.
So the difference between chilly and warm for us doesn't make that much difference?
I would say not. However, I don't deal in cryogenics.
You are dealing, in fact, so you are going to go to the news conference. Do you expect them to enlighten us much more than what we already know?
Yes.
Or is it too early?
No, they will enlighten us more. They will have some empirical data about how high, how far, how fast, and what came down, and what's out there looking. Yes, sir.
Well, that comes up in 20 minutes or so, and everybody here and everybody across the country will be following it with great care and interest, as this day, which was supposed to be the accomplishment of a lifetime for one school teacher from New Hampshire and 6 of her colleagues, turned into tragedy. Tom, that's about it from here right now.
Thank you, Steve. And a member of those 6 colleagues, a regular member of the astronaut corps, was a woman by the name of Judy Resnik. She had a Ph.D. in electrical engineering from the University of Maryland. She was the second woman to go into space right after Sally Ride. She was a payload specialist, that is, that she worked in the back, and we're going to be hearing from her in a few moments. But there is this great irony, of course, that it was 19 years ago yesterday that the last deaths recorded in NASA occurred on a launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral, Florida. That was Apollo 1. They were running some tests at the time, and here are the astronauts who were involved. They were led by Virgil Gus Grissom. It was Lieutenant Colonel Ed White, of course, and Roger Chaffee. And they were taken out and put in the capsule aboard the big Apollo 1 rocket, the Saturn rocket.
And it was there that a flash fire occurred, and they were unable to get out, and they were all killed. The burned capsule. We were stunned by that one as well, I remember vividly, because once again, the can-do attitude of NASA left us all with the impression that nothing really could go wrong, that these experts who know things right down to the last digit point, one kind or another, had it all figured out. Well, we learned then that there can be tragedies involved in the space program, but it's been now almost 20 years, actually, since there's been another death. And today, apparently, we've had 7 of them, including a school teacher from Concord, New Hampshire, and Judy Resnik, a woman member of the Astronaut Corps who talked recently with Dan Molina about the presence of Christa McAuliffe on board this flight.
McAuliffe going up is, of course, a major step in the space program. What are your general feelings, individually, about the citizen participant program? I'm sure you think it's a good idea, but can you tell me why?
Well, the Space Shuttle is a national resource, and we career astronauts do the things that we're supposed to do to carry a mission out, to deploy payloads, to retrieve them, to operate experiments. And when we come back, we talk to the public a little bit about what we did, but then we have to go on and train for other missions because that's our goal in life. In the case of Christa or of a participant, she will get an opportunity to participate, obviously, and to see what goes on in the space shuttle, to be a member of the team, and then she can come back and devote some time to talking to people about what it is that we do more broadly. I think it's a complement to what we do as opposed to a replacement for the astronauts talking. I think she can enhance and highlight what it is that we have to say to the public about what we do and bring home a little bit more how important it is, the types of things that we're doing and how they will benefit people back on Earth.
What's it been like having her train with you folks? Has it been smooth, and perhaps has her participation given you any fresh perspectives on yourself? Have her observations or the fact that she's a total novice at all this, has it been of interest to you for any particular reason, any incidents perhaps that have come up?
Christa has been training with us since September, which is a little bit longer than we normally do for other payload specialists who may have some more scientific or space-oriented background. And she has not only developed her own set of procedures that she's going to be doing in space, she has participated in our training to understand what it is we're doing, when we're doing things, how we're doing things, what the environment's going to be like. And she has fit in very well as a member of the team. I think she's going to be very helpful to us. We're hopefully going to be helpful to her, that we can work together to get all of our objectives done in a timely fashion. And I think that we couldn't have picked a better person to do the job.
Oh, that's very. Have there been any particular incidents that have stuck in your mind? Anything that's happened that pointed out the fact that here's a teacher and we're astronauts? Has there been a big distinction between her as somebody from the outside and you folks as people on the inside?
Christa came into this program knowing very little about how we do things on the space shuttle other than what she had learned from being a member of the public who isn't involved in space. And she has come a very long way. She's very well-versed on what it is we're doing, how the shuttle operates, what types of things it does. And I think she's become a student herself so that she can then later become a teacher to her students.
Yeah. Are you going to participate in any of that?
All of us are going to be helping Christa with the things that she's doing because it's a pretty well choreographed team effort.
Mm-hmm. What do you look forward to next, Dr. Resnik? This will be your second shuttle flight. What are your personal ambitions at this point?
Well, this is my second flight, and I'm looking forward to having a third flight right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's a short-term goal, and as a long-term goal, I'd like to stay with the space program as long as they want me as an astronaut if I can, and if not, I'd like to stay in some other capacity because I think it's very important.
Judy Resnik, PhD in electrical engineering. She was a friend of mine. I do not hesitate to tell you. I met her on the launch of the first shuttle when she was our mission expert commentator. We maintained a kidding relationship over the years. We once had a bet that I will say to you candidly involved a six-pack of beer on the launch of a shuttle. she won the bet, and I sent it to her enveloped in a dozen long-stem red roses. And she called me and said, Brokaw, I like the six-pack better than I did the roses. A lot of mischief beneath that serious demeanor. Great loss to her family, of course, and a great loss to the astronaut corps. Judith Resnik. Bill Nelson, a congressman from Florida, was involved in the last shuttle mission. He's on Capitol Hill now, where he's meeting with reporters. Well, maybe he isn't. Congressman Nelson, you'll remember, had a successful mission. He represents that district in Florida where the Space Shuttle program is located. And he went up after several delays and had what I think was a 5-day mission that went quite well. Once they were in space, they launched successfully some communication satellites, and they returned about a day early because they were concerned about the weather conditions for landing based on the meteorological forecast. One more indication of how very careful NASA is in terms of the safety factor. They just don't do anything on a whim. They try to work out as carefully as they possibly can what the conditions are likely to be and what the technology is going to be and what it's capable of doing before they send anyone up in space. Congressman Nelson, of course, was one of those members of Congress who's been very instrumental in promoting the space program. There were those people who thought that he had been chosen for that reason, as well as the fact that he lived in the Florida district where the space shuttle is launched from. NASA is not unaware of the fact that they have to have friends in Congress as well as in the rest of the country because it's an expensive program, and they want to promote it as best as they can. The teacher part of this program, Christa McAuliffe was involved in. They'd hoped to be able to teach other members of upcoming generations about what space may mean to them, and that she would be able to conduct the classrooms in space, as you heard Judy Resnik talking about that just a few moments ago. And of course, all of that will be put on hold. How this will affect this generation is very hard to know. Maybe Bill Nelson has some thoughts on that. Let's go to Congressman Nelson.
On one of the solid rocket motors. As it turned out, after the scrub, when they ran the system, they found out that it was a faulty sensor, not the hydraulic pressure unit, the HPUs. Had we gone and had it been a malfunctioning APU, it could have been a very bad day. Well, that's why you have the redundancies and the checks. Now, as far as ascent, both of the solid rocket motors, those are the two big ones that look like big candlesticks that are packed with the solid fuel. They have to light off at precisely the same time, or else you could get a cartwheeling effect right at the pad. And then on ascent, if you don't have their performance as is scheduled, or if you don't have the performance of all three main engines, you have all kinds of contingencies. One of the contingencies is to come back around and land at the Kennedy Space Center. Another contingency, if you lose one engine, is to go on and land in Dakar, Senegal, or Morón, Spain. Another contingency, if you've got enough energy, is to go once around and come back to Edwards. But where there is an explosion, such as occurred today, there are no contingencies, and that's part of the risk that is taken. No. I couldn't hear you. No. As a professional.
Congressman Bill Nelson of Florida, who just recently completed a successful mission talking about the escape and emergency procedures that are built into any shuttle launch program. And of course, he concluded by saying, when you have an explosion of the magnitude that we had today, there's nothing that you can do. Roy Neal remembers the investigation that followed the fire on the pad on Saturn I back in 1967, I guess it was, Roy, 19 years ago yesterday. What do you remember about the investigation and what NASA was able to learn?
Well, I remember this, Tom. It was a very long time ago, but the Apollo 1 fire brought to the attention of the nation the fact that they had a space program that was, if you will, based on feet of clay. As a result, they conducted the most sweeping investigation in the history of United States technology. There was much breastbeating, much browbeating, but in the final analysis, NASA decided that it had to redesign its entire spacecraft, go to an entirely new oxygen system, if you will, before they could fly again. I'm not suggesting that this may take a total redesign of the space shuttle. There have been too many successful flights to date. But what I am suggesting is that right now, a NASA team, probably what they call a blue ribbon panel, but in this case with the top engineers, the top scientists that NASA can command, is being put together. We may even hear some announcement of that when NASA comes to the fore with a news conference now expectable in just about 7 or 8 minutes. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they announce at that time that a committee has been named by NASA from within itself to conduct an equally sweeping investigation. And it could be that before they're finished, the space shuttle may have to go through some redesign factors, but the likelihood right now, based on research being conducted at this minute at the Marshall Space Flight Center and here in California out at the Rocketdyne Division and the Space Divisions of Rockwell, based on that, the likelihood is that the problem this time is a far smaller signature, is far less in import than the one that caused the Apollo 1 fire, but it will be totally investigated. We can expect such a committee to be named, and shortly, and I'm sure that we, the public, will probably know more about what really did happen, thanks to the telemetry beamed down from space, probably know more than any of us can really handle in the not-too-far distant future. Analysis is going on now, Tom.
Thank you very much, Roy Neal, at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena today. That's the only experience that we've had, of course, with a tragedy of this magnitude. There have been problems along the way. Here's a kind of a chronology now of the major problems during previous missions in the shuttle program. You'll recall back in April of 1981, the first launch, first critical test flight of the Space Shuttle launch attempt was halted in the final seconds. We all remember that. It was delayed for 2 days by those computer software problems. And then in November of 1981, on the second shuttle, a fuel cell failed, limiting power supply and forcing the mission to be cut short by a couple of days. In March of 1982, bad weather forced a 1-day delay. February of 1984, 2 satellites deployed smoothly from the spacecraft, but they failed to reach their proper orbit. This is a big part of this space shuttle program. It's a kind of space airliner and space truck all at the same time. What NASA is doing is carrying into space private enterprise, in effect, launching satellites for companies like RCA, for example, also conducting some pharmaceutical experiments for pharmaceutical companies in the weightless environment that exists up there. What they hope to do is to have a kind of synergy, if you will, between the federal government and the space program and private enterprise. They expected that the shuttle program would pay its own way, that you would hire the shuttle so that you could carry out these experiments. And they had hoped by now to be having a launch a week. Well, of course, that was cut way back. They expected maybe they could have at least 15 launches in this year, and that was quite ambitious. And that is unrealistic at this time. There's some question about whether we'll have any more launches for the balance of this year because of the nature of the investigation that will be required. We want to show you some of the training films of the crew that was involved in this Shuttle Challenger launch today. What astronauts go through. A lot of people think it's a pretty glamorous business. You sit around in the pilot's lounge until it's time to strap up and then take off. Well, it's not that at all. It's a rigorous, demanding profession that involves a lot of the sciences, physics and otherwise, and also it's a demanding physical regimen. That is, if they put in long days going through the various procedures. There's Christa McAuliffe, who was a school teacher. She was on a consolidated program, of course, preparing for this flight. Most NASA officials said, well, if you're in pretty good physical condition and you're generally alert, that you can get through this all right.
Is this brown or black?
This brown.
It's brown.
This is your stuff.
Ellison Onizuka, who was there with her, as you can see in the background, the first Japanese-American to go up. He was scheduled to launch in '84, but he couldn't do that then. That's Judy Resnik that we just heard from her, looking very serious. But as I say, there was that mischievous side to her as well. Gregory Jarvis, payload specialist. That is people who work with that big Canadian arm in the background. Now they're gearing up. They get into all of this paraphernalia only for the takeoff. Then when they're in space, they're able to live pretty comfortably, actually, within the confines of the space shuttle itself. As Bob Bazell indicated earlier, the toilet is kind of tricky to operate. But all the indications were that everything was going to go okay. Ronald McNair is the black astronaut. He's a magna cum laude graduate of North Carolina A&T and a presidential scholar. He's one of America's first 4 black astronauts.
Try to keep us informed of where you are in the timeline also.
I've been in the cockpit of one of the space shuttles. What you do is crawl down into it from on top. Relatively confined, but once they get up there again, as I indicate to you, they can move around a little bit, although for a 5 or 6 day period, it's close quarters. That is Christa McAuliffe, who's in the foreground here. And I think Gregory Jarvis, who is seated beside her.
Got that little drop side off.
Would you like one?
I need. Do you have an extra?
Yes, I do. Oh. Teachers are always prepared.
Thank you.
On liftoff, other astronauts have told me before that it's an exciting sensation because there's an awful lot of thrust that is developed, more than 2 million pounds on either side of you with those solid rocket boosters, but it's nothing that the human body can't withstand, even those bodies that are untrained, in effect, to the extreme force of G's. There you can see how close the quarters are. And that's where they were strapped in today, still in place, when the explosion occurred, that it appears to all who have looked at it, killed them all. Mr. McNair, 2 children, and a wife, Cheryl.
Is all of you station enough to do this?
No, you can request an MS transfer bag, which is like a pouch, a mailman type bag. Hell, I don't know how strong those lockers are. I wouldn't trust my weight on it.
Get me up there, then I'll lift it.
Communication system in Concord.
We just received word that President Reagan will make his address live to the nation tonight at 5 p.m. That's in 1 hour from now, Eastern Standard Time.
I had a terrible set of events. I lived in Boston for 2 years and then went to...
And you just start putting all your stuff on, and then we'll get the whole orbiter configured, and we'll give them each their bags, and then, you know, while they're getting the flight set ready to go home, and all of us will, you know, 3 of us.
This is Ellison Onizuka, who is a 39-year-old mission specialist as well. He has 2 children that he leaves behind, we believe. He was a U.S. Air Force test pilot and winner of the Air Force Commendation Medal. Air Force test pilots, of course, are in a high-risk occupation. Nonetheless, no one ever expects this kind of thing to happen. There are generally 2 categories of astronauts, those who entered from the scientific field and those who entered from the Air Force or from the piloting side. Judy Resnik is an example of someone who came in, an electrical engineer. She was intrigued by the electrical challenges that were involved. Some of them also, of course, become both scientists and pilots. In the case of Sally Ride, she became interested in aviation generally. We want to remind our NBC stations along the way that we're going to take a station break now, that NBC News will have continuous coverage of this tragedy involving the Space Shuttle Challenger today, but that those of you who want to return to local programming can do so at this time. Dan Molina now is at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Dan?
Tom, we, like everyone else at this point, are waiting for Jess Moore, the Associate Administrator of NASA, who is responsible for the Space Shuttle program, to address us all at a news conference to be held at the Kennedy Space Center. They will, of course, try to tell us what they know at this point. Whatever they know, they are getting from the telemetry data, which was coming down all the time. During the launch of the Space Shuttle, there's a constant flow of data to the Mission Control Center here at the Johnson Space Center. That, of course, has been analyzed over the last couple of hours to see what they can possibly learn from that. It's not at all certain, as we were saying earlier, that they will ever be able to determine exactly what went wrong, but there is, again, the possibility that the telemetry will show them something. Then there are the the incidental factors, the things that could have gone wrong that nobody expected. We were talking about the weather this morning, the ice. There was no indication from NASA this morning that they were ever concerned that the ice would do anything more than pose a threat to the heat protection tiles. They worry that if a shuttle takes off when it's icy cold and there's icicles on it, that one of those icicles might puncture or otherwise damage one of the heat protection tiles, and that would result in some sort of a hazard to re-entry. I was very taken with Jay Barbary's comment earlier on when he said, what about if one of those chunks of ice was to hit one of the lines that runs between the external tank and the orbiter itself? That does, of course, pose the possibility of rupturing one of those lines. The possibilities at this point are endless. We were saying earlier that I have spoken with Max Faget, the designer of the Space Shuttle, widely regarded as the father of the Space Shuttle. He was completely in the dark. He, of course, is watching as close as he can. Dr. Faget is retired from NASA, but he was watching from his office, and he said he has complained several times about any number of things that were involved in the design, but he said at this point there was nothing that we ever predicted could be that serious that could result in a catastrophic failure. It's one of those things that you write off to possibility, but you can't speculate at this point how it could have happened. We have here a model of the Space Shuttle. For those of you who may not have seen it earlier, it's well at this point probably to review the major components of it. This is the large external tank, and as Tom has pointed out, this external tank contains fuel that amounts to making the shuttle a flying bomb when it goes up into space. On the outside are solid rocket boosters. Now, each of these solid rocket boosters develops a thrust of something like 2.9 million pounds. They separate from the shuttle as it gets to a certain point in the flight. At the point where the catastrophic explosion occurred this morning, they were about halfway to the point where these solid rocket boosters would normally have come off the side of the shuttle and then been picked up at sea, and that is the normal, that's the normal procedure. The external tank goes up with the shuttle further on into space and disintegrates as it comes back down through the atmosphere. We were a little over a minute into the flight. We were at the point where they were approaching what's called max Q. That's the point of maximum dynamic pressure on the orbiter itself, created by the combination of the main engine thrust, 3 main engines down here. Each of them developed something like 375,000 pounds of thrust. That thrust is added to by the 2.9 million pounds that comes from each of the solid rocket boosters. We were approaching the point, as I say, where all of that creates the maximum pressure that is going to occur on the vehicle at any point. The order was given, you go to throttle up to Dick Scobee, the mission commander, and at that point, the explosion occurred. Tom, I must say I was very, very taken by your reflections on Judy Resnik, and I got a chance to be around her a little bit, and I knew her to be the extraordinary person that you describe her to be. In addition to everything else, she was a concert pianist. Christa McAuliffe was somebody who I had a chance to be around at some length, and I could tell in being around her why they chose her. NASA was looking, when they selected their teacher, they were looking for somebody who would communicate that enthusiasm, who would be the kind of communicator. They were looking for a PR person to some degree, but they were also looking for somebody to generate the excitement of the fact that, yes, we are crossing over to a new age in space, and the space shuttle is the cutting edge of all of that technology. Our culture is changing to accommodate these changes in technology, and Christa McAuliffe was somebody who NASA chose to make that point to her students, to all students, and to the American people. She had that quality about her. She had that quality of enthusiasm, plus she had the can-do quality of an astronaut. She never got sick. They took her up several times in what they refer to as the vomit comet, for example. That's that KC-135 aircraft that goes up and does these loops in the sky that are designed to make you sick. They're designed to create that feeling of total, well, it creates weightlessness, but it's also designed to put the astronauts in a situation where they feel that sense of utter helplessness. They're floating around in space, and they often get sick. 50% of them, half of them who have gone up in space have gotten sick. Judy Christa McAuliffe, through all of the training that she went through all of her rides on the Vomit Comet, never got sick. She had a hardiness to her and enthusiasm that showed all the way through all of her training. And she spoke very, very well about the way she was accepted into the program because of those qualities. She didn't try to impose herself. She didn't try to become a star, as she well could have done. And because of that, the astronauts viewed her as one of their own. Even though some of them had some misgivings about the Citizen in Space program, as you heard Deke Slayton say earlier, and Dick Scobee has said several times, that anybody who is going to go into space, any citizen participant, whether it's a teacher or the journalist that they were planning to take up, that person would have to have a reason for being there. They would have to have some good purpose, some return to the nation and to NASA for being up in space. I'm hearing something now coming over our NASA Select Circuit.
You can keep them on until we get into question and answer.
I'm hearing the preparations now for the news conference at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
Right.
Tom, it looks like that's coming on us imminently here.
All right, Dan, thank you very much. Dan Molina, who has been following the space program for some time now for NBC News, from Houston and the Johnson Space Program. Across the country, of course, we're all bound together by our common feelings of this national tragedy. This is at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida, the flag already at half-staff. And the reaction of some people from around New York City.
Solid booster rocket, that right at this point there could have been a tearing when the rocket went into great acceleration, its fastest point. But of course that alluded to this a few minutes ago when they went to full power at about 1.
Well, the only thing I could think about with those kids in that auditorium and the trauma they must be going, and what a shock it must be for them to watch something like that happen to their teacher. That's what I was thinking of.
I think maybe they are doing a little too many shuttles, so I wasn't really that shocked. If you keep going up and going up, there's more reason for error, more room for error. Just shock is it just reminded me of a disaster of previous times, of how the community would react, like the Hindenburg when that went up, and the human tragedy, the loss of life.
I think what bothers you about this is that this represents the epitome of the technology that our country has, and everything that we've ever put into space technology manifests itself in the shuttle program. And for something like this to go wrong, what do? You start from scratch again.
Whenever you hear about something like this, you always have some kind of shock, because you know, it's out of the ordinary, and you don't expect things like this to happen.
Once again, Kennedy Space Center, the flag at half-staff today. Of course, more people are killed in regular airplane accidents or in tornadoes, sometimes even in car accidents. And while we're moved by those tragedies as well, we're bound together by this one because we all seem to be attached to the space program in one fashion or another. We have an emotional and a political and even a financial stake in it. And we have such an attachment to the astronauts, and especially to Christa McAuliffe, the school teacher who was representing all the school teachers in the country. And in her own way, she was representing the vicarious thrills for the rest of us, too, by going up there. She was a risk-taker with the regular astronauts in hopes that she could advance her knowledge about what goes on in outer space and then share that knowledge with a new generation of young students. Jake Garn, a senator from Utah, recently completed successfully a Space Shuttle orbital flight of about 1 week, as I recall, altogether. He talked about it today with great feeling in the Senate gallery about his friends.
All right. To what happened today?
Well, it's very difficult for me to talk about it because these were my friends. Mike Smith, the pilot, was my mother hen the first month that I trained. They assigned him to me, go to my classes and help brief me. And I don't know of any time that I have been more shocked or more moved than when my first wife was killed in an automobile accident. And so it's been very, very difficult for me this morning.
What does this do to the space program here and its support on the Hill, Senator?
Well, I have great confidence in the space program. I think it's a remarkable system, and I think we should push ahead after we have determined the cause. Obviously, we should not fly until we have determined the cause of this particular failure. But I think we need to look at all of the successes, the remarkable safety record that the space program has had, the benefits that come from it, and the crew members that I knew so well. I would expect that they would want us to go ahead with the space program after we have gone through the proper investigations and analysis and know what happened.
How should we go about investigating those?
Well, obviously, you have to gather all of the data. It has been impounded at this point. There'll have to be a lot of studies, but there are some superbly qualified experts in this area that I think will be able to determine what the failure was.
Senator, you were on board the Space Shuttle. You felt that tremendous boost that you got. Now, from the telemetry that we heard, the voice data that we heard, they had just told the pilot to go to full throttle, and he had said he was throttling up. What happens at that moment?
You have a combination of the solid rocket booster power and liquid hydrogen and oxygen in the main tank. And because most of your thrust comes from the solid rocket boosters, while you're still in the atmosphere, you can exceed the maximum dynamic pressure. So the main engines are only at about 60% of power until you get further out of the atmosphere. And they had just been given the command to throttle up, and then you go to 104% or maximum power on the solids, or on the liquids. And so that is exactly what had taken place. They were high enough so they would not endanger the orbiter from too much pressure, and were given that order that they could proceed to increase the power.
What are some of the things that can go wrong at that moment?
Well, you have a very large external tank of very volatile liquid hydrogen and oxygen. And you're just simply, it's like in an automobile, you are putting more fuel. You're pushing down on the accelerator. You're putting more fuel to bring more power. And, of course, at this point, we don't know whether it was one of the solids. We don't know whether it was the liquid engines or not. There's just no way to know at this point.
You were the first non-trained astronaut missions that NASA had scheduled for this year. Do you think that they were capable of going ahead with 14 or 15 safely?
Yes, I think so. The major problem these last couple of missions has been weather. And that is something that NASA cannot control. But, yes, I think the program was mature enough that, and with the opening of the second pad, Pad B, which Challenger was launched from this morning, with 2 pads and also the addition of the 4th orbiter, yes, I think they were capable of that schedule.
Do you think it's going to make any difference to civilians in space from now on?
Well, I can't judge what decisions NASA will make, but my own opinion, again, after the investigations, we should proceed with the program, and that would include the civilians in space program as well.
As a civilian yourself going in, were you adequately warned that something like this could happen?
Oh, of course. The training is very thorough and very adequate. In my own case, having flown more than 10,000 hours, I was certainly aware that there are dangers in flying. However, I still feel very strongly that I'm much safer in flying an aircraft than any day that I'm on the Capital Beltway, and I don't mean that to be facetious at all. We kill nearly 50,000 people a year on the in the highways of this country, because of half of them because of drunk driving. I wish we'd pay a lot more attention to that.
Senator, should there have been some way for them, or was there any way for them to get out at this point? Should there have been?
No, I don't think so. In Columbia originally, during the test phase, when just they were sending 2 test pilots up, they did have an escape capsule. The program had been proved safe enough, in my opinion, that they didn't need them in the other orbiters, and Columbia had been modified so that it did not have the escape mechanism in it. This is purely my opinion, but in watching what happened this morning, I would doubt very much, even if you had had an escape capsule on board or parachutes, that it would have been possible to get out with that kind of an explosion in any event.
Senator, in light of all of the delays surrounding recent shuttles and this one, do you think that NASA may have been too anxious to get this one off the ground?
No, I was down on Saturday and for the launch on Sunday morning, and they were criticized on Sunday for being overly careful. Safety has always been foremost in their minds. And we woke up on Sunday morning after having canceled at 10 o'clock the night before to a perfect morning. It was beautiful, sunny, clear blue skies, perfect launch, and there was a lot of talk that rather irritated me. Well, NASA was overly cautious. And so, no, I don't think that's true at all.
What happens in your subcommittee now in terms of funding for the program?
Well, I can't answer that question exactly because of Graham Rudman and the other budget constraints, but I certainly have no intentions other than to push on, and that does not change the intent or the progress of the program.
How do you think the investigation ought to be handled, Senator? Should there be some sort of blue ribbon panel put together, or should NASA be allowed to handle it?
Well, I think NASA has the technical experts, and if they need more than in-house, they will pull them in. I don't think we need to go outside that other than to draw on consultants if necessary. NASA is so thorough and so careful. If any of you had experienced how they go through the redundancy and the backups and careful nature, the dedication of these scientists and engineers in NASA, I have full faith in them. They want the program to succeed. They want to take care of their astronauts. It's always a real team effort. They work closely together, and they will want to find out what happened more than anybody else.
Senator Jake Garn, Republican of Utah, who flew successfully in a space shuttle, and as you heard him say today, he had friends on board this crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger that blew up in space 1 minute and 15 seconds after launch, approximately about 5 miles up. Apparently they were all killed. As for the NASA investigation, NBC News Chief White House correspondent Chris Wallace has just told me over the telephone that he is hearing at the White House that NASA will appoint a high official of that agency who is not connected with the space shuttle program to head the investigation. Now, NASA, of course, has a number of responsibilities, so there will be a high official of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration who will be heading up this investigation. We have been awaiting an official word from NASA on what happened today and the ultimate fate, of course, of the 7-person astronaut crew. We just now have been informed that that probably will not occur for another 6 minutes or so. They are gathered at the Kennedy Space Center and also at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Vice President Bush and a congressional delegation that includes Senator John Glenn and Senator Garn, whom we just heard on videotape, headed for the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where they will be the president's official representatives. The president himself is expected to address the nation at last we heard at 5 p.m. today, Eastern Time. That would be in about 41 minutes from now. So apparently he'll come up right after we hear from NASA officials at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm sure that this is all being carefully coordinated. That is, that the White House is on the telephone with NASA officials both in Washington, Houston, and in Florida, finding out just what went wrong, and they'll be sharing that with us as soon as they can. The NASA officials will be. It really is one of the remarkable features of the American space program, as opposed to, say, what goes on in the Soviet Union, that through good times and bad, NASA does talk to the people through the American press. That you'll remember in the early days of the Space Shuttle program, there were some embarrassing moments when we were all there with the cameras trained on the launch pad, and yet there was a computer glitch in the final seconds, and so we had to wait for another full 24 hours and then another 24 hours after that. We saw earlier those tragic pictures of Chaffee, Grissom, and White when they were killed 19 years ago on the launch pad in a fire in a Mercury capsule atop a Saturn rocket as they were preparing for the Apollo space program. So NASA, along the way, has been a very open agency, sometimes very painfully. And we are now told that it will be another 10 minutes before we hear from NASA today at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. That could slip even more for all we know. Let us show you once again, as we have so often today, just what happened. And if I may, I'm just going to borrow this, this model. And it may seem redundant to those of you who have been watching all afternoon long. But there are a number of people who are joining us along the way, so we're going to repeat what we know as best we know it throughout the day here. This, of course, is the Space Shuttle as it is set up. This is the vehicle itself. The Challenger was set up just like that on the space pad in Florida today, and it launched in that configuration. If we open it up, you'll remember seeing the great bay there. How does it get into space? Well, it gets into space because it is propelled by all of this, really. There are 2 solid rockets on either side. They develop 1 million pounds of thrust on takeoff, and then they're jettisoned. That is, they peel away and they are parachuted to Earth, and they're recovered in the ocean so they can be used again. This, however, is in effect a kind of bomb. It's a Roman candle taking off, if you will, with a lot of extraneous power. In here, more than 500,000 gallons of liquid oxygen and hydrogen. And that fuels, at extremely cold temperatures, the main engines, which are located here at the bottom of the vehicle, through some ducts that are located down there. Now, there was some ice that had formed there earlier today. Whether that had anything to do with the problem or not, we don't know. We now want to show you slow motion of what happened today, 1 minute and 15 seconds after takeoff, at about 3 times the speed of sound, There's the shuttle on the bottom. And then, as you can see, a fireball races through the length of the external tank, and there's this enormous explosion. And debris begins to rain down through the Florida skies, peeling off to the right one of the solid rockets. So the indication is that the explosion was not in that rocket, at least. And that's what happened. And as we indicated to you a few moments ago, we expect in about 10 minutes or so to have from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, I have to get this out of the way because we have a guest coming up here dealing with science policy. Tell me who you are.
I'm John Logston. I'm the director of the Science Policy Program at George Washington University here in Washington. Spent 20 years of a career tracing the history and development of the U.S. civilian space program.
There's been an awful lot of speculation so far today, Mr. Logston, as you know, about what happens now to the American space program. This, quite plainly, is a very serious setback. Is it your guess that there will be a major reevaluation, not of the effort to go into space, because that will go forward? I mean, science will go on at this point.
It must.
It must indeed, because that's part of the risk, that how we learn, after all. But what about the shuttle program and whether or not we should have a more broadly based program rather than, as I have been saying here this afternoon, all of our eggs in this one basket?
Well, one big difference between the last accident 19 years ago and this time is that we've got 24 successes before this tragedy. We know the shuttle system works and works well. Fragile and obviously risky. Every time it goes off, it's risky. We now have 3 in the spare parts for 1 more if we choose to put it together. But we clearly need a broader base for access to space. To depend on one system for everything we want to do is probably not good planning.
So we don't have to scrap the shuttle program altogether, but what we ought to be doing is looking at whether or not we want to concentrate on the shuttle program or spread it out a little bit so that we have some rockets that don't have to have manpower required to go up with them.
That's right. There are plenty of things that we've been doing with the shuttle that we could do with expendable launch vehicles. Really, the shuttle ought to be used for what it and it alone can do, and it gives us remarkable capabilities in those areas.
Has the shuttle been worth it so far?
Yes.
Setting apart this tragedy, of course.
Setting apart, but it has opened up living, working, finding out what human capabilities are in space in a way that cannot be done.
And yet we're well behind the curve that NASA originally set out in terms of expectations about how it could be paid for and how many launches that they could have.
Oh, indeed. But part of that is not NASA's fault. It's a public decision not to spend the money, make the investment at the pace that could have resulted in a much faster program. Part of it is the kind of optimists that people that want to go in space are, that always look at the high end of expectations.
So, Logston, what is this going to do to the President's Star Wars program or the Strategic Defense Initiative?
I don't think it has anything to do with it, except the shuttle was a test bed for a lot of those experiments. It does show, it seems to me, how risky, how uncertain doing things in space still is, to have a whole defense system based on technology that has to work.
And politically, that will open some fresh territory, won't it, for the President's critics?
I believe so.
Mr. Logston, as you look at the space program and the American attitudes toward about it, have we become too blasé about high technology and the leading edge of technology, about what it can do and the risks that are involved?
Well, I think that the shuttle was supposed to be routine, and we were beginning to treat it as routine. What was special about this mission was Christa McAuliffe. Otherwise, it would have been just another mission. The other 6 people are not public personalities, equally as adventurous and taking as many risks. The public was excited this weekend as we got the images back from Uranus. The program continues to both do routine, useful things and break out into the future.
Mr. Logston, thanks very much for coming by.
Right.
From George Washington University.
That's correct.
Lifetime of study, effectively, all of your adult life, of science policy.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are awaiting now in about 3 minutes, as I say, the news conference. And before we go to Steve Delaney, what we want to do is show you briefly a piece of videotape that we have here in Washington. Congressman Bill Nelson, who made a ride in the last shuttle that went up successfully. and he talked about whether or not these astronauts who were involved in today's explosion had any chance at all. Congressman Bill Nelson.
Even if there had been ejection seats, from my knowledge of the system and observing today what happened, there would not have been any opportunity for escape by ejecting, given the flame that consumed after the initial explosion. In my personal knowledge, would I know if anybody would have, on that crew, had a chance to know that something was wrong? And the answer to that is no.
If there's anything, I suppose, that we can be grateful for, it appears to us, at least, from the naked eye, from this distance, that any deaths that may have occurred, that appear to have occurred, all those deaths were instantaneous. It was an explosion of great magnitude. As I indicated to you a few moments ago, Roy Neal was told by scientists that that was an explosion the equivalent of a small nuclear charge. To put it quite bluntly, it does appear that those astronauts and Christa McAuliffe simply didn't know what hit them, that the explosion happened instantaneously. And of course, as you saw, there were lots of pieces of debris that rained down into the Atlantic Ocean. At the Kennedy Space Center now at Cape Canaveral, Florida, Steve Delaney, who has been there all day long witnessing what for him was a thrilling moment, the liftoff of the space shuttle, and it is for those of you who have not seen it. When you see it in person, there's nothing quite like it. And then had that thrill turn into a horror of watching the space shuttle come apart in the skies. What's the latest from there, Steve, in terms of what the NASA scientists are going to tell us and when?
I wish I could preview it. We just don't know, Tom. They've been sliding this back about 5 minutes at a time for quite a while now. Jess Moore is going to conduct the briefing. Apparently, he's going to do it himself. Jess Moore has been running the manned space program. NASA is a little bit understaffed at the top right now because James Beggs, the administrator, is kind of on a leave of absence while they handle some legal problems. Jess Moore has been running it as the associate director for manned spaceflight, which means he's in charge of those who are associated with the shuttle program. And earlier, before any of this took place, he was the one who was conducting the briefings to say that, well, there was a problem with the weather here or there, or in the case of the delay that rolled the thing over until through the weekend, there was a problem with a mechanical device, a door handle of all things, that they couldn't quite pull out because it has to be replaced before they can lift off. And Jess Moore was the one who was in charge. He's in transit. He's on his way to assume administration of the Johnson Space Center in Houston, and from now on that'll be his post, and there'll be another person assigned here to take care of the manned spaceflight program. But he will conduct the briefing, and I'd like to be able to suspect that the reason they've been putting it back is perhaps they are trying to collate and gather together little bits and pieces of information which would allow him to give us as definitive a look as we've had yet as to, if not why it happened, certainly what happened. And the briefing is about to begin, and the speaker is Hugh Harris, the spokesman.
Steve Delaney?
Yes, Tom.
All right, here we are now.
As I address you here this afternoon. At 11:40 a.m. this morning, the space program experienced a national tragedy with the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger approximately a minute and a half after launch from here at the Kennedy Space Center. I regret that I have to report that based on very preliminary searches of the ocean where the Challenger impacted this morning, these searches have not revealed any evidence that the crew of Challenger survived. The dedicated crew members of Challenger are Commander Francis Dick Scobee, pilot Michael J. Smith, mission specialist Dr. Judy Resnik, Ellison Onizuka, and Dr. Ronald McNair. And payload specialists on board were Christa McAuliffe and Greg Jarvis. All early indications in the Launch Control Center, the Kennedy Space Center, have indicated that the launch was normal up to approximately 11:40 a.m. this morning, about a minute or so into the flight. Flight controllers in the Launch Control Center here and in the Mission Control Center in Houston were polled immediately after the explosion reported that they did not see anything unusual up to that point. The solid rocket booster recovery ships were immediately dispatched to the area, approximately 18 or so miles downrange from Kennedy, along with various Coast Guard and military ships, helicopters, and planes. I have taken an immediate action to form an interim investigating board to implement early activities in this tragedy. Data from all of the shuttle instrumentation, photographs, launch pad systems, hardware, cargo, ground support systems, and even notes made by any member of the launch team and flight ops team are being impounded for study. A formal board will be established by the acting administrator very, very shortly. Subsequent reports on this tragedy will be made by this formal review board. I am aware and have seen the media is showing footage of the launch today from the NASA Select system. We will not speculate as to the specific cause of the explosion based on that footage. It will take all the data, careful review of that data, before we can draw any conclusions on this national tragedy. Thank you.
Mr. Moore has time for just a couple of questions from each center before returning to the effort in investigating this tragedy. Please wait for the microphone and give your name and your affiliation. And we'll start right here with Jacqueline Bolden from Channel 6.
There were some reports that the shuttle perhaps rose a little slower than in previous launches, and there seemed to be a loud noise, and then the noise kind of backed off, and then a rush of noise again. Did you get any reports from anyone else that this seemed different from the people who either experienced it, saw it here live?
I have not heard any reports at all relative to that effect that you just described. None whatsoever.
Okay. Up here in the third row, Michael.
My name's Kevin Hamilton from WGIR in Manchester. The entire Teacher in Space program was designed to introduce more people, specifically youngsters, to the space program. This obviously is not the introduction you intended to make. What do you think the effect, the long-term impact that this is going to have on the youngsters that you were hoping to attract?
Well, I think we'll have to address that as time goes on. And again, I think today, the events of the day makes it much too early for me to speculate on the long-term impacts.
Okay, Al Selstead from Baltimore Sun in the first row.
Mr. Moore, at this time, do you have any estimate of how much liquid fuel was in the external tank at the time of the explosion, and how much explosive power, say in terms of TNT, that remaining liquid fuel might have been equal to?
No, sir, not at this time. You realize what we've been doing since 11:40 this morning is we immediately pulled our senior management together in this program, and I formed an interim board to ensure that all relevant data to this event would be impounded and would be made accessible to the investigative people that will go and take a look at it. I can't answer your specific questions relative to how much fuel was on board at this point in time. The board, when it's formally reported by the administrator, formally formed by the acting administrator, I'm sure will go into those kinds of questions, but I can't answer it right now.
Okay, we're going to take one more question here before going to the Johnson Space Center for questions. Here in the right opposite you, Jackie.
Peter Van Sant from CBS News. We received a call today from a member of an academic group who said he was on a tour group that was at the Pad 39B on Saturday night. This group was supposed to get off the bus to take a close look at the shuttle, but was not allowed to because this caller says they were told that a derrick arm had struck one of the tanks on the shuttle and that some repair work was being done. Are you aware of this incident, and are you aware of any problems at all with either the external tank or the two solid rocket boosters?
No, we looked at that on Saturday. There was not even in the same area that of the tank. It was a small box, a heater box that had about a quarter of an inch of the insulation out of 5 inches that was scraped. It was a very minor scrape. It was repaired. And everybody, all the experts in the program took a look at that, and so we closed it off at that point in time.
Wait for the microphone. They have to have the microphone.
There was no damage to any tank, or this arm did not strike any tank as far as
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, we're going to the Johnson Space Center for questions. Just a couple of questions.
Yeah, this is the Johnson Space Center. We have a question from Paul Reeser, Associated Press.
Yes, Mr. Moore. Was there any debris of any description recovered by the vessels, and if so, what was it?
We do not have any detailed debris reports at this point in time. That certainly is something that we're looking at, and we will be impounding all the debris that we recover, and we've set up plans here to store that debris so that the investigating group can go in and look at that and assess that in great detail. I do not have any detailed reports right now on debris.
Bruce Nichols.
Mr. Moore, with all the delays that you experienced last week, the delay again this week, was there any pressure building at all to try to get this one off the ground? Was the pressure up there? And who made the final decision to go or no go?
There was absolutely no pressure to get this particular launch off. We have always maintained that flight safety is our top priority consideration in the program, and we look at the status and readiness of the systems based on that. We thoroughly reviewed the activities over the weekend and yesterday, and continually reviewed the status of Challenger right up until launch this morning. All of the people involved in this program, to my knowledge, felt that Challenger was quite ready to go, and I made the decision, along with the recommendation from the team supporting me, that we launch.
We're going to the Marshall Space Flight Center for a couple of questions.
Martin Berkey with Huntsville Times. Can you tell me what this does to the schedule on down the line, including the launch at Vandenberg?
No, I'm not prepared to do that. What I have done is basically suspend operations for a few days till we can sit down and assess this. And, you know, we're obviously not going to pick up any flight activity until we fully understand what the circumstances were relative to this morning's launch. So in the interim, near-term time, we basically suspended operations until we get a handle on what our problems were this morning.
Nick Miller, WAFF Television in Huntsville. What part will Marshall Space Flight Center play in the investigation, since the propulsion system was the responsibility of the Space Flight Center here?
Well, they obviously have to play a very strong role in the investigating what happened this morning. As you know, the Space Shuttle program is built around a team effort, not only involving the Marshall Center, but also the Kennedy Space Center and the Johnson Space Center. All of the elements have different responsibilities, and clearly Marshall has the propulsive responsibilities on the shuttle. They will play a very dominant role, as will the other three centers I mentioned, as well as anybody that is contributing to the overall program and has some relevant information to add will certainly play a part.
Okay, we're moving to Washington for questions from NASA headquarters. Okay, there is a problem with our audio circuits to Washington. We are going to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena.
Bill Hines of the Chicago Sun-Times. Mr. Moore, in your opening remarks, you mentioned the appointment of this interim review board and said that it would be making statements from time to time. Not to put any adverse interpretations on this, it sounds a little bit like a news blackout, and I'm wondering if your objective is to consolidate information, what will be the point of issue of all those announcements in the future? And are other people not involved in that review board forbidden to talk?
Well, let me correct your statement. First of all, I said that I had appointed an interim review board. That interim review board is composed of the senior members of the NASA team here to take immediate actions on impounding data. The acting administrator is expected to appoint a formal review board very shortly, and it will be left up to that review board in order to determine its progress reports in terms of their findings. What we have done here today is to move very quickly so that all relevant data could be impounded and all actions that are needed to be taken in order to preserve as much information as we can on the circumstances of this morning can be preserved. And that's the nature of the work that I've implemented today, and I expect a formal board to be established very, very shortly, within the next day or so, by the acting administrator.
This is Roy Neal, NBC News. Jess, you've said, I believe, that future flights are temporarily frozen. The United States space program, as a result, is at a halt. Now, based on your experience, how long would you estimate that this investigation will take? 6 months, a year, before you get back in business?
Roy, it is, as you know, it is very difficult to estimate that time. It's going to be a function of what the board finds were the difficulties today and what corrective actions have to be taken before we feel confident and feel safe to fly again. And I clearly am not in a position to speculate today the length of time involved in making that determination. It will be done just as quickly as we possibly can, but also as prudently as we possibly can and as thoroughly as we possibly can.
One more question from JPL.
Bill Hines again. I've got to follow up on that first question of mine. I understand now that there will be announcements made after the permanent board is appointed. Is that correct?
There will be an announcement, I'm sure, of the members of the permanent board, yes. I believe that will be correct, and then I think that board will determine its rate of reporting based on the progress of its findings.
Okay, we're going next to the Washington NASA headquarters.
Are there any indications of sabotage or attack on the shuttle?
I'm sorry, we didn't read that question. And while they're repairing that circuit to Washington, we'll go to the Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland.
Mark Weaver, WBAL Radio in Baltimore. Has this raised any questions about how reliable the space shuttle is? Might there just be too many things that could go wrong with a vessel this complicated?
Well, that question, I'm sure, will be asked, and I don't want to speculate on that at this point in time. That's certainly a logical question for somebody to ask.
Ken Carroll from WDVM in Washington. Were there any unusual weather conditions aloft or any unusual weather conditions during the launch?
None that we observed that I recall. We did put up some weather balloons early this morning. We did look at load conditions as we normally do, and the winds aloft looked good. We didn't have any exceedances as far as our load indicators are concerned, to my knowledge, and we thought everything was in good shape for a launch this morning.
Mr. Moore, I.J. Hudson from WRC-TV. Has it become a problem that you have been too good in the past, that the American people have seen flawlessly perform missions on TV almost routinely, and that something like this happens all of a sudden, it hits home even harder?
Well, I don't know how to answer your question specifically. We always strive in every flight that we perform to be as reliable and as safe as we possibly can, and to do everything that we can to ensure that the vehicle and the systems are all ready to fly. Flight safety is our #1 priority in the Space Shuttle program. And certainly when you see an event like this morning, we are going to have to do a very detailed assessment of the set of circumstances to try to understand what occurred, and we will then in turn assess the impacts from that to determine where we go in the future.
I think you can hear it over the speaker.
Okay, back here at the Kennedy Space Center, we only have time for a couple more questions. Jay Barbary from NBC News in the front row here.
Jess, I would like to know if you know what happened to Challenger. Can we assume that it was consumed in the explosion? And can you tell us specifically what you know now that the recovery crew has recovered in the impact area?
I have not gotten a briefing, Jay, on what the recovery team has found at this point in time. And I have basically looked at the NASA select photos and so forth that you did, and all I can say is that it appeared from those photos that there was an explosion. And that's about all I can say at this point in time.
Okay, we have time for only one more question, and James Fisher from the Orlando Sentinel has had his hand up a long time.
Jess, I realize this is a rather forward-thinking question, but what is the situation with the Rockwell plant about the possibility for ordering another shuttle? Has the assembly line been shut down? What's the situation with that?
Well, as we've discussed in the past, we are manufacturing structural spares for an orbiter system, and that manufacturing process is continuing. We are also buying spares for the current fleet that we have, and there is a production capability there if and when it's decided that that's the next step we want to do, is to move forward and do that. So I think the bottom line answer to your question is yes, that is a possibility, that we could implement a production capability for another orbiter if that were decided to be the thing to do.
Okay, I'm sorry to have to wind this up now. Mr. Moore has to get back immediately. As you know, he's been here since very early in the morning, and there's much to be done. Thank you all.
Thank you.
That's the news conference from the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida, where we heard Jess Moore with the first definitive, although not wide-ranging, reaction of NASA to what happened today at about 1 minute and 30 seconds, as he indicated, after liftoff of the Space Shuttle Challenger. It blew up. He would not speculate at all on what may have happened. He would not even say whether he believed that the shuttle itself, that is the aircraft, the space aircraft, was consumed in the explosion or whether it went down intact. And then we believe if it did that, in fact, it would have broken up when it hit the water. He would not even comment on that. He did say that all tapes, all notes, all reactions now have been impounded. There will be a full investigation. And he says, I regret, I have to report that there is no evidence that any member of the crew survived this explosion. And as we have been looking at this gigantic fireball all day long, there is no indication that anyone could have survived that no ejection system could have permitted any kind of an escape to safety on the part of the 7 people on board, including Christa McAuliffe. Here once again is the stop action. That is the shuttle itself on the bottom part, as you can see. The solid rocket booster is the white one atop that, and then the big external tank seems to just come apart, as you can see. And as the fire races through it, it triggers this enormous explosion. It's the dark area between the 2 white areas that we're looking at. That's the external tank, although it's not well defined in this picture. This is it in slow motion. You see where that begins to break up there? Well, the solid rocket booster itself continues to go, and then we saw it break away. Now, there's another one on the other side, of course, but it does appear that it's the solid rocket booster, and that flame, as you can see, consumes the space shuttle in which 7 astronauts, including teacher Christa McAuliffe, 37 years old, of Concord, New Hampshire, tragically watched by her husband and her 2 children today, as well as by her parents. And they could barely believe their eyes as they watched that unfold in the bright blue skies over Florida. It was a tragic end to what everyone had hoped would be a triumphant flight for this young school teacher and her 6 associates, who were all veteran members of the astronaut program. To bring you up to date, in about 9 minutes, we expect to hear from President Reagan speaking directly to the nation from the Oval Office. All other official business today in this nation's capital, as you might expect, has been set aside. The president was scheduled to address the joint session of Congress tonight, a brief thematic speech of what he hoped for the next year. That now has been postponed at least a week until next Tuesday night is the current schedule. The president will speak to us at 5 o'clock in 9 minutes Eastern time from the White House tonight. And then we'll have a brief pause after that, and we'll go on with our business of covering this story. The president received word of this tragedy while he was preparing for a briefing today in the Oval Office. It was delivered to him by Vice President Bush and Admiral Poindexter, who is the Chief of National Security Affairs for the White House. The president then watched a television replay It was, of course, the idea of his administration to put a teacher in space in an effort to engage this generation in space exploration and what can be learned from it. Christa McAuliffe was chosen in a nationwide competition, then selected from 10 finalists. Mrs. Reagan was watching in the private quarters upstairs live when the explosion occurred. Her reaction was to say, "Oh my God," and then to pray, hope against hope, that somebody could survive. Robert Bazell at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. Bob, based on what Jess Moore had to say so far, apart from the fact that we know that there will be a procedure involved in the investigation and that all future flights are, for the moment at least, frozen, we didn't learn a great deal, but that's understandable, isn't it?
It is understandable because obviously they don't know a great deal yet. However, there was one point that might give us a clue to what's going to happen in the next few days and weeks and months. Which was a question that he didn't really answer that came from William Hines of the Chicago Sun-Times, which is to do with whether there is a news blackout here. And it could be interpreted either way, but it sounds like NASA doesn't want to have a whole lot to say for a long time, and so it may be a while before we know what goes on. The NASA, under the Reagan administration, has taken a slightly different attitude about how it relates to the press. It certainly has been open. It certainly is showing us everything, but they haven't been as eager to share everything with the press as they were under previous administrations. It'll be very interesting to see how they respond now when they're under a great deal of pressure, when there'll be a great demand to get leaks to try to find out what's going on. But right now it looks like they're clamping down everything. They want to, as he said, to impound everything, including the notes that the engineers, technicians made on the pad to try to find out. So it doesn't look like we're going to find anything out for a long time. Tom?
Thanks very much, Bob Bazell, who is at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where, as I indicated earlier, he was out there for some developments in the Voyager space program. That's the unmanned space probe, of course, that just sent back those extraordinary pictures of the moons of Uranus. So it has been a 3 or 4 day period of the trials and triumphs of space, the tragedies and the triumphs, really, because there was so much to be learned from those pictures as well. And we had all hoped that we would learn something from this space shuttle. To hear from Christa McAuliffe, a gifted young teacher filled with enthusiasm and energy. Tragically, her children, Scott 9 and Caroline 6, were there today when it all blew up. And in Concord, New Hampshire, a school auditorium filled with students watching first with unrestrained joy and then in disbelief as they saw those television pictures of the contrails spewing off debris into the Atlantic Ocean today as well. We want to talk to you just for a few moments, if we can, about these people who are all involved, not only Christa McAuliffe, but the other 6 regular members of the astronaut crew as well. We don't want to lose sight of who they were. This is Francis Richard Scobee. He was a 46-year-old commander, a Vietnam veteran. His wife's name is June. They have 2 children. Career Air Force officer, rank of major. He had talked to Bob Bazell earlier about the prospect that at some point one of these would blow up, and he said he wasn't sure that the country was prepared for that. Another member of the crew, Gregory Jarvis, 41-year-old payload specialist. That is, that he worked back in the payload bay on the various experiments and the satellite launches that they would be involved in. His wife's name is Marcia, 3 children. He's an engineer with Hughes Aircraft Company. He was bumped from the earlier December shuttle in favor of Congressman Bill Nelson, whom we heard from earlier today. And then, of course, our school teacher, and she did in a way belong to all of us, Sharon Christa McAuliffe, 37 years old. Her husband's name is Stephen. She has 2 children, as I indicated. She was going to conduct, in effect, classrooms in space. Her legacy was to be that she would be the first teacher to successfully complete a mission. It will not be that now. Ronald McNair, one of 4 black astronauts in the program. He's 45 years old. He has 2 children and a magna cum laude graduate of North Carolina A&T. He's a Ford Foundation fellow. He's a mission specialist. That means that he doesn't fly the spacecraft. He works on the various programs that are involved there. Ellison S. Onizuka, 39-year-old mission specialist. His wife's name is Lorna. They have 2 children. He was a U.S. Air Force test pilot and a Commendation Medal winner. And I'm unable to see our picture to tell you what we're showing you at this time. There's Judy Resnik. She is a PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Maryland. She's one of the women in the astronaut program, the 2nd woman to go into space. And, of course, she was looking forward to a successful mission. And tragically, she too died. Michael Smith, a 40-year-old co-pilot. His wife, Jane, has 3 children. He's a Navy test pilot. He holds 5 military honors. A mix, really, of scientists, civilians, and military flyers who were brought together, along with a school teacher from Concord, New Hampshire, on really a day that will live in our darkest memory, when all that goes wrong went wrong all at once in the space program. This space program from which we have expected only success and achievement, human achievement and technological achievement. Today, those expectations, those beliefs were just shattered for us in the skies over Florida.
The hydraulic power units have started. T-minus 21
It's the
seconds,
monitor.
and the solid rocket booster engine gimbal now underway. T-minus 15 seconds. The 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Now control. Roger, roll, Challenger. Good roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading downrange. Engines beginning throttling down now at 94%. Normal throttles for most of the flight, 104%. We'll throttle down to 65% shortly.
As you can see,
3 engines running normally.
we're approaching the critical stage. They're going from 65% power to 104% power.
Velocity 2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles. Downrange distance 3 nautical miles.
They're at about 5 miles in space, 18 miles downrange.
Throttling up. 3 engines now at 104%. Challenger, go at throttle up. Challenger, go at throttle up.
The last words from Richard Scobee. Then the explosion.
1 minute 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical
The debris began to scatter across the sky.
Spread. 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 I must have monitors up here.
As I say, we have shown that to you repeatedly again and again and again today. It is not that we have a ghoulish curiosity. We just think that it's important that all members of the audience who are coming to their sets at different times of the day have an opportunity to see it. And of course, everyone is led to their own speculation based on what happened here today as well. We are now awaiting the arrival of President Reagan in the Oval Office, where he will directly address the nation on this tragedy. All schedules have been scrambled here in Washington, as I'm sure that they have been across the country today, as we try to deal with the enormity of this tragedy. What we have here is the President speaking to the nation today about this national tragedy, as it was described by Jess Moore, instead of addressing the country tonight on what he had hoped would be a message of hope and peace and a forward-looking future for America, talking about family values and the hope of the economy. That was the State of the Union address, which has now been, of course, postponed until next Tuesday, and the President will talk to us from the Oval Office. Chris Wallace will be standing by thereafter to talk about the investigation machinery that has already been put in place, the White House on a stark and somber day. The President was informed as he prepared for his State of the Union address tonight. It was his idea, as I indicated earlier, to put a teacher in space, and he felt, as he indicated to reporters when he met with him earlier at the Roosevelt Room, a great personal loss and sympathy, thinking especially of the husband and the children of Christa McAuliffe, who was lost today in that explosion. And now here is the President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd planned to speak to you tonight to report on the State of the Union. But the events of earlier today have led me to change those plans. Today is a day for mourning and remembering. Nancy and I are pained to the core by the tragedy of the Shuttle Challenger. We know we share this pain with all of the people of our country. This is truly a national loss. 19 years ago, almost to the day, we lost 3 astronauts in a terrible accident on the ground. But we've never lost an astronaut in flight. We've never had a tragedy like this. And perhaps we've forgotten the courage it took for the crew of the shuttle. But they, the Challenger 7, were aware of the dangers, but overcame them and did their jobs brilliantly. We mourn 7 heroes: Michael Smith, Dick Scobee, Judy Resnik, Ronald McNair, Ellison Onizuka, Gregory Jarvis, and Christa McAuliffe. We mourn their loss as a nation together. To the families of the 7, we cannot bear, as you do, the full impact of this tragedy. But we feel the loss, and we're thinking about you so very much. Your loved ones were daring and brave, and they had that special grace, that special spirit that says, give me a challenge, and I'll meet it with joy. They had a hunger to explore the universe and discover its truths. They wished to serve, and they did. They served all of us. We've grown used to wonders in this century. It's hard to dazzle us. But for 25 years, the United States space program has been doing just that. We've grown used to the idea of space, and perhaps we forget that we've only just begun. We're still pioneers. They, the members of the Challenger crew, were pioneers. And I want to say something to the school children of America who were watching the live coverage of the shuttle's takeoff. I know it's hard to understand, but sometimes painful things like this happen. It's all part of the process of exploration and discovery. It's all part of taking a chance and expanding man's horizons. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them. I've always had great faith in and respect for our space program, and what happened today does nothing to diminish it. We don't hide our space program. We don't keep secrets and cover things up. We do it all up front and in public. That's the way freedom is, and we wouldn't change it for a minute. We'll continue our quest in space. There will be more shuttle flights and more shuttle crews, and yes, more volunteers, more civilians, more teachers in space. Nothing ends here. Our hopes and our journeys continue. I want to add that I wish I could talk to every man and woman who works for NASA or who worked on this mission and tell them your dedication and professionalism have moved and impressed us for decades, and we know of your anguish. We share it. There's a coincidence today. On this day, 390 years ago, the great explorer Sir Francis Drake died aboard ship off the coast of Panama. In his lifetime, the great frontiers were the oceans, and a historian later said he lived by the sea, died on it, and was buried in it. Well, today, we can say of the Challenger crew, their dedication was, like Drake's, complete. The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger honored us for the manner in which they lived their lives. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them, this morning, as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of Earth to touch the face of God. Thank you.
President Reagan with a moving statement, a personal statement really, from the White House, from the Oval Office today, explaining that he had hoped tonight to address the State of the Union in a joint session of Congress, but instead he was forced to share with the American public this national tragedy. He talked about these brave people who have slipped the surly bonds of Earth and touched the face of God. And he addressed as well, quite directly it seemed to me, the school children of the country, many of whom were watching today because, after all, this was part of the effort to put a school teacher in space, was to reach out to this new generation of youngsters, to tell them about space, to excite them about the prospects of going to this new frontier. And the president talked, too, about Sir Francis Drake, who was an explorer of the same magnitude of an earlier time. Incidentally, it may be helpful to those of you who are parents that we had here earlier today a child psychiatrist who talked about how you might deal with the trauma that will set in a household, both among adults and children. And what he said to us was that you should encourage the children to talk about it and share with them your own grief and your own shock and your own emotional feeling. And he suggested as well, it's not a good time for confrontation, not a good time to tell them to stop watching television or to stop reading about it or to stop talking about it. He suggested, too, that it may be a good idea to ask them about the reaction of their pals, the other youngsters, boys and girls, and how they feel about it. In other words, get at it through the back door. But the important thing is, he said, is that as a family, to deal with all of this together, collectively. to show the children that you too feel for what has happened today, and that you know that life will go on, and that you'd like to share this very troubling experience with them. Chris Wallace at the White House tonight. Where do we go from here, Chris, in terms of what the president has in mind? He sent Vice President George Bush to the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral, Florida, and we're told now that the vice president will be returning this evening, right? He's going down there symbolically to represent the administration?
Well, I think that's right. There were 2 points, 2 charges that Vice President Bush had as he headed to the Kennedy Space Center, and those were, first of all, to talk to the families. A number of the families of the 7 members of the crew were there at the Cape, and the president wanted Vice President Bush to express his personal condolences on their loss. Secondly, to, in effect, give a presidential push to the investigation of the accident. It's going to be handled by NASA, but the president clearly wanted his vice president there to say that he is desperately interested in finding out exactly what happened.
Okay, Chris Wallace, we want to remind our local stations right here that you can cut away to return to your local programming, but that NBC News coverage of this national tragedy, as it has been so accurately described by NASA officials and by President Reagan, will continue. It will go on now, and we will have our regular schedule of NBC News programming, including NBC Nightly News tonight. But for now, local stations may cut away if they so choose. Chris Wallace, back at the White House. Can you tell us any more of the personal detail? You and I were both there today in the Roosevelt Room when it seemed to me that Don Regan was almost in a state of disbelief, given the low-key way that he announced to us the shuttle has blown up. Details to follow. And as I went out into the corridors of the White House, I found people standing around out there looking as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing and being reported to them.
Well, that's right. I guess it's a classic case of what the psychologists call denial. What happened is, to recap briefly, is that Don Regan, the White House Chief of Staff, was holding a briefing for network anchors and for White House correspondents on the President's State of the Union address. We were in the Roosevelt Room across the hall from the Oval Office when one of Regan's aides came in with a small piece of paper, and Regan read it out loud as he read it himself for the first time. It said, "The shuttle has exploded, details to follow." You and the other anchors got up immediately, but in a sense, for most of the rest of us, there was almost a sense of disbelief. Regan, for a couple of minutes, started to go ahead with the briefing, and we kept taking notes. And then suddenly everybody realized that this news was so much bigger than a State of the Union address, and that everything had to be put on the back burner for a while.
And Nancy Reagan was watching in the private quarters of the White House.
That's right. What we are told is that, in fact, she was watching on live television, watching the launch, which has become obviously almost, it seemed, a very routine matter when suddenly she saw the terrible accident. Her press aide quotes her as saying, I guess basically to herself as she watched the camera, "Oh my God, no." And then she said, according to her aide, that she immediately began to pray that there was at least some thread of hope that some person had survived that crash. Apparently now, of course, the hope is gone.
All right, Chris Wallace, we'll ask you to stand by there at the White House to bring us up to date on any additional details that we may have in investigations and on the future of the space program. The president, of course, has been very committed to the space program, and there is the other question that we can't answer tonight and may not be able to for some time: what effect all of this will have on his hopes for the SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, more popularly known as Star Wars. The critics certainly will use this as an opportunity to say you cannot build a fail-safe defense in space if you have this kind of a problem with the Space Shuttle program. One of those on board today was Judy Resnik. She was 36 years old. She would have been 37 years old in April. She has a PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Maryland. She was the second female in space after Dr. Sally Ride, of course, made her famous ride into space as well now. Dr. Resnik flew on the shuttle mission SDS-41D, which was launched from the Kennedy Space Center on August 30th, 1984. I got to know her, however, at the beginning of the Space Shuttle program when she was one of the experts assigned to the NBC News team so she could be our commentator. And we had, all of us, a good time with Judy because she was a by-the-book astronaut, but she had a real mischievous side to her. She could not believe how informal television was, and we sometimes threw her curves by saying, no, we're not going to do that now, we're going to go over here, and she was able to ride along with us, as it were. In 1981, I had a talk with her about what she had hoped to get out of the space program and about her life in it. And here is some of that conversation now. Dr. Judy Resnik. For 20 years in this country, the word astronaut automatically meant a man, but that's changed. In fact, beginning in 1978, NASA began accepting the first women astronauts. There are now 8 out of the 81 members of the astronaut corps based in Houston. One of the first half dozen to be accepted is Judy Resnik, now 32 years old, a native of Akron, the holder of a doctorate in electrical engineering from the University of Maryland. She is single, she plays the piano, and she's a runner. She's not quite a pilot. I guess you fly in the back seat of the T-38s, right?
That's correct.
So you have certain aeronautical skills and so on.
Yes.
But when you're a little girl growing up in Akron, Ohio, did you say, gee, I'd like to be an astronaut someday?
No, I really didn't think about it until right about 4 years ago when NASA announced that they were looking for astronauts who would be engineers and scientists on the space shuttle, and it was accidental that I heard about it, and I just took a chance and applied.
Yeah. But once you got into the program, wasn't there a little bit of resentment or a little bit of male chauvinism that was demonstrated to you? This is a very male kind of fighter pilot world that you were entering.
Not at all. As a matter of fact, I think everybody leaned over backwards to make sure that we were treated as equals right from the beginning.
Is there anything in the space program that women inherently do better than men?
Not that I can think of. We're smaller, but that's about the only thing.
But that hasn't changed anything?
No.
You had to change the uniform some, though. You did have a little talk with them about that.
Well, the only thing that they had to do was make a smaller size pressure suit. One size fits all, small size for men doesn't fit small women, so we now have an extra small.
Okay. We want to show some videotape of some of the physical training that you have to undergo at NASA. You can talk about that a little bit as we take a look at it now with Judy Resnik. It's a pretty tough program. Were you prepared for this, for the physical difficulty of it?
Well, it's not really so difficult physically. It's a lot of new things, but they lead you through it by the hand. This is a demonstration of
now, wait a minute. That doesn't look like a lot of fun for a Saturday afternoon to me. I don't know about you, but...
Well, you have to learn how to survive in case you have to get out of an airplane in a parachute, and they teach you step by step how to fall, how to be dragged. That's the impact you feel if you go through an ejection seat, and it's really not as bad as it looks. They show you how to fall into the water by, instead of letting you fall the first time, they let you slide down a slide wire. Like I say, they break you into it gradually.
Were you a tomboy when you were a kid?
No.
You weren't, and you took to this right away. You like it?
It's fun.
What's the best part about being an astronaut?
Everything.
You just like it all?
Yes.
You get to exercise your training, electrical engineering, and expand your knowledge enormously, I would think.
Yes, I think the best part technically is that it's a very well-rounded approach to science and technology, and we get to do a little bit of everything and state-of-the-art, and it's always a challenge.
What happens when you meet a man who's not in the space program and doesn't know who you are, and you say, I'm an astronaut? Does he say, yeah, you're too cute to be an astronaut. Come on, little lady, you can't be an astronaut?
I just tell him I'm an engineer.
You don't tell him you're an astronaut?
Not unless he asks.
You really, you mean when you meet people for the first time? What about the whole business about social relationships? Does it make it, are some men threatened by the fact that you're an astronaut?
I don't know. If they are, they're probably not my friends.
Yeah. Judy Resnik, she would have been 37 years old in April. She's a classically trained pianist from Akron, Ohio. She loved the space program more than I can describe for you here today, and really loved going up into space. I had an enthusiastic letter from her not too long ago. She was saying that she was hoping I could come down and watch this one because she was sure it was going to go off on schedule. We used to have a running dialogue about whether NASA could keep to its schedule or not. She was a absolutely wonderfully dedicated astronaut, and it's a great loss to her family and, of course, to the country as well. It just really is an example of the kind of people that you have in the astronaut program. They are so gifted in so many ways. A PhD in electrical engineering, she was an enthusiastic gardener, she was a classical pianist, and despite her protestations that she couldn't do things better than some of the men, all of the men told me that when she operated that big Canadian arm at the back of the payload, she had a great touch, that she had real dexterity. It may have been a result of her piano training, but at any rate, it is a great loss for everybody. We have now a schematic that we can show you that we will superimpose, as it were, over some of the pictures that we saw earlier today. These are the actual pictures, and then the schematic, as you can see, lays over so you can get a better sense of what we're talking about. Could we put that back up there again? Okay, fine. Anyhow, we're watching it now begin to blow up, and as you can see, the shuttle itself was on the bottom. The two solid rocket boosters were on either side, and the external tank is what appeared to come apart, although I must emphasize that Jess Moore from NASA, who knows a great deal more about this than I do, refused to speculate based on those pictures. He's looked on them, he's looked at them, he's listened to all of us as we have made our observations today that it appeared to be a problem with the external tank, and he refused to get into that speculation, as well as he should not get into it, because after all, we want the best kind of investigation to go forward. Bob Bazell at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California right now. Bob, what are they saying out there about the nature of the investigation?
Well, the nature of the investigation isn't something that's being conducted here. This is the headquarters for unmanned spaceflight. However, one of the things that was interesting here is that so many of us who cover space regularly were here because of the Uranus mission of the Voyager spacecraft. And even the most veteran, hardened, experienced space reporter, there was just such a state of shock here among people who had seen so many space launches one after another to see what had happened today. When you're talking about the external fuel tank, and we're just speculating here as we have been all day long, obviously that was what exploded. The question is whether it was the first thing to explode and whether it was the thing that initiated the explosion, and I guess that's the key question, because when we do look at those pictures, there's no question that that huge barrel of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, one of the most explosive combinations that human beings can put together, did go up and annihilate everything that had been left of the space shuttle. There's no question about that. The question is what initiated it. One of the things that will certainly be looked at in the investigation, and I'm not at all suggesting that this is what happened, but one of the things that will be examined in the investigation is that there are what NASA calls pyrotechnics. There are explosives on board the shuttle which are designed to blow it up. Now, there are hundreds of safety devices to keep those things from going off accidentally, but there is a man called the range safety officer whose duty it is to watch the shuttle, and in case it starts to go way off course and approach a populated area, he presses a button that would cause the shuttle to blow up. Now, those pyrotechnic devices are one of many, probably hundreds or even thousands of things that they're looking at as a possible malfunction. So, as Jess Moore said before, just from looking at that tape, all that you can see is that there was an explosion. You can't see what caused it, and it's probably going to take them an awful long time. One of the things that was interesting to me, having watched so many launches and looking at it, is that there wasn't a single indication of anything going wrong whatsoever. There was talk about the launch looking slow and everything, but as we've done earlier in the day, if you play it back next to normal launches, in fact, it wasn't slow. It has to do with camera angles. There was talks about funny noise, but that has to do with the wind condition. It was a cold day, so that it would have sounded much different to anybody who was there than it would on a normal Florida humid afternoon. There was no indication whatsoever, because if there had been, they would have radioed it to the crew. There would have been some evidence of it in the conversation. The only thing there was the permission for Dick Scobee, the commander, to go ahead to full throttle, his acknowledgement of that command, and then apparently as he just was going to full throttle, there was the explosion. So it's going to take quite an investigation to find out. At this point, there are no clues whatsoever. Tom?
Thanks very much, Bob Bazell, who, as he indicated, he's watched a good many of those, and they are magnificent sights on takeoff, as they were today, as a matter of fact. In the original flight, I remember a man saying it's a real pant flapper. You have no sense of what it's like on takeoff, the sheer raw power of the space shuttle and its attached propellant systems, until you're there and can feel it, as you actually can, as it sweeps across the Cape, the sound and the reverberations on takeoff, and it's a sight of utter majesty. And then today, that sight of utter majesty turned into a sight of utter horror. John Palmer's in New York now with additional information on this national tragedy, which has been going on now for almost 6 hours. John Palmer.
Yes, Tom, a national tragedy. It is a very sad day, and another sad statistic. A total of 11 children now have apparently lost at least one of their parents as the result of the explosion and the downing of the Space Shuttle Challenger, a catastrophic fire that blew apart the Space Shuttle just about a minute and a half after it took off. A few minutes ago, the Associate Director of NASA and the head of the Houston Space Center, in that very brief announcement and took a few questions down at the Cape, he said that the space program, had experienced a national tragedy, and he said there was no evidence the crew had survived. It's now after sundown in that search area, about 18 miles off the coast from Cape Canaveral, and as Jess Moore told us about 45 minutes ago, they have found no evidence, no debris, and certainly no sign of any survivors whatsoever. Jess Moore announced that he has formed an interim board to investigate, to review the facts right immediately, and to impound all information, all computer data, to get ready for another more formal board that will really look into the cause to see what happened. He said he would not speculate on the cause of the explosion, because he said it was just too early, and as Tom just mentioned, he said that he was not going to speculate on the basis of those tragic pictures we see of about a minute and a half into the flight, the explosion there of the Space Shuttle. Again, he said there were no reports of any debris recovered. He was asked if there was any pressure whatsoever to get this particular shuttle off the ground. It had been delayed several days. It was delayed again today a couple of hours because of the freezing temperatures there and because of some icicles. Its predecessor, the Columbia, had been delayed for 7 days. They had planned 15 different space shuttles throughout this year of 1986. Obviously, they're not going to make that schedule, and there was even some doubt because of the delays of the last 2 shuttles that they were going to be able to make it. Moore said that all he could say is, obviously, from his observation and from ours and from everyone's, there was an explosion. He said, for now, the space program is suspended. He said there were no unusual weather conditions whatsoever. He said they sent up the usual airplanes early in the morning. They sent up weather balloons. It has been noted, though, that the jet stream was unusually far to the south in the last 24 hours, moving down over central Florida. At about an altitude of 7 to 9 miles, the speed of the jet stream of the winds there clocked at about 100 miles an hour this morning. It was well below freezing. That doesn't mean that this perhaps had anything whatsoever to do with the tragedy that occurred, but it was a low of 25 for several hours overnight at Cape Canaveral, and that came up at about 10 o'clock in the morning to about 32 degrees, and the launch went off at 11:38 Eastern Time, the explosion following about a minute and a half later. There will be, of course, no State of the Union address tonight. The President, addressing the nation a short while ago from the Oval Office, stated, of course, that he wanted to come and talk about the state of the nation, but because of the tragedy, he said he was pained to the core, he and Mrs. Reagan pained to the core, that this was a day of national mourning. He said of the astronauts, they had a hunger to explore the universe. And, of course, he had those comments, those very poignant, very sad comments to the school children. Literally thousands of school kids all across this country were waiting in their classrooms to see this liftoff because the teacher, Christa McAuliffe, was taking off and was going to give exactly 2, I think it was, lessons from outer space. That's the situation now, kind of a wrap-up to the point. Again, it's after dark, and we couldn't expect really many more developments out of that search area. Let's go back now to Washington and Tom Brokaw.
Thank you very much, John Palmer. All manner of little tidbits of information coming our way. Governor Bob Graham, the governor of Florida, who has witnessed a number of those shuttle launches, was on a campaign tour today announcing his candidacy for the Senate, and he saw the takeoff and then the explosion from his airplane as he was flying over Florida. And about the president's message to the school children of America, it's very easy for those of us who are grown-ups to be kind of jaded about the space program. I recall vividly a friend of mine, a grown-up, who was watching a launch of a shuttle and turned to his wife and said, "Oh, it's another boring space launch." When his son, who was about 12 years old at the time, turned to him and said, "Hey, that's my future that you're talking about." And that's what the administration obviously had hoped would be an important part of this mission, that the youngsters of this country would think about that as their future. And nowhere was there more attention being paid to this shuttle launch today than in Concord, New Hampshire, the home of Christa McAuliffe. She was a school teacher there of 3rd graders, but these were high school kids watching from an auditorium. The unalloyed joy of high school students with a kind of unofficial holiday as they watched what appeared to be the successful takeoff of the Challenger with Christa McAuliffe on board. And then the realization that something terrible was wrong.
Would everybody please go back to class at this time? We're asking all students to please.
The best and worst, of course, of live television coverage coming together there in that auditorium as we were all able to watch what happened to what turned out to be their friend and then 6 other people that we cared about as a nation, the astronauts, as the shuttle blew up. and we were all suspended for a time between a state of belief and disbelief, not quite sure what we were seeing could in fact happen, because we have come to expect so much from high technology. But then the slow realization that in fact that our worst fears now were being realized. I will tell you that as a journalist who's covered the space program for a long time, that's been at the back of the mind of a lot of us. Maybe one of these will blow up on the pad or blow up in the sky someday, and we have to watch it, but we always kind of put it at the back of our mind, never quite believing that it would happen. The astronauts who were involved in today's flight were interviewed before they went off about their feelings and their thoughts. Most of them, of course, not expressing fears because they're not built that way, frankly. Here's what some of them had to say about what lay ahead, they thought.
Dr. McNair, first of all, this is your second flight. Can you give us any perspective on what it's been like for you training this time as opposed to last time, or your sense of anticipation this time as opposed to last time?
Well, starting with my sense of anticipation, I would say it's greater this time than the first, simply because I know how great it is, how nice it is, and how much fun it is, and how fascinating the entire experience is. Training the second time around, I would have to say, is a little easier. A lot of it you've done already. It's a matter of refreshing. I do have some new payloads that I have to start at ground zero with and learn, but having done it really has its advantages. But I do look forward to this, and it's as challenging. One cannot get lax about it, approach it with the same amount of caution as the first or any time, but overall it's not as taxing.
Well, Mr. Jarvis, you are finally going to get to go up. You must, in addition to the fact that you're going to be doing a lot of things for your company, you must be, as an individual, be fairly charged up at this point.
I've been charged up since last March, and so this is kind of a culmination of a dream come true.
And, well, what do you look forward to after this, Colonel? You've got a couple of flights. You'll have a couple of flights under your belt after you get back from this one. What's your goal after this?
Well, I hope to stay with the space program. Certainly fly more missions. I've been looking forward to this for a long time, and I expect to stay with the program. Looking forward, like I said, to more missions and some involvement to future programs downstream. So I enjoy the space program. I'm very intrigued by the challenge it offers, and I look forward to staying with it as long as I can.
Is it possible for you to describe the way you describe your anticipation of the mission at this point? You must be excited as well as ready, I would suppose.
Well, I am excited, and I guess I look at it like I look at flying new airplanes back in my career. You know, you prepare as much as you can for it, and knowing that the real thing is going to probably be somewhat different than what the simulator is. But I think what I'm really looking forward to is just the experience of doing the ascent and seeing all the things that everyone comes back and talks about that they see while they're on orbit, watching the crew work together. You know, we've worked a long time now, 9 months or so, putting this whole flight together and watching everything happen, hopefully close to the way we've planned it. And I'm sure there'll be some problems to take care of along the way, which will be a challenge, and be able to come back and say I've done it, and hopefully go do it again quite a few times.
Both Chris McAuliffe and Greg Jarvis fit very well into the crew, and the things that they're doing, I think, are assets to the space program. And if they're assets to the space program and they're getting people interested in space and getting them to expect to fly in space and space is in their future, then I think it's good for the country to do that. And if it's good for the country, then they ought to be flying. The people that fly that are good for the country and good for science ought to be there.
Dick Scobee, the Air Force major who was the commander of the space shuttle flight, the last words that we heard from him, of course, were go for full throttle. He's a retired major in the U.S. Air Force, 46 years old. He would have been 47 years old on May 19th, and other members of that astronaut crew, in addition to Christa McAuliffe. We want to remind our stations once again that we will have continuous coverage here on NBC. NBC News will provide continuous coverage of this national tragedy throughout the early evening, and then there will be a special report tonight at 10 Eastern Time as well. But for those of you who want to return now to your local programming, you may feel free to do so, as I'm sure that you will. We want to show you now some of the news conference that occurred earlier today at Cape Kennedy, actually late this afternoon Eastern Time. Jess Moore, who was the NASA official in charge at the Cape at the time of the launch, and then the disaster, the gigantic fireball that appeared to have blown up the Space Shuttle Challenger about 1.5 minutes into its flight. He met with reporters today. He didn't have much to say in terms of shedding new light on what was learned, but he did say and outline for the reporters assembled there what the procedures will be now for the investigation. Let's listen to some of that news conference.
Good afternoon. I'd like to introduce the Associate Administrator of Spaceflight from NASA headquarters, Jess Moore.
It is with deep, heartfelt sorrow that I address you here this afternoon. At 11:40 a.m. this morning, the space program experienced a national tragedy with the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger approximately 1.5 minutes after launch from here at the Kennedy Space Center. I regret that I have to report that based on very preliminary searches of the ocean where the Challenger impacted this morning, these searches have not revealed any evidence that the crew of Challenger survived. The dedicated crew members of Challenger are Commander Francis Dick Scobee, Pilot Michael J. Smith, Mission Specialist Dr. Judy Resnik, Ellison Onizuka, and Dr. Ronald McNair. And payload specialists on board were Christa McAuliffe and Greg Jarvis. All early indications in the Launch Control Center, the Kennedy Space Center, have indicated that the launch was normal up to approximately 11:40 a.m. this morning, about a minute or so into the flight. Flight controllers in the Launch Control Center here and in the Mission Control Center in Houston were polled immediately after the explosion, reported that they did not see anything unusual up to that point. The solid rocket booster recovery ships were immediately dispatched to the area approximately 18 or so miles downrange from Kennedy, along with various Coast Guard and military ships, helicopters, and planes. I have taken an immediate action to form an interim investigating board to implement early activities in this tragedy. Data from all of the shuttle instrumentation, photographs, launch pad systems, hardware, cargo, ground support systems, and even notes made by any member of the launch team and flight ops team are being impounded for study. A formal board will be established by the acting administrator very, very shortly. Subsequent reports on this tragedy will be made by this formal review board. I am aware and have seen the media is showing footage of the launch today from the NASA Select system. We will not speculate as to the specific cause of the explosion based on that footage. It will take all the data, careful review of that data, before we can draw any conclusions on this national tragedy. Thank you.
Mr. Moore has time for just a couple of questions from each center before returning to the effort in investigating this tragedy. Please wait for the microphone and give your name and your affiliation. And we'll start right here with Jacqueline Bolden from Channel 6.
There were some reports that the shuttle perhaps rose a little slower than in previous launches, and there seemed to be a loud noise, and then the noise kind of backed off, and then a rush of noise again. Did you get any reports from anyone else that this seemed different from the people who either experienced it, saw it here live?
I have not heard any reports at all relative to that effect that you just described. None whatsoever.
Okay. Up here in the third row, Michael.
My name's Kevin Hamilton from WGIR in Manchester. The entire Teacher in Space program was designed to introduce more people, specifically youngsters, to the space program. This obviously is not the introduction you intended to make. What do you think the effect, the long-term impact that this is going to have on the youngsters that you were hoping to attract?
Well, I think we'll have to address that as time goes on. And again, I think today, the events of the day makes it much too early for me to speculate on the long-term impacts.
Okay.
That was Herb Ross, who is the administrator of the space program at Cape Kennedy, at Cape Canaveral, the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, talking about the fact that he has impounded all of the notes and all of the tapes, and he will not engage in any needless speculation about what may have gone wrong until they have a very thorough investigation. He did say, of course, that there were no survivors among the astronauts so far as they could tell. It has now been just about 6 hours precisely since there was that unexpected explosion in space. And as we saw, the Space Shuttle Challenger was consumed by a great fireball, and we believe now that all 7 people on board were killed. One of those that has been getting so much attention today, understandably, is Christa McAuliffe, a 37-year-old teacher from Concord, Massachusetts, from Concord, New Hampshire, the mother of 2 children, and her husband, who was there today watching this launch along with her parents. Christa McAuliffe was a graduate of Framingham State College in Massachusetts, which is just below New Hampshire, of course. And at Framingham College, they were very proud of what she was going to do as a graduate of that school. And this evening, they held a memorial service there. And we're going to show you some pictures of that now, if we can.
We thank you, Lord, for the gift of Christa, who is so special to the Framingham State College community and to so many others who know and love her greatly. We pray that nothing of her life will ever be lost, and that in spite of this tragedy, all those things which Christa holds to be important will be respected and continued by us, who were touched in some way by her life, by her quest, by her spirit.
Christa McAuliffe lost today in the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger, which she had hoped would be, of course, a week of triumph for her. Turns out to be the end of her life and a national tragedy. President Reagan spoke about this about 40 minutes ago now when he addressed the nation from the Oval Office, talking in a brief but eloquent statement about what this means to all of us. The President of the United States once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd planned to speak to you tonight to report on the State of the Union. But the events of earlier today have led me to change those plans. Today is a day for mourning and remembering. Nancy and I are pained to the core by the tragedy of the Shuttle Challenger. We know we share this pain with all of the people of our country. This is truly a national loss. 19 years ago, almost to the day, we lost 3 astronauts in a terrible accident on the ground. But we've never lost an astronaut in flight. We've never had a tragedy like this. And perhaps we've forgotten the courage it took for the crew of the shuttle. But they, the Challenger 7, were aware of the dangers, but overcame them and did their jobs brilliantly. We mourn 7 heroes: Michael Smith, Dick Scobee, Judy Resnik, Ronald McNair, Ellison Onizuka, Gregory Jarvis, and Christa McAuliffe. We mourn their loss as a nation together. The families of the 7, we cannot bear, as you do, the full impact of this tragedy. But we feel the loss, and we're thinking about you so very much. Your loved ones were daring and brave, and they had that special grace, that special spirit that says, give me a challenge, and I'll meet it with joy. They had a hunger to explore the universe and discover its truths. They wished to serve, and they did. They served all of us. We've grown used to wonders in this century. It's hard to dazzle us. But for 25 years, the United States space program has been doing just that. We've grown used to the idea of space, and perhaps we forget that we've only just begun. were still pioneers. They, the members of the Challenger crew, were pioneers. And I want to say something to the school children of America who were watching the live coverage of the shuttle's takeoff. I know it's hard to understand, but sometimes painful things like this happen. It's all part of the process of exploration and discovery. It's all part of taking a chance and expanding man's horizons. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them. I've always had great faith in and respect for our space program, and what happened today does nothing to diminish it. We don't hide our space program. We don't keep secrets and cover things up. We do it all up front and in public. That's the way freedom is, and we wouldn't change it for a minute. We'll continue our quest in space. There will be more shuttle flights and more shuttle crews, and yes, more volunteers, more civilians, more teachers in space. Nothing ends here. Our hopes and our journeys continue. I want to add that I wish I could talk to every man and woman who works for NASA or who worked on this mission and tell them your dedication and professionalism have moved and impressed us for decades, and we know of your anguish. We share it. There's a coincidence today. On this day, 390 years ago, the great explorer Sir Francis Drake died aboard ship off the coast of Panama. In his lifetime, the great frontiers were the oceans, and a historian later said he lived by the sea, died on it, and was buried in it. Well, today, we can say of the Challenger crew, their dedication was, like Drake's, complete. The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger honored us for the manner in which they lived their lives. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them, this morning, as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God. Thank you.
That was President Reagan speaking to the nation from the Oval Office today. I want to correct something that I left a wrong impression about earlier. The Concord High School is where Christa McAuliffe taught. The third graders who were assembled today at the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral were members of the third grade class of her son, Scott. They were there with him, which makes it all the more tragic, of course, that they had to share that horrible moment as they were all there assembled looking on, as I said earlier, in a suspended state of disbelief and belief, not quite knowing what they were seeing, and then learning from NASA officials that, in fact, there had been, in the words of one NASA announcer, a major malfunction, which was the understatement of the day, if not the year, obviously. They did have the explosion. So those were third graders who were friends of her son, Scott, who were there with him, along with her parents, of course, and her husband, as well as her daughter. Robert Bazell at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena. Bob?
Tom, here at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which is another NASA facility, there's a notice on the board here that in a few minutes Vice President Bush will be briefing the press from the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral, so I'm sure we'll be wanting to go live to that. Other than that, we might recap a few things we've been saying all day long for those of us who are just joining us, which is that those of us who have watched many launches have no clue. Neither do any engineers we've talked to about what went wrong. We only see that there was an explosion, a terrible, fierce, quick explosion which engulfed the entire spacecraft. It looks like the 7 people on board knew very little of what happened. They probably had no notice whatsoever. They knew nothing was coming, and I think the only good news we can say is that they apparently suffered no pain whatsoever. So we have only that to go on. The investigation is just beginning. It's going to go on for a long time. To repeat what Jess Moore said during his press conference, who's the director of the shuttle program, there was a...
he's about to speak.
There was no notice they've impounded all the notes of all the engineers. They've impounded all the data that came down from the spacecraft, what's called the telemetry. All that will be examined in great detail. They'll undergo something called failure analysis, where we'll try on a scale model to repeat the accident to try to understand what happened. But as of right now, we have no idea whatsoever. There was no indication of anything awry. The space shuttle took off on a cold, which may have been part of the problem, beautiful Florida morning into a clear sky, and suddenly it just exploded. Nothing like this has ever happened in the U.S. space program. As we pointed out before, 3 people were killed 19 years and a day ago, but they were in a practice session on a launch pad, and it had nothing to do with the explosive power of the launch. And in fact, that's one of the things that people continue to point out today, is that America has sent so many people into space before without a single injury, let alone a death, in the air up to now, and this is the first time. A terrible, terrible tragedy, and as yet we certainly have no clue as to what happened. We're standing by now for Vice President Bush, who will be speaking to us pretty soon from Florida, where he arrived today. He was flown down on President Reagan's orders very quickly from Washington to see the families of the 7 crew members, many of whom were gathered there. It's a tradition at the Kennedy Space Center for most of the astronauts to bring their families. They go up to the roof of the huge building near the launch pad, the vehicle assembly building, and when we in the press area watch the launch, usually we see all the family members, all of them together. They go up to watch their family take off, and what a terrible, terrible sight that must have been today. And as these people realize that their worst fears, which of course they always harbored, anybody who thought about the space program always realized, as you said before, that this was a possibility. But we never thought we would see it as a reality, and so quickly and with no warning whatsoever. Tom?
Thank you very much, Robert Bazell. We have just now received word that President Reagan has officially ordered all flags in the country to be flown at half-staff. The flag at the Kennedy Space Center, as we showed you earlier, has already been situated at half-staff until next Monday, or rather through next Monday. Naval vessels will be flying there at half-mast. That's the appropriate phrase that should be used. Half-staff for those on ground, half-mast for those at sea. And of course, as we receive any words of additional memorial services along the way, we'll let you know that as well. That's where we stand at this time. We do expect Vice President Bush to make his statement when he arrives at the Kennedy Space Center, and we expect that to happen momentarily. Shall we just show you one more time the space model for those of you who have been joining us along the way? This is it. You'll be seeing it a lot more on videotape, of course, during the day. This is the big aircraft, the external tank, and it appears that came apart at the time of the explosion. These are the 2 solid rocket boosters. I'm going to show you all that now. Here's the configuration. Let me see if I can get this right. You're going to see it the same way you're going to see it in your television screen. It was going in about this direction, which we're about to show you now. This is the external tank. You'll see these 2 solid rocket boosters that are on either side, and then you'll see this beneath it. We're going to show you simultaneous tapes now of 2 launches, one earlier this year, January 12th, and then the one today that tragically blew up. But this is the configuration, so you'll know what's going on. Today and January 12th.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Control program. Roger, roll, Challenger. Good, roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading downrange.
We'll get back to that in a moment. We want to go now to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where Vice President George Bush is speaking.
The crew. The President and I and the entire nation join in mourning the 7 splendid men and women who now rest in God's arms. Today's tragedy reminds us that danger awaits all who push back the frontier of space. It reminds us that the great adventure of space travel requires men and women of spirit and bravery. I'd like to say something in particular, something special to the school children of our nation, and especially those from Concord. You must try to understand that spirit, bravery, and commitment are what make not only the space program, but all of life worthwhile. We must never, as people in our daily lives or as a nation, stop exploring, stop hoping, stop discovering. We must press on. What can all of us give now to honor those we've lost? Let me suggest a memorial to them. We must be as they were, great in spirit, great in courage, and great in dedication to the adventure of which they were so much a part. We must resolve that, like America's pioneers of the past, others will follow, others explore, others will risk, as these 7 brave Americans risk today. And so I came here today to
check 1, 2.
pay our sincere condolences
Okay.
to the families and friends of the 7.
Hello?
And also to the proud men and women of NASA. We salute them in this hour of trial. Thank you very much, and I'm now going to go and pay my respects to the families. I'm sure that Senator Glenn and Senator Garn might like to add something, but I might excuse myself and go over here if I could.
I would only add very briefly that I'm pleased to be here with the Vice President. Our only purpose in coming was to pay tribute to the crew. It's been a very difficult day for me personally because I knew each of them. I trained with some of them. And I just extend my love and condolences to their families.
Let me add just a word. I'm very appreciative that the Vice President would ask us to accompany him today here, even though it is a very sad occasion. It's been nearly a quarter of a century that we thought this might happen sometime, but we've delayed that day until today. We hoped that this day would never come. But unfortunately it has, and with a tragedy that all Americans share together. I share a sense of personal loss, having been involved in the program, as Jake just mentioned, he does too. I remember yesterday was an anniversary also when Gus Grissom and Roger Chafee and Ed White very tragically lost their lives in the fire on the pad here. But since that time, you know, we've had 56 manned missions so far, 24 with the shuttle. And I guess what it points out more than anything else is that while we have many triumphs, that's the nature of all human progress, is we try, keep trying the new, trying to better ourselves and trying to learn more. While we have triumphs, many of them, once in a while, there's a tragedy. And it's that triumph and tragedy comparison that we have here today. One of the people who's been here all day was some of the families that told us coming in a few moments ago when he was talking to the families earlier. Several of them said to him, "Don't let this slow the program down." They gave lives of their families or their loved ones or their friends in this effort. So I guess we could say that these 7 that went up this morning carried the hopes and the dreams of all of us. And what we can do now is make sure that we carry their memories in carrying on. Thank you.
Senator Jake Garn, each of them veterans of the space program. Senator Glenn, of course, an authentic member of the so-called Right Stuff group, the original group of astronauts. Senator Garn, a veteran pilot who was selected by NASA to ride in one of the missions last year. He's a key member of a Senate committee that has a lot to do with the funding of NASA. There was a fair amount of cynical observation at that time that it was just an assurance on the part of NASA trying to buy some insurance that their funding would go on, but he obviously was dedicated to the program, and he talked today about these people who were his friends, including one member he called his mother hen, and that would have been the pilot, Mr. Smith, who was one of the astronauts who was killed there today. Vice President Bush will be meeting with members of the family. It's traditional to have a kind of family celebration on these occasions. Friends are invited as well because it's a special time in your life if you're an astronaut or a friend or a family member of an astronaut. You can go down there and watch them go into space, and there's a festive carnival-like environment. And then today to look on, as I say, with that great feeling of exhilaration, everything seemed to be going so splendidly, and then to have it turn so instantly into such a nightmare in the sky, in those beautiful blue Florida skies with those white contrails suddenly raining debris down on the Atlantic Ocean. We can talk on and on about this, but I suspect that as this day goes on, we're each dealing with it in our own personal fashion. that words simply are inadequate, even the best words of the President and the Vice President and the other people who have commented on this tragedy here today, including this commentator and this reporter and other members of NBC News. A fund, by the way, is being set up in Washington, D.C. for the children of the astronauts. It's being set up at the American Security Bank in Washington, D.C. There were 9 children, I believe, who lost mothers or fathers today as a result of this tragedy. We have George Lewis now on the people who built the shuttle itself. George Lewis.
All of the shuttles have been put together at the Rockwell Aerospace plants in Southern California. When these pictures were taken in May of 1981, work was underway on the assembly of the Shuttle Challenger. Today at the plant, the atmosphere was somber. The people who work here feel personally responsible for the safety of the astronauts who ride aboard the shuttles. George Anderson is a supervisor for hydraulic systems on the shuttle program.
Obviously, we're upset by it all. That's about all I can say about it right at the moment.
Terry Schaefer, an engineer.
I was very shocked and amazed. I just heard the news, and it's incredible. It's totally incredible to me that anything like this could happen, especially with the checks and balances that they have built into the system.
Engineer William Roberts offered some speculation as to what may have gone wrong.
We had a catastrophic failure of the tank. That's from what I've been viewing of the television films. And when you have that happen, the two liquids, the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen, they become quite an explosive mixture. You could have had the common bulkhead that's between the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. You could have had an extreme pressure differential, and the common bulkhead could have failed. And if that fails, you have exactly what you see here.
Many of the people at this plant watched the live coverage as the Challenger exploded. Most are still in a state of shock as they turn to the task of trying to figure out what went wrong, trying to figure out what will have to be done to prevent it from happening again. George Lewis, NBC News, Los Angeles.
And Christa McAuliffe, the schoolteacher from Concord, New Hampshire, who was flying that, talked recently about safety. I want to correct one thing, by the way. I said earlier, I thought that 9 children had lost either a mother or fathers in the course of today's tragedy. It turns out that 11 altogether children now have lost a parent as a result of what happened today. And the fund has been set up at the American Security Bank in Washington, D.C. Only Christa McAuliffe, so far as we know, was insured based on one report that we saw earlier, especially for this flight. A $1 million policy had been taken out by a space firm which donated it to her here in Washington, D.C. She did talk recently about the safety factor, Christa McAuliffe, and whether she worried about her own personal safety in this flight.
And it lost one engine, and they were talking about a real severe problem. All of a sudden, boing, you all of a sudden realize that, hey, things can go wrong with that thing.
Oh, sure.
It is space flight. It's, umpteen quadrillion pounds of thrust behind you there. Does that give you any pause to think? Or?
Not really, because they could have landed in Dakar, they could have landed in Spain. I mean, they do have the ability to have contingencies. There are plans in case there's a problem. And also the thought that, I think I'm going to be up on Challenger's 10th mission. And that just to think that the shuttle has gone, 10 times. That's an exciting thing. And no, I think it's a very safe program.
How did you decide to do, without going into the specifics of the particular lessons, because we'll have that, how did you decide to do the lessons as they are now planned?
Well, when the 10 of us met in Washington and determined that we wanted something that was very flight specific, we wanted something that couldn't be done anyplace else or would not have the impact unless it, was done on the shuttle, we chose 3 lessons. And there were 3 categories that we came up with. And the last one, the Earth observation, which we were very excited about, after talking to the astronauts and talking to people here, we realized that there was a possibility that I would be monitoring 15 minutes of cloud cover out the window. So we had to revise that. That's still going to be done, but it's going to be done using a film that's brought back from the 51L mission.
I see.
Christa McAuliffe, all the obvious qualities are there. The irony, of course, is that she talked about this being the 10th mission of the Challenger, which it was, and she felt that it was a safe program, and if something really went wrong, that they could make the emergency landing, either in Senegal or in Spain, or go once around and land back at the Cape again. They never had that opportunity today. They were engulfed by that giant fireball, and all apparently were killed. That's the word now from NASA.